All right, we got a pretty large panel tonight, and that's great. I love that because there's lots of conversation. A lot of people can answer your questions and comments, expecting possibly a couple of others. So it's not going to surprise me if a couple of others come in here. Hey, I want to start this out tonight. First of all, before I even introduce everybody, I'm on a kick right now about subscribers, and I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about YouTube in general. There are a lot of content creators out there, small channels, and they get absolutely nothing from YouTube. It's a real struggle as a small channel on YouTube to get any recognition. When I say recognition, to get YouTube to push your content. You don't really get YouTube pushing your content until you reach that 1,000 subscriber mark. So that said, I want to start pushing the smaller channels that are good channels. You can choose how good they are, great they are, or whatever. They're good channels though, and they're creators that are trying and they're consistent. That's one of the things that I want to see before I push somebody is that they're being consistent and really trying to grow their channel. So I want tonight to ask all of my subscribers, anybody that's here, anybody that comes in later, anybody that watches this. That's why I want to do this up front. I want everybody to go over to, I'm not even asking you to check it out. I just want you to go over to Selective Imagery, Jeffrey's channel. He's got 183 subscribers, and just like everybody else, he hits those points where it seems like it doesn't grow at all. And then all of a sudden you get a few subscribers and then a couple leave, which I don't understand the unsubscribe thing. I really don't understand that, folks. So what I'm asking you to do is just go to that channel, Selective Imagery. There's a link in the description for this live stream on the thumbnail, and it'll be there in the video afterwards. Go to his channel and subscribe. You choose whether you want to select the bell for all notifications or none. I don't care, but it costs you absolutely nothing. And contrary to popular belief, there is no quota on subscriptions. Okay, you can subscribe to as many channels as you want.
Yeah.
I have 180, I think 87 to be exact, subscriptions that channels that I subscribe to. Some of the channels I haven't heard anything from them in years, but I'm not going to go unsubscribe. You know why? It's not like a dog. It's not eating anything. It doesn't cost me anything. Why should I care? And I'm hoping everybody else will feel the same way and want to lift up some of the creators that are on YouTube, the smaller channels. So I'm asking you, my subscribers, and anybody else that may happen by, go over to Selective Imagery on YouTube. It's Jeffrey's channel, and subscribe. I'd love to get him up to 1,000 subscribers too. That's the only way we get any visibility on YouTube. Those of us that are below the 1,000 mark. Forget about the monetization because that's pennies anyway. I mean, come on. It's not like anybody's getting rich or paying for a cup of coffee with what they get at 1,000 subscribers. The point is that your content then gets pushed by YouTube, and then it gets seen by so many other people. And there may be people out there that don't know well, maybe there are that don't know we exist and would like to participate in our channels. So go to Jeffrey's channel, Selective Imagery, here on YouTube, and subscribe. All right. That's my public service announcement for what I'm trying to do. I just ran across this the other day and I'm thinking, why do the big channels, they seem to shun all us little guys? And I don't know why. I don't know if they just feel like they don't have time to maybe make a little announcement at every video they do. I'll tell you right now, if I had 1 million subscribers, I would do this constantly because, you know, does it make you feel good if you got 1 million subscribers and you're not helping anybody? I mean, come on. So anyway, that's what I'd like everybody to do. And what you decide whether you want to do it, but I'm asking you, just go subscribe, please. Help us little guys out. And next week I'm going to do it again. I'm going to continue to do it with all the people that are out there really trying. The other night, I guess this is what spawned this. The other day, when I mentioned Max Jindal, and he sent me the nicest comment, and you guys may have seen it on that uh, the comments on that live stream. The nicest comment, and it just lifted his spirits and it motivated him to really buckle down and continue and stick with it. And that's what it does for us as content creators. That's why I say, give me a like, just motivate me, keep me motivated to do this. So we need to do this for the smaller channels that we do enjoy, especially. And guys, subscriptions don't cost anything. It's minimal effort. It's clicking a button. Yes, I subscribe. That's all there is to it. And just
we don't even take $1 when you submit your federal income tax. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand, but I know people may have their reasons, and that's okay too. But I'm asking you, go subscribe to Selective Imagery, and let's grow his channel so we get Jeffrey some visibility in YouTube as well. All right. That said, yes, I'm on a rant for tonight. Definitely going to do that. I got a lot to rant about, and for those that don't want to hear rants, by all means, just fair warning, but accept my apology for it, and don't unsubscribe because I'm ranting. No, you can do what you want, but we'll get to that in a few minutes because there's a couple of other things right now that are really interesting to a lot of you people in here, but we'll get to that right after we go around the panel here and let everybody introduce themselves. We'll start with you, Mr. Roy.
I've been in computers and cameras most of my life. I don't do much else. Software developer in the 90s, cameras in both sides of that. That's all.
And we know you got a treasure trove of knowledge about everything that Nikon's done, not just Nikon, but so many other cameras based on your commercial photography and everything else. And it's always a pleasure to have you in here to answer those questions or comments, Roy. I appreciate
solving problems. It's what I like best in life.
Great, man. And again, not enough of that on YouTube, I think. People helping others out with stuff. Mr. Brian, who are you? Where are you at? And what do you do?
My name is Brian Huff. I've been a photographer for about 14 years. I live in Southwest Tennessee, and basically took about a 5-year break from photography and am coming back full force in 2023. And I've experimented with a lot of different photography, as y'all have seen this year, and I think I've about figured out the path I'm going to take. But glad to be back and glad to have this community to be a part of. And just for one subscription a day, you can support a YouTuber, just like one of them.
All right.
But no, I'm just glad to be part of the conversation. Very much enjoying conversations here and to other channels that I've been on. It's just been a blast. And I constantly learn. Like tonight, I've already learned before the stream started, and I just can't be thankful enough.
Well, I appreciate that. D Moots, David, who are you? What do you do? And we're going to get to you in a minute for your little surprise show and tell.
All right. Hey, and that's it. I quit.
Well, name's David Moots. Been a photographer for probably around about the same as Huff. Really didn't get serious till about 2011. Was when I kind of got more serious about it. But I've strictly been a wildlife photographer the whole time. I do like to branch out every once in a while. I've done a couple senior shoots, and like tonight, I went out and shot the grandson with the 28-75 2.8 and really enjoyed it. That's a sweet little lens. I'm based out of here at Kansas City and do wildlife photography all around the Kansas City area. And then I like to travel, Florida, Colorado, Texas, really just anywhere I can go. Got a trip planned for next year to Alaska, and we'll see how that goes. That'll be my first time ever getting up to Alaska.
Bring gloves.
Yeah.
And now, the man of the night, Mr. Jeffrey Neville.
Wow. Now that Chuck was nice enough to embarrass me, and it was not pre-planned. I didn't know he was going to be so kind as to plug my channel, which, as he says, has stalled out considerably for a while. And content's been a little difficult lately due to situations down here, due to hurricane damage and whatnot. But we will try to march on and get something out, hopefully soon. I'm a retired engineer. I worked for an aerospace company. I was a manufacturing engineer for a number of years, and then I was a test rig designer, and I designed a lot of test rigs for to support product that we made for NASA. So glad to be retired, and have been involved with cameras since I was probably 8 years old, and have owned too many. And have been a loyal Nikon user for a couple decades now. But I do enjoy shooting vintage cameras as well, film cameras. And to me, it's probably the most relaxing thing I can do for myself, providing I don't have any gear problems. And I appreciate the support that I get on the channel, and I really appreciate Chuck bringing me up. I really do. I appreciate it very much. Humbled.
No sweat, Jeffrey. I mean, again, I wish some of these giant channels would do this for all of us, to help us out. But hey, I guess they don't have time. But anyway, we can do it for ourselves. We'll push ourselves up.
Yeah, right. Done really good here. I noticed since Chuck plugged it there, Jeffrey, you've lost 5 subscribers. So that's like.
Hey, there's a downside as long as the needle moves one way or the other, whatever.
You need more alligators.
T-Mid's in here with us. How you doing, T-Mid? Good to see you. So now we got 2 NASA engineers in here with us, T-Mid and Jeffrey.
But he's still active.
Yeah, he's still active. Yeah,
he's not as old as I am, so he still has to work. Sorry, T-Mid.
That's awesome. You guys actually work with NASA?
Yeah, used to.
Oh, that's super cool. That's cool. I run the projection in our local planetarium, so that's as close to outer space as I've got.
Mozman keeps us all laughing.
Yeah, I have selectively few but precious subscribers.
Yeah. There you go. There's somebody that's paired up with one of you two.
Yeah, I wonder.
Robert Daniels, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. T-Mid, he's lying here now. He's got to lie to us. I'm in my 20s, so I still have a long way to go. Ha ha. I guess you're in your mid to late 20s, huh, T-Mid?
Compared to us, he looks like he's 20.
Well, Robert, there's a lot popping, man. There's a whole lot popping. But before I get to that, because once we get to ranting, it's hard to stop. David's got a new lens, and I know everybody's interested in this lens. David, show everybody and tell us what you think. I know you haven't really wrung it out yet, but what do you think so far?
So here's the 400-28Z.
Wow.
And I shot it a little bit this morning and didn't really have a lot of time yet, so I haven't put a lot of birds in front of it. But so far, so good. Really loving it. Super light.
That's what I was going to ask. What's the weight compared to the 200-28 G?
This is just a little over 6 pounds. This is just a little over 6 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's crazy. It's so light, but when you put the Z9 on it, all of a sudden it just feels heavy.
Yeah.
I think of most of the weight's the Z9. It's really crazy.
Wow.
But
I couldn't tell what lens it was with the camo on it. It was very good disguise. I thought it was a 100 to 400.
Well, this thing is the guy I bought it from just got this lens in August of this year. So that's how new it is. I mean, so when I got it, it's in mint condition. I instantly wanted to protect it. So, so far so good.
Why did he sell it? Why did he want to get rid of it?
He's one of these guys that changes gear all the time. He's an MPS guy. He's been doing wildlife photography forever, and he's got real good connections, and he can get stuff pretty much whenever he wants. So he's shooting an 800 PF right now, and I think he just bought an OM1 that he's messing around with. It's probably a thermos.
Yeah.
You got me.
He bought that from me. He bought that from Amazon for $14.95, and he's telling us that's the 408.
It's one expensive thermos.
It's
But anyway,
nice
yeah.
to
So
have a converter in it.
I shot it with the 1.4 a Z teleconverter attached to it as well, and the 2X. And I can tell you right now, you don't lose any sharpness no matter what you have attached to it, even with the internal built-in teleconverter engaged.
So let me ask you a question. Stupid me. When you engage the teleconverter in the lens, does that change your aperture?
It does. So if I'm sitting there at 402.8, as soon as you engage it, it switches it to 560 f4.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a very special teleconverter that actually fits in amongst the other lens elements,
Yeah.
which is much more efficient.
Way more efficient. But I can tell you, even engaging that and putting on the 1.4 or the 2, you can't tell, except for, man, you can get really close with it.
So a lot of people were asking, about that. What's so significant about that? If you want 600 millimeter or whatever or more, well, that lens is so adaptable considering it has the internal TC, and then being able to, now you're talking about, I knew you could mount external TCs to it.
Yep.
But if it doesn't degrade the quality, by much, then that's a great way to go.
Yeah, from what I've seen today, just a little bit I've shot it, it does not. It's real, and that's why I wanted to get it, because just how versatile it is, being able to, just engage this thing so quickly over here.
Yeah.
If I can find it. But it's super smooth, and I mean, it makes no noise. And then plus, if you throw the 1.4 on here, the 2X, man, you can really reach out.
That's great, man. That's great. So I know you're going to play with it some more. You're going to have to talk about, I know you're going to do a video. You have to.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So good. We look forward to hearing more about it.
Yeah, because if you look out there on YouTube, there's hardly any videos on it except for, everybody that had early access to it, like Matt and Poland, all those guys. But other than that, you don't see anything on this lens.
That's because Nikon isn't allowed to have videos on YouTube.
Yeah. Here goes the rant. We're starting
now.
Here
goes the rant. That's right. Here goes the rant.
It's not cheap enough to be everyone's lens either.
That's right. That's right. Hence the rant tonight, 2 to 600 maybe. Anyway, hey, Robert's looking at the XH2. All right. It's so, but you're saying you continue with APS-C until Nikon releases new cams. All right. I don't know if you got to participate in the poll that I did, so maybe we'll kick that off real quick. I set up a poll yesterday, and I don't know how many people actually got to see it. Again, YouTube doesn't care whether anybody gets to see anything that us sub 1,000 folks do. Let me get Mr. Vahagen in here. Everybody say hello to Mr. Vahagen.
Vahagen.
What's up, guys?
I see a circle with a face in it.
What's happening, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Nothing much. Congrats, man.
Hey, your audio's a little bit different tonight.
What does it sound like?
Very low. Very
low. Very low. You could be singing some soul music right now.
You bet. Hey, Robert, while he fixes that, yeah, I agree with you. There's a lot of people that are talking about that. Go ahead.
How about now?
Sound normal now.
Sounds good.
Yeah, now that's someone we recognize.
Hey, man, that's a lens right there.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, how much?
It was a new price. Even though it was a few months old, I paid a new price.
Oh,
Painful.
Congratulations.
Plus shipping.
Nice.
Oh, Maz, man.
The other one's still ordered, Vahagen. My original order through Nikon.
Are you gonna buy that?
I'm just gonna let it ride and see what happens.
Get and sell it. Flip it.
Yeah. They're extremely hard to get.
Yeah, I know they are. Wow. Surprised the guy was selling it to you.
Yeah, me too. When I saw it, that's why I jumped on it.
That's cool, man. Enjoy it. Use it in good health.
Yeah. Luckily, I don't have a pacemaker.
What is wrong with this other computer over here? All right.
That just
Something
makes the
wrong with that.
pacemaker go a little quicker. That's all.
Yeah.
John Ishey's here with us in the chat, Vahagan. I don't know if you saw him or not.
Oh, what's up, John? What's up, everybody? Yeah, we're great time, John. Thank you. That was a great chat. Thanks a lot, John.
All right. All right. So I put up a poll. How many people actually saw it? I guess there were at least 43 people that saw it. I think that was the number I saw.
Yeah, I didn't see it come across, Chuck.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Again, back to that's why we're going to start pushing channels under 1,000 subscribers so that maybe you get a little visibility within YouTube. But anyway, I was talking about what are you waiting for from Nikon? Or basically, I asked a question and gave several possible answers. You know, you could say I'm waiting for the Z7 III, I'm waiting for the Z6 III, I'm waiting for the Z8. I'm happy with the camera I have, or if Nikon doesn't do something soon, I'm leaving. Now, I understand everybody can answer that with, without any threat of retaliation. And I think that's good since it is very anonymous, unless you leave a comment at the bottom saying, here's what I said or whatever. But just surprises me that there are people, and this would be within the Nikon camp, these are people that are, there are people out there that are still saying, I'm fed up, I'm tired, I'm leaving Nikon. And I see it in the forums all the time. It's more than you would think. And so my point is Nikon is still bleeding. And for those that thought the Z9 was going to stop all the bleeding, heal all wounds, and fix all problems, that was the dumbest thing to ever think, because we said it way back when. It's going to run its course for however long it is, and it's not going to be as long as you think. It's not going to save everything Nikon. Nikon's going to have to step up to the plate and do something else, because not all people can buy the Z9 or want to buy the Z9. Hence, Nikon, help me understand, please. What is going on? And I'll start out with the 2-600. Just so everybody knows, I rant about this all the time. Where is it? When's it coming? Or whatever. I'm not buying the 2-600, people. I don't want it. I'm not buying it. I never intended to buy it. But you know what? I know that Nikon needs to do it, because I know that there's so many people out here waiting for that lens. One sitting dead center, top row here, Mr. Roy Bigsby, who got tired of waiting. And, why is that? How many other people? How long are you going to bleed, Nikon? Nikon's not going under, so don't think I'm here saying that Nikon's going to die tomorrow. They're not. But you know what? Everybody else seems to be doing pretty good right now. And don't try to convince me that Canon's in the same boat. Canon's, no, they're not. Anybody notice how many cameras Canon has announced and released? And rumors are real high, real good that the R6 II is going to be announced before too long. All right. Fuji just dropped a new camera, a couple. Sony announcement, for anybody that hadn't heard, the 26th, is it?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, the 26th, I believe, is the announcement for the A7R5. I'm not saying that you want that camera. My point is that everybody else seems to be moving forward. Where's Nikon? Crickets. Yeah. Wait a minute. I have crickets. I won't do it now. I've got crickets on the board over here. I could play. That is Nikon. So why am I still ranting? I know a lot of people hate for me to rant, and why am I so impatient? Well, because you know what? I have a platform here on YouTube, and a lot of people don't, that have these same feelings. They don't have a place to go vent and talk about this stuff. So I do it for them. Yeah, I'm just a good guy, right? No, I want Nikon to continue to succeed and do extremely well. And I know I'm not a marketer, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out if this lens is going to sell 50,000 and this lens is going to sell 2,000, maybe I ought to get this one out first. Maybe there's a bigger demand for this lens.
Mm.
And let's get away from this idea. And I'm going to tick all the pros off right now. And it's not personal or anything else, but consumers buy more lenses, especially when you're talking 2 to 600 and others. Consumers buy more lenses than pros every day of the week, more cameras than pros every day of the week. Hey, Nikon, show your loyal consumer base some love. Help us out. Why would you announce a lens that is a spectacular lens, the 800 PF, not announce a 2 to 600, and then you can't field that 800 PF or the 400 28 TC? I mean, come on. You know, did you stop production on those lenses so you could do the 2 to 600 because you only have one factory left that makes lenses? I don't know. What's the issue? Help us out. Give us a little help here. Give us a little reason to quit with all this ranting. Yeah, I know there are a lot of people out there, and I'm going to get some hate mail. I love that, though. I really am beginning to enjoy it. About, you know, you're too impatient. You're a petulant child. Okay, all right. Let's just. I'll end that. You can no longer say it because I agree with you. There you go. I'm a petulant child. But your comment's not going to stop me from trying to boost what a topic that so many people want to be out there. They want Nikon to hear this kind of talk. How many people out here want Nikon to hear just what you're saying in the comments tonight and what I'm saying here live? Everybody wants Nikon to hear this. Is it going to move Nikon? I don't know, but they need to hear that their consumer base has a voice, and we're getting tired of being told or not told. We're getting tired of crickets. Marketing 101. Why is Nikon's marketing so far behind? Does anybody disagree with me? And I'll open it up right here for a minute and let everybody vent.
They're probably going to do something on Halloween, and it's going to be up to us to decide whether it's a trick or a treat. I guess I don't know.
Nikon used to make a 200 to 600. They still should.
Yeah. I mean, it's might as well take it off the roadmap because it's lost somewhere. They need to get the GPS fixed in it because it can't find its way to the market.
Yeah, no, it's
or to the production line.
It's been crickets all the way around on everything.
Yeah.
Hey, I think they should have rolled that huge tidal wave that with the Z9 and those two lenses that came out. You know, they were the talk of the town when the 800 PF surprised everybody.
Yeah.
And the 400-4.5 and the Z9.
Yeah, they were on. They lost their momentum.
They had that big tidal wave, and they should have rode that. They should have just. I was telling Chuck, Z90, Z8 coming your way. Boom, 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 boom. And this all comes from planning. You got to plan it ahead.
Yeah,
a couple of years before and see. Okay, we're launching these three products, but we got to go one after the other so we could just stay on top. And I guess they missed the boat on that one. They dropped the ball.
Yeah, they did, and it's too late now. But they need to do something.
Phil, we were talking about this today, Vahagan and I. Vahagan, can you see the comment on the screen?
Instagram.
Yeah. Okay. How many people here in the panel right now are active on Instagram? I mean, regulars on Instagram.
Not regularly.
Okay.
I was until
Fel.
Reels.
Can I comment on Fel's comment?
Absolutely.
Man, what is that, Fel? I mean, I look at these stories and I go, are these the real camera and lens buyers that they're trying to target? No. It's laughable sometimes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it is. And it just continues. Even when I thought that Nikon had finally caught the bug in marketing and decided, because they did pick a couple of young influencers they're influencers for that particular, piece. So we watched a video about the Z30. You all know everybody's going to say, well, you hate the Z30 and when you get in the Z30, blah, blah, blah. Got it. But you know what? I don't say the camera's bad. I said from the beginning it was bad timing. However, it does appeal, or it could appeal to a, a niche audience. And we saw an influencer, a gamer guy, and I got to tell you, I'll be honest with you, we all sat behind the scenes chatting back and forth in text about how ridiculous it was. Because we don't have anything, in common with this guy. And, okay, Nikon wants to market the camera to those kind of people. Well, that's great. But if they are willing to do that, why aren't they willing to do it on the full frame side and on the stills and video side, not just a camera for YouTube or gaming or whatever? So
It sounds like a situation where the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing.
Yeah.
And
Can
where
I-
their
can I ask-
video department and photo
Yes.
department are two separate things, maybe.
Can I ask the panel a question? Everybody answer except Chuck, because I know Chuck knows the answer to this. The first time they dropped the ball, going back 10 years, what was it? Can anybody tell me?
10 years? Oh, man.
Going back about 10 years. All right, wait. Sorry, not 10 years.
it's not quite,
8 years.
8 years.
What was the first event they dropped the ball in? Anybody?
I don't know what that would have been.
Jeff?
Who can remember?
on.
8 years?
I mean, was
that's
that
probably,
was that
that's
the,
probably
You know-
around
you know-
the
you know-
D850 time frame.
I
you know,
was gonna say
hey,
D500?
No, you know what, Vaughan? Because nobody here is really now they are, but they weren't then. They may be
Okay.
more interested in it now than they were then.
The
Well,
first
yeah,
the first global event was
Oh.
the mirrorless. Dropped
Oh.
the ball on that. The
Yeah.
second one was video and DSLRs.
Yeah.
Going back before that, sorry. The Canon 1DX has amazing video. The 5D has amazing video.
Yep.
What was Nikon doing with video?
Well,
Back
Nikon
then.
had the DSLR with video with the D90 before that.
Yes,
But it
Then
couldn't
what-
autofocus
then what?
worth of.
No.
No,
Yeah.
it
It
didn't
was
develop
so
it.
bad. It
They
was
had it
so
in the-
bad.
that was the first DSLR with video. By
Yeah.
the
I'm
way.
telling you, they dropped the ball. They dropped the ball again. They had it. They had it with mirrorless with the J1. They had it with mirrorless. They had it with video with the D90, but they dropped the ball. Canon took off running with it. They came out with the 5D Mark II, and they just went to town with it. And Nikon's cameras could not autofocus worth of lick on live view.
Yeah, you know,
about-
my sons were in high school back then, and the 5Ds were all over the high schools. That's what they used for video, for creating videos.
Yeah, Z Wade, I remember that when the D600 came out, and then it had that major problem with the oil and stuff in it. And I think they even released this was the D610 that they had to release to basically replace that one.
Yeah.
That was bad. That was really bad.
And
So-
now the third event is this, which riding that tidal wave, they dropped the ball again. They let Canon just with the R7 and the
They did.
Sony and this no 200 600. I mean, it's crazy, man. We'll see though. The year's not over yet.
So
And is
Mozman,
anybody?
Mozman says he thinks that Nikon's doing better. Okay, like I said, Mozman, I gave him a little bit of credit recently about, maybe they are, because I saw him reaching out to a few people. And then I had this comment, John Ishii, saying Gen Z is the market. It is. You're absolutely right. But Gen Z is not all gamers and all, just walk around with your little camera in front of you, your little vlog or whatever you do. They're also avid video shooters, for all kinds of different content. And so where's that at? How are they marketing to those folks? I don't know.
Well, the thing is too, they don't need a Z9 for TikTok. You know what I'm saying?
Z30.
They don't need a high-end body to do TikTok
Right.
and those types of videos for that content. So
Brother, they have an iPhone that does pretty much what they need.
yeah.
Why does Nikon have to market this camera? For
But
who?
you know what?
Yeah.
I actually bought the Z30 specifically because I did not want to use my camera. And I bought the Z30 for video. I didn't buy it for photo at all. I strictly bought it for video. And I was excited to have what I felt would be a video camera that was good enough for what I wanted to do, but then fit all my Z mount stuff for me. So if something bizarre happened and I was out there shooting photos, I would have this as a backup of some sort. But my main reason behind the Z30 was to replace my phone for video.
I bought it strictly for this, Huff.
Yeah.
That's what I'm on right now, and it never
That's what I'm
leaves.
on right now. I love
Yeah.
it. But here's the thing: I walk 2 to 3 miles a day here where I live. I've started carrying it with me on my walks, and I got to tell you, with the little kit lens on it, and just for walking around and playing with it, just to have something to play with. That's, once again, it's just not my phone. I'm having a ball with this little camera.
Yeah.
I like it. It's so lightweight. It's so easy to use, and I just like
Yeah,
it.
but that's you. That you're not Gen Z, right?
No, I'm
So,
Gen X.
Exactly.
I see a couple of comments in here, but I want to address Mozman here real quick. To get the most value for the marketing dollars, they're after a demographic. True enough. They can buy products that's on the shelves right now. Why spend lots of money to market to pros and hobbyists? Because I think you're talking about one camera body, Moz, the Z30. And I understand they want to market that, and they should. But does that mean they should exclude marketing for their other cameras? And maybe, and just maybe, they don't want to market the Z6 II and Z7 II. Maybe they don't. The only marketing I see for those cameras is sales, and they're pretty well discounted. Why is that? Why has Nikon had cameras and lenses on sale for 6 months? I mean, nonstop. There's
Yeah.
been one sale. They just changed the name, maybe change a little bit, a couple of the lenses in the sale or whatever. But why is that? It's good for those that want to buy those camera bodies. I don't know how good it's going to be, and maybe that's the whole thing about we can't drop new cameras right now because everybody's saving and waiting for those bodies. How many people are holding their money right now waiting for the new bodies to come out? And what do they want in the new bodies? And here you go, attack me. New AF. And here's one that, this panel won't care or may disagree, but 10-bit internal means nothing to most of us. Care less. But guess what? In the hybrid community, that's big.
That's a big deal.
And the competition is doing that for their consumers.
Well, yeah, Sony's been there for a while, and you have to at least match the competition. I mean, you can try to beat the competition, but you can't be behind the competition.
Yeah, and this is a good marketing strategy here. It must be a good market for lens adapters if you can't get the lens you want. And that, you know what? You're absolutely right, Mike. There are a lot of people that are playing with adapters now to get Sony and Canon lenses. Not third party, but Sony and Canon lenses. So anyway, all right.
Hey Chuck. Michael White asked a good question. If you could,
Let's see.
if you could flash it in there. Yeah. How lucrative would the panel consider wildlife photography?
Oh, let me tackle that one because I had a bummer of a day today. I had been making prints for a year, and I was pretty proud of the prints that I did. And I've had friends look at them that take wildlife photos, and they like them. So our community had a craft fair today, so I decided to bring my wares to the craft fair, and they didn't do a very good job advertising it. And I felt like I told my friend that was with me that shoots with me, I said, I feel like I'm on YouTube. I get a like once in a while, but it doesn't mean anything. I had more people Googling and, oh, this is beautiful. This is fantastic. Did you take these pictures? And I felt like saying, well, no, I ordered them from China and I'm going to pretend I took the pictures. Of course I took the pictures.
They came from Wish.
I got a lot of compliments and 4 hours, sitting there for 4 hours, packing everything up, setting everything up. preparing
Wait.
for this thing for a year. And what do I sell? I sell 5 photographs with one that I have to order to a smaller size. Basically, insignificant amount of money, total waste of my time, a million compliments, but nobody wants to spend any money. At
Yeah.
least not on wildlife photos.
It's tough, and I don't, like for me, I don't market myself really. You know where I sell the most of my prints, and that is on our local Nextdoor app, where you commute, where you join with your local community around you on Nextdoor. You guys know what that is?
I was wondering about that app.
I post on there all the time photos, and that's where I get a lot of sales from. People will just out of the blue contact me and say, "Hey, how much for a print?" And I'll say, "Hey, what size and all that stuff. What do you want it on?" And also, I sell a lot off my Facebook account. I've got over 3,000 Facebook friends, and it's all just kind of built up from connections with other photographers. And that's where I make the most money off of those 2 platforms, believe it or not.
Yeah,
Now,
those
you're not going to get rich at it, but
yeah, that
Especially not
wildlife is the toughest to market.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not selling to the birds, you're not selling to the animals.
exactly.
So it's tough. But if you love it, do it.
Yeah.
Make photo books. Maybe that helps. Landscape photographers do that. They make photo books and they sell them.
Well,
calendars are hot sellers. I've
Photo
sold
books.
tons of calendars.
Photo
You know,
books with coffee
Photo
tables.
book is
Yeah.
you can't unless you
Well-
have them printed in China or someplace, and
They're
you have to
expensive.
order a lot of books.
Yeah,
You
they're
have
expensive.
to order a lot of books, and even some professional photographers that have done books will do a GoFundMe type of thing to try to raise the money to be
Hey,
able to get the books done.
And I tell you,
Kickstarter is great for that.
You go and you do blurb or something. I mean, I did a book.
Yep.
I got a book behind me that I made 2 copies of, one for me and one for a neighbor for a Christmas gift. I got it 50% off, and it cost $20 to make that book. I can't sell a
Blurb
book
is great,
for
though.
$80.
Hey,
You can't sell a
quality's
book
really
for
good.
$80
Yeah.
and make money.
Look, there's a niche in wildlife photography. There's a niche in there. Nobody wants a picture of a duck sitting on a muddy bank. Okay, no matter how good it is.
Oh, I clean it first before I take it. It don't matter.
I'm just talking
Hey.
about within wildlife. There is a niche in there because
there is.
when you talk about prints, why is somebody going to buy? Let's just say an 11. What is it? 13x9 or whatever. Pick that size for whatever. Where are they going to put that in their living room with all their?
You know what though, Chuck? I sell
So-
more. I sell more cardinal photos
Mhm.
and blue jays, just typical black backyard birds, than I
Yeah.
do most anything else.
Hmm.
And I'll tell you what, Jeffrey, too, hit up your local wild bird stores. The mom and pa stores. I've sold prints to them. They've put them on their walls and resold them, just by doing that.
Can
Just
I,
going
can
in-
I,
I tried going to a place and I sent them files. I sent them pricing.
I never do files. I
and,
take prints in there.
Sent them a few samples, and they never got back to me.
Yeah,
Period.
it's
Never got
tough.
back to
It's
me.
very tough.
Hey,
hey, D-Moods, how much do you price your 8x10 for? Let's say.
8x10s. I sell 8x10s all day long for $25, and
Okay.
I sell those the most, and they
My-
don't cost. And you know what? I print most of those on. I got one of those real good Canon printers, photo printers. They don't cost hardly anything to print, and those are what I sell the most of.
My
Anyway.
advice for Michael White is to build an audience first on
Yeah.
a platform like Instagram or YouTube channel. Get a portfolio going with your wildlife, get a name for yourself, and you'll be surprised at how many people will support your photo book when you have an audience.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't have anything priced ridiculous. I had 8x12s on metallic pearlescent paper with a mat board backing for $20. I had 12x18s
Wow.
on a double mat board for $50, and I had 20x30s on a double mat board for $150. And
Wow,
I
I love that paper.
I'm not making hardly any money on that stuff.
No.
Because I'm not
No,
printing
you're not.
myself.
Your prices may be too low because they may think that it's, that's a weird thing too. Pricing photography is
It
so
is.
weird.
It's weird. And you know what? I price mine depending on the subject. You know, if it's a backyard bird, cardinals,
That
stuff
makes
like
sense.
that.
That makes sense.
Those don't cost me anything. I take them right here at my house. I'm out there anyway, goofing around, and so those are the $25 prints. Eight
In
by
the
tens.
Yeah,
And
see,
I
in the
sell
Comic
those.
Cons, I was doing a lot of 8x10s, and I would $20 all day long.
Yeah, yeah. That
Hey,
seems to
Jeff.
be the sweet spot for that particular print, that
Yeah.
Hey,
size.
Jeff, I'm going to answer this real quick because, the D850 is a great video camera too, although it doesn't have all the bells and whistles that everything has right now in the mirrorless cam. But autofocus is big. Vaughan and I were talking about this morning also. Pulling focus is a pain. Being a one-man band, pulling focus can be a pain in the butt. So I'm not saying that you can't get good video, but with autofocus now and video, it's fantastic and it works so well. So there is, that is a big deal. And for those that want to pull focus, again, I go back to it's just like people that want to shoot film. I'm all for you, man. Go enjoy it. But there are easier ways today. So
Yeah, in
and
the
that's the big draw. That's what's really begun to move video cameras or hybrid cameras is the fact that you can use good autofocus in video now.
Oh yeah, when we had the D850, the D850 does excellent video. Even the
Mhm.
D4 does okay video, but the
Mhm.
problem was the autofocus. It did
Yeah.
not autofocus.
we were
That's it.
able to on a recent video shoot with the Z6 and Z30. We wanted to pull focus from one spot to the next and kind of regulate the speed of that, but it was really dark. So actually seeing when we had hit the focus, we weren't really sure on. But what we did was we were actually able to go into the menu
Touchscreen.
and you can adjust the speed at which
Yep.
the focus pulls, and then touch the 2 points on the screen and go back and forth, and it worked
Yep.
amazing.
Yep. So yeah, technology's made it much easier, and I'm not saying you can't do it because you go to cine cameras and even cine cameras. Some now are actually working with autofocus.
I can't do it because
lenses.
I'm blind.
But yeah, me too. Me too. That's why I don't care for manual focus lenses. Nothing wrong with them. It's just too much for me. Hey, Nikon, Phil says Nikon just had a big event in New York City for vloggers, influencers. Perhaps they are the market they're going
Okay.
to. Oh, I'm
That's
sure Nikon, and if that's it, that's a stupid plan. They need to be going after all the markets, not just any
Yeah.
one market.
because
So
vlogs are dead already.
yeah. So, but how was that advertised? I didn't hear anything about it. I didn't see anything on YouTube. I do very little on Instagram. I'm just not a believer in it. I know you guys are, but I'm just not a believer.
What I miss?
You missed the big event in New York City.
And Z-Wade's selling prints cheap from 47
Yeah.
million down to 92 grand. So he's got deals going, man. 92,000. I'll pick one up tomorrow.
There you go. I just think we got somebody that agrees with me.
And there's another thing, that they kind of, I'd say, kind of dropped the ball is coming out with their own cinema line of cameras and lenses.
I just thought of this, but here's a really good point to show that Nikon obviously dropped the ball almost 12 years ago or whatever. How many review videos are coming out on the D700 now? Talking about how great it is. Because my timeline's full of them.
Hey Chuck, do you agree? Cinema line. I mean, Sony and Canon's doing it.
Yeah.
It's a bigger expense. Too much to
doing it
expect.
forever.
Well, the thing is, they've got decades of head start too. So
No, it doesn't matter, Jeffrey. Throw that out the window. Doesn't matter how much of a head start they got. Technology today, everybody's up on it. Nikon could produce a cine camera tomorrow if they wanted to.
Yeah,
I don't
Chuck
want them
says.
to, by the way. I don't want them to tomorrow.
No,
Like Chuck says, Z9 is a great cinema camera as well.
They advertise
It
right
is.
now.
I mean, today they already have all the video technology The only thing they have to add is XLR inputs, a bigger body, and well, not much else. ND
Some of
filters,
that, some of
internal
that
ND.
waveform stuff
Yeah.
they put on it or
So
whatever.
my point is that, and I got that today too. I got beat up about that. Yesterday, wasn't it, Vaughan? Sony's been in this business a long time, and you expect, yeah, I do. I expect Nikon. It's not like you're catching up with, curing cancer. Technology's technology. Nikon's had it. And everybody says, well, Nikon just got into video. No, we just covered that a few minutes ago. Nikon knew about video before anybody else. They just decided to not do anything with it. I mean,
Yeah. Hey, Mozman. Hey, Mozman. He said something about the resources, that they don't have the resources. Well, dude, they have to do it. I mean, make resources. They selling so many Z9s, man.
well, I want
The way Sony
Nikon.
did it was buying other companies like Minolta. They bought Minolta to get into DSLRs.
My point exactly. How many cameras has Nikon or Canon announced, and how many have they already delivered this year? How many have Sony's getting ready to deliver another one? Fuji's done it. So is there a strategy to keep Nikon down and not give them the same parts that they're giving to all these other makers? They seem to find them. Is Nikon being discriminated against in the camera parts market? I don't know.
Hey,
Then we get into, so the fallback on that for most people is, well, Nikon's a smaller company. Well, Nikon needs to get bigger. Okay. I'll just say it.
and the reason why we're doing this, and the reason why we're kind of ranting here, is because we want them to be number
Right.
one. We
Right.
want them
Exactly.
because they're on top of my list as my favorite camera brand, and I want them to be number one, not number three, which they might be happy in being right now.
Z Wade made a good point that I think it may be the case in a lot of this is people are finally that couldn't afford full frame back in the day when they came out suddenly turn around and realize, oh, I can buy a really good full frame Nikon camera for a few $100 now, where it was a few thousand when it first came out. And so that's a really good point. And they still, like I said, the Z's D610 and D500 are still remarkably good cameras. Just now you can get into the ecosystem way more affordably than you could, 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, you want
That's
to pick
a
up
good
a used
point.
D500? They're pennies anymore.
Yeah.
You can find those all day long. $400.
And there you go. I just saw that, Moz, man. You're right. They have hired some more folks. So film it's not a resurgence. I want to caution everybody, don't use that word. It's not a resurgence, because that would indicate that we're going back to it, or there is the possibility. That isn't going to happen. But hobbyists have definitely picked up the film bug again. How long will it last?
It's been resurrected.
How long will that last? I don't know. But and good on them, those that want to shoot film. And by the way, if you really are into film and you really want to talk about it ad nauseum, you need to check out Grays of Westminster.
Yeah,
on their live stream. They could be talking about the latest camera from Nikon, and within 5 minutes, the chat has gone all the way back to pinhole cameras.
Yeah. That's true.
I love Grays of Westminster. Don't get me wrong. I really enjoy it.
I do.
But I think that, Mr. Gray realizes he has to be relevant in a modern world. And God bless them, man. The amount of equipment that they have, camera bodies and lenses that nobody else has, and their trade in it, their expertise in it, that's fantastic. That's what they're really known for, I guess. But they can't rely on that. If they're a Nikon retailer, then they've got to handle the new products as well, new camera bodies, new lenses. But you can't talk about it because the chat will take over within 2 minutes. We're on what's the best film camera, FM2, the F3, the F6. I mean, that same conversation goes on in every one of those chats. Am I wrong, Roy?
No, I'm there complaining.
Oh man.
But
yeah, Z Wade.
Go ahead.
I noticed what he was talking about there with the Z610. I agree. I was like, when I bought this is my first D700. I actually have it here tonight. This is my first D700 I bought. First brand new camera I bought off the shelf at the camera store. and it's the only camera I'm actually sentimental about. But just knowing now that I could, if that was still what I needed to work with, knowing that I could run to the internet and grab a decent one for $300 or $400 versus the 3,000 it was, so many years ago. I mean, that's crazy.
Hey, I love this, Moz, man. You just keep me in stitches, man. Wildlife photography is lucrative for the guys selling gear.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is true. This is true.
Very true.
Michael, if you want to make money in wildlife photography, become a Nikon dealer or something.
Yeah. Otherwise, you better do a lot of praying.
I don't know anyone making money from wildlife photography.
Man.
No,
I'll tell you, Nikon has really hurt my feelings as of late because I
haven't. I don't do this for the money.
5 weeks to get my 500 PF back. So I get it back. I've used it like 4 or 5 times, and the last 2 times out, I've had to reset my camera 6 times because it comes up with an error message and says I have to push the shutter button to reset it. I've had it go into manual focus mode when I'm not in a manual focus mode. I've had it not focus with small area large with a seagull 15 feet from my face filling the whole box, and it won't focus on it. So I'm really ticked off at Nikon right now. I mean, I wait 5 weeks to get something back. And it's still broken.
We'll have no anger against Nikon in here.
Still broken.
Need a better Nikon repairer.
Boy, I'll tell you. Well, they replaced the autofocus module. They replaced the motor, and it still isn't right.
Mike, I completely agree.
Try again on Monday. If it acts weird, I'll put another F-mount lens on the FTZ. See if it acts weird. If it doesn't, then they're going to get a nasty letter from me and a couple phone calls.
Well, there you go, Jeffrey, that lens that you love so much, and the lens that was the lens of the day and helped save the Z9. Boy, I'll get some hate there. The 500 PF.
And they can't fix it.
Well, not just that. It took them a year to deliver it. After they delivered a couple of, I mean, I don't know how many, but it was a handful of lenses. Sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then you couldn't get it for a year, and they were silent. Not one word about it.
What's up,
So
Nick?
for all those that say it's the supply chain, it's COVID and everything else, was there another COVID episode back, 6 years ago that I don't know about?
That's
Way to
a
go,
shame,
Michael.
man.
Save
Jeff,
that money.
And
Stay
look,
on
I
them,
am picking on Nikon because I want Nikon to hear this. Okay,
Right.
I'm not selling my Nikon gear other than my F-mount lenses. I don't need those anymore. But I'm not leaving Nikon. Nikon, I want you to understand. My interest is in you continuing to do extremely well, not just well, but extremely well. And you got a lot of consumers out here that are waiting on you more than professionals. Professionals aren't waiting for camera bodies. They don't care. They're using what they have, or they bought what they want. All right, there's 100,000 sales right there with your professionals. The other 25 million of us, I said 25 million, that's your consumer base, are waiting on these other cameras. It doesn't matter why we're waiting on them or why we want them right now. Does that matter for a sale? Go to a car lot. You'll never get, do you really need this car? Your car looks pretty good. It should last you another several years. I've never had a car salesman do that with me. Have you all? No, not at all. You really do. Why do you want this? You don't need it. This has, this seats 6 and the car you're looking, or this seats 6 and the car you have seats 8. I mean, do you really need that? Come on, marketing 101. Companies are in business to sell and make money. Why would you cut your throat? So
Very
all
few
these people out there that keep telling us, well, you don't need it. Quit being a crybaby. Well, you know what? I bet if they put it out tomorrow, you'll be happy. If you don't want to listen to it, then don't listen to it. Go away. Just go away.
And I second to Chuck's emotions here and thoughts. It's not because we hate the brand. We love the brand, man. We buy the brand.
Yeah, heck
But
yeah.
it's for them to excel, and it's for all these future Nikon sales that they're missing out and they're losing. And I got a whole rant on influencers, but you know,
Yeah, if we
we
didn't
talk.
care, we wouldn't say anything.
Yeah, me and Chuck talked about it this morning about the influencers killing the market for Nikon.
Yeah.
Remember that, Chuck?
Yes. Yes. They have so much bearing on what people buy. You guys in here won't agree with that because they've not told you what to buy. You haven't run out and
We don't listen to them.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? There are a whole lot of people that do, especially new people to photography. Where are they going to get their information? What brand are they looking at because of the information that's out there? They're going to all the big names. Oh, by the way, that YouTube promotes constantly their content. Not mine, not Jeffrey's, not David's, not Huff's. Because we're peons. We're under the 1,000 mark, and I think they want to keep us there. So anyway, back to just a quick plug on that again. If you haven't already done it, or if you weren't in here when I was talking about it, get over to Selective Imagery and subscribe, people. It doesn't cost anything. You don't have to feed it. You don't have to water it. You don't have to do anything. That subscription. Just do it. And do it for me if you would. I would really appreciate it because I really want to start this, getting the smaller channels up to a point where it's not for monetization. You know, all 8 cents I would get if I made it to 1,000 subscribers. You know, I can't. What can you buy for 8 cents now? So my point is though, you then get pushed in the algorithm, and Nikon will push your content. Not as heavy as they will a 1 million subscriber channel, of course, but right now, for people like us, it's all word of mouth. That's about it. That's all we get is word of mouth. So if you're telling people, hey, you need to go check out David D. Moots Photography, it's a great channel, I love it, blah, blah, blah. That's the only way he's getting people to come, unless they just struggle. They're floating around in YouTube land and happen to land on your channel and stop for a minute. Hey, this is interesting. This guy's throwing a fit about Nikon, yet he loves it. You know, that kind of stuff.
Oh, I
so anyway.
give away that 400 lens if he hits 10,000.
Yeah. So anyway, if you didn't catch that at the beginning of this stream, by all means, make sure you go over to Selective Imagery, Jeffrey's channel, and subscribe. Because, you know, it's a struggle. If you're not on YouTube already, anybody that's on YouTube and they're under 1,000 subscribers will tell you it's a daily grind trying to pick up 1 or 2. And then you lose 3 or 4 because people can't afford the subscription anymore. So they have to unsubscribe. All right, go ahead.
I'm a big fan of that. Shouting out to the little guy. I've done it since day one on my channel when I was kind of small. And now that I'm like a little bit bigger than what I am, you know, I still do it. And I think it's a good thing. I think it, you know, rising tide lifts all ships, and why not, man? Why not? I mean,
well, not all rising tides do they?
but I mean, hey, you know what? You have a million subscriber list once a week, man. Pick a channel, like you said. So, yeah, man. We want them to be number 1, not number 4. So that's
yes.
why.
Yeah, exactly. And right now we're teetering on number 4.
When I started Nikon, they were number 1 back in the 70s.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why when people say in the comments that you know, they got a head start, no, they didn't. Nikon was doing this way back in the day, you know. And look, they need to hire a few car salesmen in their marketing team. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Man.
All big companies make big screw ups. I mean, Kodak actually had the first digital camera, had the digital camera back, and they could have been very involved with the digital cameras, and they didn't.
Yeah,
they figured film was going to be their thing, and they ignored it. So
IBM too. Yeah, IBM too.
And Kodak Leica gave the patent away for autofocus lenses. They sold it to Minolta, and Minolta came out with the first autofocus lens on a camera body. And Leica's the one that did it. but
Yeah.
they sold it.
We're gonna bring
So-
Z Wade in. We're gonna have the Brady bunch here before long. And get 2 more.
So,
Here's
they all
a
threw-
story.
Hey, I'm in the middle. I'm like in the middle of the Hollywood Square, so I'm the one that has to be funny here. You guys got to be like stiffs.
Mozman, you need to get in here. Then we need Mozman in here. Absolutely. Hey, I just want to say, yeah. Hey, Mozman, I watched Grays of Westminster yesterday, and I said, "Oh Lord, I've got a lot of content coming up, man, based on the conversation that went on over there. A lot of content. And oh, by the way, I'm a man of my word. If we don't hear anything by the end of the month from Nikon about a camera, then I'm going to tell you, I will personally apologize to everybody that watches the show, everybody that's on the channel, all the subscribers. I'm only going to apologize because there's really nothing else I can do for stating that Nikon would have this camera body out this month. But I'm going to hold out to the end of the month. I still have a tinge of hope, or that we're going to hear something. 2 to 600, if nothing else, guys. I mean, it's been around. It's been on the roadmap forever. Can anybody give me one reason right now, after having all the lenses we've had announced and even being delivered, why the 2 to 600 shouldn't have come out by now? Anybody have a reason why they should hold that any longer?
No.
Maybe they got a problem
No.
with it. Who knows?
That's the only thing that it could possibly be. But you know what? It's been on the roadmap since Nikon became a corporation. So you would think that they had looked at it way back then when hey, let's put a 2 to 600 on the roadmap. Yeah, it's a good.
Hey, and here's the deal: if
We'll wait to develop it until a month before we want to actually announce it.
yeah, and
It's
that's the problem.
the same
When and if they
thing
do
with the 80
release that, they better be able to supply them.
Yeah.
I mean, now they're talking all this talk is about a 35-1.2. It's like everybody's been waiting 10 seems like 10 years for the 85-1.2, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're going to come out with the 35-1.2. Well, what happened to the 85-1.2? What you guys doing? All of a sudden you start talking about a lens that nobody was even talking about.
Yeah.
They got lens pictures on a wall, and they every month they step back and throw a dart.
They spin the wheel, and they throw darts at it, and they go, well, I got 5 darts on this one. We're going to go that way.
I think Nikon's problem is that they've got so many different teams competing against different jobs. They're all sacrificing one another to get the job done. And
you're right. I mean, what's with the 800 and 400 production stop as well?
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't
Nikon
explain
like
that. Nikon explained that.
Don't tell this to.
They released.
Don't tell all this to Roy's neighbor, okay?
Due to unexpected and unprecedented demand, we are shocked, and we cannot meet your order requirements. We apologize.
I know so many people that are still waiting on 800s.
Robert. They need to contact Sony and Canon and find out what their supply chains are, because they seem to be doing okay. And Hasselblad and Fuji. It's only Nikon that seems to have a problem in the supply chain. Why is that? They're all buying parts from the same manufacturer, by the way.
Okay, that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. If they are buying all their stuff from the same manufacturer, and I was Canon and Fuji and everybody else, I would say, what's our budget at? Let's buy as much as we can so that X, Y, and Z can't get it. Let's every bit of budget we can put to this to cripple their supply chain. Let's do it and reach out to those manufacturers and say, hey, we're sitting here ready to buy whatever you can put out. We don't care what it is. And if I was one of those big companies and I had that kind of budget, that's one of the things I would do to actually cripple their supply chain, is to just literally buy up, knowing I could move them.
Yeah, Mozman,
because I have a marketing team.
I have people to see beyond tomorrow.
You're going to sell your allotment to whoever's going to give you the most money, and maybe Nikon's not willing to spend the extra money to get it.
So maybe that's it too. Maybe Nikon's watching these live streams and they're saying, man, we can't announce it now because it seems that there are 1 million people that are waiting on that camera. If we announce it, we're only going to be able to deliver 80.
Yeah, and that's a problem. That is
Yeah.
their problem.
I agree
Most
with
of
you
the problem
here,
seems to be in your part of
Mozman.
the world. We don't have this problem here. Most of our stock's here. Apart from the 800, I can get any lens in a couple of days. I don't know how you feel about that, but
They'll just
my 400
promise
took
to
2
send
days.
everybody a full-size poster ahead of time so they have something to hang on their wall for a while.
Mm.
Well, hey, Greg, I agree with you, except for the fact that they are announcing other lenses or getting ready to announce or whatever. I mean, so that doesn't hold water either. I don't know. I don't know what it is. What held the 500 PF up for a year? Crickets, nothing. Everybody, I was going to buy that lens when it came out, but I didn't know you had to buy the first 30 that were made, or
Yeah.
you're out of luck for a year. And that was
Scrolling back
another
through the
lens
comments.
everybody was yelling for. And you guys remember that? Everybody wanted that lens because there were enough lenses that got out there. There were 5 or 6 videos made, and everybody wanted it after that.
I wanted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff and Leslie made comments to this point earlier in the stream where he
Yeah.
talked about the delay on getting the D850. Nikon lost a sale and he decided to go with the 500, and then he completely lost interest in the 500 PF while they were waiting on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did too. It just,
Yeah.
after the fact, it was like, okay, no biggie, and even when it came back into, I don't know if it went back into production or once they had some kind of stock or something, even then you weren't getting it for a month because everybody was still waiting on it.
Yep.
So again, COVID related, pre-COVID.
There needs to be a better way for Nikon to test the market. I was in the gaming industry for a while. I had a game store here, and I found a miniature company that made these little miniatures for Dungeons and Dragons. And how I found them was on Kickstarter. And I was like, oh, look, this is a new company. This is really cool. I found them on Kickstarter. Come to find out, this company's been in business for almost 30 years. But what they do is they load their miniatures they're thinking about making onto Kickstarter. If they don't get funded, they don't make them. They get funded, they kick them out, and they're already paid for before they ever manufacture the first one. I think that Nikon needs to do a way better job of figuring out their market. Where's the money in the market? Number one. Number two, where's that money in the market? What does that money want to buy? What do these folks want? And then let's go figure it out. It's not that hard. It's just, I mean, it's a lot of things to move around, but there's definitely a way to do it. I mean, look at what Canon's doing.
Yeah, I know. That's my whole point. You can't give Nikon a pass for everything and not apply it to everybody else, because if it's a global market, global supply issue, why isn't it affecting the market globally? Why is it selectively affecting one company in the photography world? So I don't buy that. I'm sorry. I can't buy that whole supply issue, parts issue, whatever.
Nikon
and oh, by the way, Nikon just bought two new companies.
Go ahead,
Nikon had an opportunity because they're doing their sensors on the Z9. Sony, anyway, if Sony is so over, then maybe they need to start.
All right, Z-Wave drew the chip tonight, the audio chip tonight.
Yeah, You're breaking up, my friend. You're chopping. We hear every third word that you're saying right now. When you put them all, and when you put them all together, it don't sound pretty either.
Here you go, Michael.
Watch what he says.
Yeah, really shouldn't swear on Chuck's channel.
Michael's comment: they could be short in the market to sway purchasing decisions of the consumers. You know what?
Check.
You're good now, man. Sounds good.
Yes,
all right,
the 400 is made in Japan.
What opportunity? Because there was Tower Jazz doing their sensor. Is it?
It's cutting out again.
Doing it again, brother.
Sounds like a
sounds like a Mac Studio problem to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because it's down the bottom.
Check.
Well, it's not
Copy?
a couple of words. It's like every fifth word, or every you get
it's
5
really
words out,
strange.
and then it goes blank.
A lot
Yeah,
of
I don't
companies
know,
are
man.
moving away from production in China because of the problems they're having.
I don't know, but you know what? I go back to we pay your bills, Nikon. Give us some information.
Be nice.
We keep your lights on. All right. We pay
Their
those big
NPS,
salaries.
their NPS department's half the size now. Managing
You don't want
NPS
to get me
compliance.
started on that.
Well, that's because they don't let us that own more lenses than half the guys on NPS join, because we don't make a living with it with our camera gear. I can't say I make a living when I sell 6 pictures. I'd be living in a cardboard box on a street, and you'd be seeing me shoot out of a refrigerator box and say, yes, I'm a professional. I shot 6 pictures, and here's my house. It's a cardboard box.
All right, let's hear it, Z. Give me a
Check,
sentence.
check.
No,
Check,
you gotta
check, check,
keep
today, check,
talking.
check, check.
There you
So,
go.
once upon a time, there was
Yeah.
the Brady Bunch. Is it working okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, what I was saying was Nikon had the opportunity to do something different because Sony has too many customers. There was rumors of Tower Jazz making the sensor for the Z9, but they went with Sony.
Yeah.
Yay!
That's because Tower Jazz sold out, didn't they? Didn't somebody buy Tower Jazz?
I don't know, but I mean, if our theories were right that the Z9 was developed long before the rumors started circulating, they probably just went with Sony anyway.
Yeah.
D5 was a Nikon produced sensor, so they should go back to that and make their own sensors again.
Yeah.
I thought it was a Renaissance. Or maybe that was the D4. I don't know. Maybe
I'm
they just got
amazed
rid of their.
how you guys
they
could
got rid of their
remember all
sensor
this.
department. Nerds.
Even Toshiba made a few sensors for Nikon.
I'm sure it is, but we can ask, well, which 400? Nikon's got a few.
Oh, that's like saying, well, what's 24 millimeter lens?
I
Yeah.
answered it. I answered his question
Did
already.
you? Okay.
Yeah. It is made in Japan.
And I would expect it would be. You know what? I'm gonna send him an email, Moz, man. I
That
can
would
see
be
it
great.
now, sir. There's a call from America. Some guy named Chuck. No, not here.
You need to call Madeline K.
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
Uh,
Chuck, you're getting tired of Chuck's rants.
Yeah. They bought a couple. They bought the metal 3D printing.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Manufacturing. They're going to build their own bodies that way. I don't know. I'm sure there's. So my point is Nikon ain't. They're not out of money. Everybody loves to look at those financials and try to make something of that. That's what Nikon releases.
Would that be used to build a unibody, just a one piece metal body of a camera? What would they use
I
that
have I have no idea what it's for, but
They
I
bought
doubt-
they
very
bought
well
a
could
metal. They bought a metal 3D printer. That way they could take the metal base product out, put plastic in it, and keep printing plastic lenses.
What's wrong with plastic?
man.
Plastic's durable.
There's nothing wrong with like hard plastic, but I do kind of sometimes miss the cold feel of a Zeiss lens.
Oh, yes.
It's just like ice cold.
There you go, Greg. Nikon must not have working cash. Well, they just bought all their stock back. They just built a new headquarters. They just hired another 200 and some odd people. You want me to keep going?
They got
None of
money.
this sounds like things they should be doing, though.
They
Yeah,
got
that's-
money. They
that's
just spend
exactly
it like
right.
the American government, like give themselves raises, and it's we
Once
could
again,
make cool
something that they
products.
shouldn't be doing.
let's have a pizza party on Friday. We're still waiting on the 85-1 too, but pizza party. Good point.
Pizza. Pizza and beer.
Okay,
Pizza
so-
and beer.
All right. So Mosman says it was a rumor also. So who knows? Tower Jazz, that is. Nikon was saying bought up by Intel. I thought they were bought up, but I guess it could have been a rumor. I didn't read too much on it.
The world needs more microprocessor factories. I feel like there's 3 in the entire planet.
Yeah, they're all in Taiwan.
And one of them burnt down.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, I'm going to put this up here and give it a go. And while I do that, because I got plenty of time to go to the restroom, refill my coffee cup, because you're not going to get a quick answer on that.
No.
But I'm gonna turn it over to the panel, starting with Roy.
Why?
You guys go at it.
Keep
I
it
don't know
to
what to do.
just keep it to like maybe like one sentence. Otherwise, we will go. Especially me, I'm the worst. I'll go off on a rant on why it's the most beautiful thing ever made. So
I'll let the other guys tell. I've got personal ideas in that idea.
Man, that'll be really easy for me because I'm a third party guy, and I think the only Nikon lens I've owned that is the 24-70 2.8, and I sold it, the F mount version.
Oh.
And I sold it I sold a lot a few years ago. I've got to rebuild everything. As we talked about this before we actually started tonight. So I'm taking a new route in photography, which is going to which suddenly now I'm interested in gear conversations because I am now in the market. So, yeah, the 24-70 2.8, I liked it and everything. It was a great lens. I'm trying to think, man. Yeah, all my other lenses are Sigma, and I had Tamarins back in the day, but none of them survived me. It is what it is, but yeah, I love the 24-70 2.8. It was the one I think if I remember correctly, it had vibration reduction. Maybe?
there was 2 of them. There was an ED and a VR. I
Different
think.
versions, yeah. One was
Okay.
VR,
One
was
of them
not.
had vibration
That version's
reduction.
even better.
Pretty sure mine was the VR. I just remembered it's. I know this. Here's what I know. I rented it first. I didn't tell my wife. My wife called me. I'd posted some photos online, and she said, "What have you done?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" She said, "What have you done to your photos? They've changed. I can tell a difference. Like, what have you done?" And I was like, "Well, I've rented this lens." And she got really quiet. And she's like, "How much to buy it?" And she's like, "Because you need it." And like she could tell immediately.
Wow.
And so that's a testament to that lens versus I was shooting with the vibration reduction Tamarin that had just come out. And I rented the Nikon to compare it because you're talking double the price. And I couldn't justify it. And of course, I'm partially colorblind. So when my wife calls me and she's like, "What have you done?" I'm like, "Oh no, what did I do? I'm in trouble." And then what it was is she could see the difference that I couldn't even see. And so a lot of times when we get into these gear conversations and I look at these and I go through this, there's literally things in the photos I can't see that there's a difference. So
For all of his quirks, the angry photographer made a really good point about the F mount 24-70, and that is that lens has made more money for more photographers than any other lens on the planet.
oh wow, yeah.
Oh, I bet.
I love it. I've got 4 of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good lord.
4 of them.
Is that an
Okay.
angry photographer joke, or do you actually have 4 of them, Roy?
I do.
Oh, just
And
because he
I've
has
got
like
the
5 and
28
6
to
of them.
70 as well.
Roy will say, "Wait a minute, I got to change my lens." He puts the same one back on.
Yeah,
I second that. I second that. 24/7.
I bet we can guess who.
It's
Oh, okay. I was
workhorse.
about to say. I was going to say we could guess which one's Vahagan's favorite Nikon lens.
No,
I figured it'd be that knocked lens. Yeah.
I'd love
Yeah.
to play with
What's
it for a
yours?
week.
Well, I know which one is David's now, or will be shortly. Once he uses it a few times, there's no question. in my mind.
but I'll tell you what, my favorite lens, because all I've done is wildlife, was probably the 500 f4 FL version. That thing was so light, super sharp, or the 600. I had both. Either one of those could be my favorite, but I really did like that 500 f4, the F mount. That was a great lens.
Jeff?
I'll tell you, one of my favorites right now is not something that I use very often for wildlife. I mean, occasionally for when I need a little bit of a wider shot because there's a big group of birds. But I just love the 24 to 120 f4 lens.
It's a good lens.
I love it. I mean, I love it for street photography, and I love it when I'm close to a large group of birds and I want to show more of the environment. You know, I can go on the wide end, and if I need to zoom in a little bit, I can do that. You know, as long as I have a reasonable amount of light, it's a fantastic lens. I absolutely love it.
Hey, Jeff, do you have the 24 to 70 28Z?
No, I got the F mount 2.8 version.
Ooh, man, once you use the 24 to 70 2.8,
It's the best one they've ever made.
Yes.
That lens is almost too good to exist because like zooms aren't supposed to be as sharp as primes. You know, it's like that's always
And
been
that
the
is-
case. But that lens is as sharp as any prime. Vahagen, what's your favorite?
my favorite lens? Damn, that's a tough question.
Your favorite Nikon lens is what they asked for specifically.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't used the Nock that much. Just haven't had time, but I'm not gonna say that because I haven't used it. But right now, Z or F?
I don't
Either
think they
one.
specify, just as long as it's Nikon.
Do. Man, I don't know. 200 f2.
I was going to say,
Oh, yeah, there you go.
I figured that was coming somewhere. I figured somebody would say it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know that I need to say what mine is. I feel like anybody that's watched like 5 of my videos probably knows what mine
It's
is.
the 28 to 75, isn't it? I knew it.
No, it's the 24 to 200. Yeah, definitely. No, the 50 millimeter 1.2 is my favorite
Oh,
Nikon
yes.
lens of
Okay.
all time.
Hey, I didn't see your 2875 deal, but I just shot that tonight with my grandson. Man, that lens is awesome. I love that thing.
I just thought it was okay. I think if you're gonna spend that much money, I think my recommendation was just get the 24 to 70 f4. I think it's kind of better in most ways.
I have,
agree
but
with you.
yeah, I have both, but I was impressed with it.
it's all right. It's
So the 24 to 70 f4 push the ISO versus buying the 28 to 75 2.8.
yeah.
I think.
I think so. Because I don't. I've been really unfair to ISO for like a decade, and I actually did a video. I did it live. I tested like ISO, and I basically showed myself that it's not that big of a deal. It's really not. Like grain is more apparent on your editing screen than it is in any other media.
If you
And
go
so-
to
Oh, yeah.
my Facebook
Once you-
page, I
once you
kind of
print
did that last
everything-
night. Yeah.
everything bleeds together. Once you print, you won't even see it.
Yeah, you can't see it on cell phones, tablets, nothing. And so
There's
I'm big on color and character, and the 28 to 75 just doesn't have any character. It's got a lot of headroom because it's perfectly neutral and flat. And so if that's your thing, great. But if you want a little bit of a look, more saturation, which is my thing, then
See, I shoot everything on
See,
neutral, but I
see, and I didn't-
do my coloring and editing.
There's
Yeah.
a few lenses that are untouchable for me, meaning like I will never sell. 200 f2 is one, 105 1.4 E is the other. The 600 FL is another one, and I'm afraid the Noct is probably. And I don't have it in the safe. Who was asking that
Should do.
question? Somebody was
Greg,
Yep.
yeah, Greg was asking if you had it in a second.
Yeah, no.
I can't even rent the Noct. I've been trying to. Last time I looked on borrowlenses.com, it wasn't available for like 3 months. They probably have one, you know.
Hey, I got a good buddy that just bought one. Maybe you could ask him.
Chuck, who's that?
I don't know. Oh.
For the amazing low price of $150 a
So-
day.
So,
Yeah,
so my favorite lens is 24 to 70. It's just the all around. I use it more than any, and I don't care about. I may like other lenses for certain things, but if I had to choose one lens, then it's going to be the 24 to 70 because that's the lens I use the most. There you go.
The Z or F.
And it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So the
I like the focal
length
range.
I
I like the
Yeah.
focal range. Yes, it's perfect for almost
That's almost
everything you do.
unanimous.
Yep. So I hope we answered your question, Michael. A lot of people, I was flashing them up on the
Good
screen there as
question.
we go. I'm sure you're watching the chat yourself,
Yeah.
but I knew that wouldn't be a yes or no answer because you
I
get into
like-
lenses.
I
And
like
everybody's
when we
got a-
get panel questions submitted. We
Yeah.
need to do a
Yeah.
live stream one night that it's just like submit your questions to the panel. That
Well,
would be a
we're
lot
go-
of fun.
we're gonna do something like that here in just a
Dump
minute.
the panel.
But I want to answer this. Cameras are consumer electronic products, so favoring a portion of your consumers base, NPS members, whatever, does not make sense to me. I agree with you 100%, Gustavo Vagan. What did we talk about this morning? What if Nikon came out and said, "Look, folks, we're gonna actually speak to the majority of our sales, and that's the hobbyist. By far, that's our largest purchaser of equipment. And there's enough expertise in the hobbyist community to tap into. We don't need professionals, NPS members or whatever, to glean information from about what product we should be developing. Because guess what? They don't buy enough of our cameras. And oh, by the way, we still have lots of professionals that haven't even bought a Z9 because they don't need it.
Yeah, they never will buy it.
They haven't cost justified it yet.
So
I like some of the features that the paid NPS does. It's not a good move for most people, but like if your only job is photography, I think they should get rid of this like favoritism thing and just have like a Nikon, like the Nikon Service Club, where it's like you pay X amount of dollars per year and you get like some benefits of like getting your stuff fixed and things like that. But as far as being able to get your stuff,
made that comment a minute ago, and I think I don't know who it was. Somebody made that comment. You know, Apple doesn't say, "Well, we have our professional services, and they get first pick at all the computers." I mean, who knows? Maybe they somehow wiggle that around, but it's not public. My point is that all those computers they build are for everybody. You know, they're not. Well, we have our Apple professional services folks that and the Apple ambassadors.
Yeah, you can bet
So
they
one
have
guy,
some type
one
of
guy
line
likes
for-
Macintosh, and the other guy likes Granny Smith.
To the point too, Chuck, what you were talking about with them, if they focused on amateurs, because let's face it, the amateurs, they're going to spend money on what they want to do, what they want to do.
Yes,
But
because
from a professional standpoint, we're going to spend what we have to, not what we
Yes.
want to.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. Which is why I don't take.
Yeah. That
man,
makes perfect sense.
we were talking about NPS a while back, and you don't want to get me started on NPS over
Yeah, we
there.
do.
And
I think me and Chuck are both banned from NPS.
Yes, I mean, because I actually mentioned names, Mike Corrado, and I know that that's aggravating. I'll never get an NPS membership now. I could become professional. I could be a world-renowned portrait photographer and try to get into NPS, and that isn't going to happen now because I burnt that bridge. But they really ticked me off when they played that little game where they said NPS members have a month and a half to decide whether you want the camera or not. And oh, by the way, you're going to get it before any consumer or any hobbyist gets it
Wow.
Yeah, it
because
was
you're
ridiculous.
an NPS member.
Wow.
And even though all of us had pre-orders in, the minute this thing went live, some of us even before, and that's another story for another time. But it didn't matter because an NPS member could come in a month later and say, "You know what? I want that camera." And guess
Yeah, it
what?
was
He just
like-
moved to
yeah.
the very front of the line, way ahead of you.
Yeah, it was
Wow.
like
You tell me
almost
that's
the end
fair.
of December. It was
And
almost the
everybody-
end of December.
Yeah, and everybody was saying, "Well, you know, they're professional." You know, get away from me. I'm sick of hearing about the professionals. Okay, first of all, half of them aren't professionals to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, a guy that shoots one wedding a year or one wedding a month, and he charges $500 is not a professional.
Yeah.
And since
Ah.
the NPS members were getting their Z9s first, who do you think was selling them for $13,000 and $20,000 on eBay?
Exactly.
Yeah,
NPS members.
Yeah.
and again, when these people were receiving their cameras, this is in January when all of us were still, you know, trying to figure out what the line looked like at B&H, and you got questions over on the Z9 page. I know, Roy. I know.
Oh, Roy.
Roy's like,
boot
please
him.
change the subject.
I got to speak my mind. And you know what? I had a lot of people from NPS contact me about that too when I was on that rant. You know, I got a lot. I need to go back on all my streams over the last year and pull up some of the more significant moments. Because, you know, all these things that we're talking about now, I had talked about this 8-9 months ago. All the things that we're seeing come to fruition, which is why I will be sorely disappointed if we don't get something here in October. We're going to get some kind of an announcement because, you know, and I'm not patting myself on the back. It's just common sense and looking at trends and looking at what's going on around you to see what Nikon's going to do. Although they keep me stumped all the time. And most of the time I'm saying what Nikon should do, you know, and maybe that's just it. They need to hire me.
Earlier, whenever my microphone obviously wasn't working, but I was trying to mention that I was actually disappointed. Like, I like the announcement of like a 35-1.2 and then like other lenses. What I don't like is that they didn't leave anything for the imagination and they just uploaded the two generic exact looking same lens pictures, like the drawings. They look the same. And so it's at least with the 85-1.2 that's been on there for 15 years.
Yeah.
You know, since I got into Nikon mirrorless like 2 years ago, at least you get an idea of what it's going to look like. But they just have the generic drawings and they both look the same.
Let's face it, the roadmap was beginning to look like a cave drawing. You know, they pulled it out of a cave, you know, and that's how long it's been in existence. You know, it's 2085 and we're still waiting. Hopefully we'll get the 2 to 600 this month.
Yeah, they're going to have to hire housekeeping to dust that roadmap off.
Yeah. Hey,
well, Nikon's
Jeff,
always catered mostly for pros.
I think all camera manufacturers have because they thought that was going to somehow sell lenses. Well, that's failing them miserably now.
Now, consumerism is what is the future of these camera companies. They need to find a way to get like stuff out every single year, something, you know.
Yep.
You know what? You know, and I do. I take that back, Jeff. I don't. You know what? I think it's time to get rid of NPS.
I think it needs restructured a little.
What does it serve? What does it serve?
Well, I mean, you could just just have a Nikon member services or something, let everybody join and get the same benefits. Why should it be limited to a handful of people?
You can. It's there's like 3 different tiers and they're like hundreds of dollars each.
But you still have to make money with your camera. That's the stickler. You have to make a living with your camera. And you can own 3 times what the NPS guy owns, and you can have all the points in the world, and you can't join the NPS because you don't have a tax ID saying, "Oh, Jeff's photography." You know, hey, look.
Right. So that's why I think a restructuring is better. They should just have one thing. It's a paid thing. You pay for it. You get you get basically insurance on your equipment. You get put to the top of the line for repairs if you have to send something in, and that would probably be a good enough benefit for most guys that do this every single day for a living to get their stuff fixed, shipping included, some other kind of perks like that. But as far as like if I buy something now and somebody buys something like 3 months from now on some arbitrary cutoff date, they need to get rid of that because that made more people mad than it served, you know. But it needs to be like restructured a little bit with some nice benefits, but you know.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I agree with you, Jeff, here. Yeah. Why am I a peasant? You know, who does more for Nikon than us? Because we're constantly promoting Nikon, although some may not see this as promoting Nikon.
I think Nikon owes me some discounts as much crap as I push for them and buy.
It's another thing that it's another thing that Vahagan and I talk about all the time. Where's the love for Vahagan? He's doing reviews on lenses, comparisons, and things like that. Nikon crickets. You know, why can't there be a little love there?
The Viltrox sent him a lens. Didn't they send you something, Vahagan?
Yes, they did. I think he's stepped away for just a minute.
Yeah, and he's been. I know he's been giving away some of those anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, Joe. Hey, Joe. Joe says Bayou Josh joined. He didn't, or doesn't, or didn't make money from his photography. Yeah, I don't know whether he does or not, but I don't think he does. You're right, and I don't know that he was a member. I guess he may have said it and you heard it, but yeah, how's that work? So anyway, how'd
I
that
don't
work
know
out
if-
for Nikon?
I don't.
Well, I know people that were that made money with their cameras years ago, but then don't anymore. And it's not like they check up on them and see if they still make money with their camera. Once you join, you could stop making money with your camera 2 years later. They don't know, and you're still going to be an MPS member. So.
Yep.
They don't have a checks and balances.
Well,
to
no,
make sure.
I get that, but how do you become one? And just like Mosman's saying here, in order to get accepted in PS, you have to make money from it, and you have to be able to prove that. I don't know. I never got that far. I only had one time when they sent me a thing saying blah blah blah. Here you go, fill this out, whatever. You got to make money from it or lie about it, and I think that's the bigger cases. I don't think that they scrutinize that much, unless you're me, and then it's like, no, Chuck, no, I'm sorry, I don't care if you're a professional photographer.
I couldn't join because they prioritized NPS members, and so I couldn't get my Z9. You have to have enough cameras and enough of certain lenses and cameras to become NPS. And so I had a 7.2 and a 6.2. I sold my 7.2 in preparation for the Z9, but it hadn't arrived yet, so I didn't have enough cameras.
Well, go back and look at the stream that I did on that, because I had more Nikon gear than half the professional photographers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not bragging. I'm just saying it wasn't a gear issue, because I owned the Trinity and I don't know how many other lenses at the time, F mount. At the time I owned the Z6 and the Z6 II. I had the D850. I had two D850s. I had the D500. I had the D5. I mean, come on.
You also had to have a registered business as well.
Exactly.
Oh,
But
that's
how do people get around that? Because I know people don't that are NPS members.
Depends on
Anyway.
what country you're in, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may.
All right.
A kookaburra
Joe,
is
you're
making too
right.
much noise here.
And look, when we talk about Bayou Josh, first of all, I personally, I don't have anything against the guy, and I love his videos. Okay, I just want everybody to know. But yeah, there were some things there. I'm not gonna beat up Bayou Josh.
No.
He wanted to make a change. He did. So be it. And who's the idiot in this this piece here, Joe? It was Nikon.
Well, and the reason why he wanted to change is he could not get the gear he wanted.
Yeah.
That's 600. He wanted that 600 F4.
Yeah.
He was going to Alaska. He couldn't get it. Nikon didn't have it.
Yeah.
He switched. That's it.
Yeah, and he asked me if he could buy mine, and I said
did
no.
he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He offered $1,000 more than what I paid.
But
There you
Hagen's
go.
mic is clean. It's like a 1-900 line right now.
I know, right?
It is.
Hi, Z Wade. How are you?
Yeah.
Hi,
that's an
Daddy.
awesome-
I mean,
awesome
Hagen.
mic.
Hey, this is a good question. I'm curious about this too. Anybody ever had picked up one of the P1000s, or I think the 900 was before that, the Super Zoom?
I tell you what, I never have.
I always
Chuck,
thought
but
it was cool.
I've recommended that to a lot of people starting out because they don't
There
want to
you go.
switch lenses. Yeah.
It is.
What I tell
Of
you?
course, Royce got one.
My
Of
wife,
course.
That thing
There
is
it
a
is.
my
brick.
wife's camera.
That's the size
Yeah,
of
it's
like a
cool.
medium format camera.
Yeah, that's insane.
I've turned a lot of people onto those two cameras, the 900 and the 1000, just because they don't have the funds to spend and get, a DSLR or whatever mirrorless.
Yeah.
And they don't have to mess with changing lenses. It's got that mega zoom. And for what most of these people that I've recommended it to them for is, they just want to zoom in and see what bird it is. They're trying to identify something.
It
I
does
think
the
it's
job.
cool.
And they want to get a little snapshot of it,
Hey, let me pause here for a second. I just want to let everybody know I've broken a record tonight. This is the first time I've ever had over 60 viewers in at one time, and I appreciate
wow.
everybody that's in here. And I hope everybody would consider dropping a comment in the chat. And now's a good time to say, if you're enjoying our rants and things like that. I don't do this all the time because I get beat up for it, but anyway, if you're enjoying it tonight and you want to see more of this or just be part of our community, and we have a very strong community here, and it's not all Nikon, by the way. We have a lot of, we have Fuji shooters, we have Canon shooters, we have Sony shooters that are in here quite often. And we're not going to pick on any brand. We're going to pick on our brand, Nikon, because we want it to get better. So
Yeah, we pick more on the brand we
Yeah.
love than we do.
We're picking on the one
all
we're
the
worried
other-
about.
Any of the other brands out
if
there.
you want to make me feel good, drop a like. I really appreciate it. It does make a difference in, keeping things going because okay, something's going right. I'm motivated. Let me keep going. Drop a like. I'd appreciate that. And for anybody that isn't a subscriber, if you're in here just viewing, subscriptions are free. I don't charge a thing for them. And as of yet, YouTube doesn't either. And they don't eat anything. You don't have to feed it. You don't have to water a subscription. And if you don't want to check the bell, so you don't want to see anything that I'm posting, that's fine too. But help a small channel out and drop a subscription if you would, because I can't get this content out to the masses because YouTube doesn't begin pushing anybody's content until they're over that monetization mark, which is 1,000 subscribers. So if you'd be so kind, drop a subscription. And if you want one in kind, I'd be happy to subscribe to your channel. Even if you just have a YouTube channel with no videos, I'll subscribe to it because guess what? They're free.
Yep.
It doesn't cost me a thing. And maybe I do like your content if you have content. So anyway, I got to throw this out there because my wife will beat me up. She checks on me. She goes back and scrubs the video afterwards to see if I actually said that. So there you go, mama. For you, baby. You're the best.
Yeah. Hey,
All right.
congratulations, Chuck. Congratulations.
On the
On what you
61.
said.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
extremely happy with that. I think it's great. I mean,
That's awesome.
we've been in the 50s and 40s and 50s quite regularly. And oh, by the way,
Moss
Moss
Smith.
man.
what?
Hey guys, just so everybody knows, because it's required by YouTube to disclose whenever you have paid promotion. In an M. Night Shyamalan twist, Sony has paid all 7 of the panel in here to just trash Nikon tonight. So it's totally just want to throw that out there. Paid promotion brought to you by Triangle Space and Sony.
My A1 is showing up tomorrow.
Oh man, that's great, Moz, man. I love you, dude. I love you. I mean, that almost tops the Sasquatch is a fuzzy, out of focus beast. So you're never going to get a sharp shot of Bigfoot. And I think you added to that, Z Wade, saying, "Well, now it validates all the photos out there."
Right. Everybody thought they were conspiracy theorists. No, it's the most honest photos ever taken.
Yeah.
That had me rolling at work. I was in my office just dying, man. That was funny. That was a great stream. That was one of the better streams that we've had in a while. There was full of jokes in that one.
Hey, I wanted to see. I haven't seen J Rod in here tonight. I sent him my. I mailed him my Megadap adapter for him to use for that 200 to 600.
All right, cool.
He said he got it, but I don't know if he's used it yet or not.
Let me see if I can get the right one up there. Thank you very much, Tim. And yeah, that's the reason for putting it in there. I'm not a clickbait kind of guy. I just can't do that stuff. Is Nikon going out of business? That would have been a great title for Jared Poland on this live stream. Nikon's going out of business because they can't deliver.
That'll make his hair stand on end.
Well, I've done.
You gotta have
done-
hair to begin with.
I've done a lot of experiments with like these titles because there's no good videos to figure out how to get yourself into the algorithm. You got to kind of figure it out on your own, unless you're willing to pay for a school to. But anyway, you know the ones that do really good is when you start off with a clickbait, but then you're kind of honest. So like I have that video that's like the Nikon Z7 II sucks because YouTube says so. And
Yeah.
people read the first like 2 words and they're like, I'm gonna click on this.
Yeah.
And what I actually found the research on it, on like what people click on, and
Thanks,
it turns
pal.
out that the best performing YouTube titles read at a 5th grade reading level.
I
Okay.
I believe it.
There's a reason for that, and
I
it's
believe
anybody
it.
that's been in public speaking knows if you can speak, they train you to speak on a 5th grade level, so you can talk to everyone in the room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
it does.
But also, I did some tests with some of my videos and noticed that if I did hashtag photo shoot as one word, nothing. But if I broke it up and put hashtag
I'll catch
shoot,
up with you
hashtag
after.
shooting, through the roof.
Huh.
Yeah.
Because I think the algorithm's looking for violence.
So
That's awful, but I totally believe that.
So I mean, yeah.
here we go. No doubt about it. You're absolutely right, Jeff. You're absolutely right. You're gonna get major clicks, and you're gonna get major. And if you do it consistently, you're gonna get a lot of subscribers. I agree.
If I show a naked bird, nobody cares.
True. True enough.
It's that one without
YouTube
feathers, is it?
dead right now? Yep.
This is all taking a turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, that joke from Mossman was killer.
Oh man.
That
Oh,
deserves a Mossman.
Oh. All right. So now I'm going to give everybody else a chance. You talked about it a minute ago, Z Wade. I was already on this. I'm going to open up the phone line and I'm going to let people call in. So you can quiz the panel. You can do whatever you want when you call in.
Hey, Tim Hunter, you're falling right into my hands.
T-Mid, you want to get in here?
And
we
we
will
will,
have this
man.
we will
conversation.
Mix
answer
it up with us, brother.
we will answer all questions at a 5th grade level.
So, all right, hang on a minute, guys. So I'm going to put the number up here. And if you want to call in, by all means do. And when you call in, here's what I'm going to ask of you. One, make sure your volume is turned down on your computer because it's going to do not watch or listen to your computer while you're on the phone. The panel can hear you clearly over the phone. All right. So don't worry about that. You will not necessarily be able to hear the panel. So what I'm asking you to do is call, make your comment, whatever it is, and they'll respond to it, or call with a question, ask your question, and then hang up and listen to the response because I don't have it set up so that you can hear the panel over the phone. So if you guys,
Just like radio.
anybody would like to do it, all right, the number is up. You're welcome to call in and take off. All right, so now we'll get back at it.
The number is 475-256-2694.
There you go.
Call
We're
now.
taking the 13th caller for tickets to the Vahagan Rock and Roll Extravaganza.
Saturday.
Monday.
Madeline K, you are live on AP Studios.
Wah, wah, wah.
Hey guys, I'm having a good time tonight for a rant night. I'll tell you, you guys are keeping me squared away.
Yeah, you were looking like that cardinal on your screen there a second ago.
Yeah,
There, Chuck.
I know. That's again. That's my Native American blood coming out, as I was told. I don't know that I have any or not. So people don't call me out on it. Make me go get a blood test or something. I'm just going by.
I'll get some of my blood pressure pills if you need them, Chuck.
I demand an ancestry panel to be
There you
taken
go.
of Chuck.
Long time listener, first time caller. All right. Yeah, the phone's open. You guys want to call? I think it's open. Let me make sure. Yeah, everything's good to go. And we're ready. So anybody wants to call in. All right. So I'll get off the well, who am I kidding? There's something's going to trigger me and I'll be right back on the rant, but I'll move away from that. For a minute. I'm sorry.
Someone say Z8, that'll upset him.
Yeah, there you go. Say the Z8 is going to be
There
an
we
80
go.
megapixel camera. Yeah. I
Hey,
can't even let that go.
T-Mid, I have to voice my siding with T-Mid on this because any of my videos that have like a sample that say like boudoir photography with the Z9, they within the first 3 hours they'll get like 450 videos and they're all censored. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the content, the fact that boudoir appears in it. So yeah, Vic, someone's got to do
Most people can't spell it, but
it.
But I know it when I see it.
myself included. So there you go. Boudoir.
A lot, honestly, back whenever I was doing a lot of photography work, a lot of the people that want that service can't even say it. So they're like, "Hey, do you shoot like boudoir?" I'm like, "What?"
Yeah.
Boudoir. Boudoir.
Hey, Greg, I actually got rid of a bunch. I did videos about 3 years ago, and this is when I was, oh man, you talking about rants. I had some great rants. It made me feel better. It didn't do me any good, but for the channel, but it made me feel better. And one of them was about during COVID when we were all locked down. Everybody go back to that day. We're all locked down in COVID. You can't even go outside. It's illegal to breathe real air, because the Gestapo was running down the streets, making sure nobody came out their doors to get their newspapers and, all that. That was a good time. Anyway, we were locked down. What did we have to entertain ourselves with? And it wasn't just TV. It was YouTube. And YouTube was hopping. You guys remember the COVID? YouTube was kicking, man. And Canon was all over YouTube. Sony was all over YouTube. Nikon was
On holiday.
get it? Yeah.
Going
and I
bankrupt.
jumped all over. I said, Nikon, are you kidding me? You have a captive audience. They can't go anywhere. They're stuck in front of a computer screen searching for something. And Nikon was absolutely silent. Not
That was
one
a-
word.
That was a gigantic missed opportunity too, because during COVID, I was still in like my lens collecting days.
Yep.
And I would go out on Kansas wasn't as strict on mandates and stuff like that. And so I was still going out to like pawn shops to like buy old Nikon lenses. And
Yep.
there was nothing. You couldn't get they had one crummy, dirty, grimy Nikon like one, right? Like the white mirrorless, like old mirrorless. They had one of those in one pawn shop. All the other photography gear was gone. People had nothing else to do except go out by themselves. And so they were buying cameras like crazy.
Well, it's like Mozman says here, Nikon was out taking photos because if you were an NPS member, you could.
Yes.
You got a pass. Michael isn't going to call in. He just posted his question. Here you go, guys. I can answer it real quick, Michael. 0. But anyway, you guys go ahead.
I thought Chuck for sure was going to be like 0. Nobody.
yeah,
They've already bought them.
You can buy one at Paul's Photo right now. I think I think they still have one in stock.
I think it's funny on Nikon rumors. Every time they say no more waiting at B&H, you go look at B&H right after that, temporarily out of stock. Like they go fast.
Adorama the same way. Still says temporarily on back order.
I think they're still selling, but
I mean, everybody can get them pretty much now within 2 to 4 weeks. So it's not.
If they're waiting until the shelves have 50 of them on it, so they can guarantee that, because they know when they announce another camera, the Z9 is over.
Yeah.
There will be
You're not going to see 50 on a shelf, though. That's the problem.
sarcasm.
Yeah.
Some on the shelf.
Yeah. Some.
Paul's Photo has a couple of Z9s.
Yeah.
still
And that goes
I
back
to be gone by
to,
now.
remember when we went through that, I was telling people, you know what, if you're waiting for a Z8, and I'll say it again, just for those that may not understand this whole concept, first of all, block B&H from your computer, because you'll be so tempted to go on there and click for a Z8, and you're going to be like number 1965 on the waiting list. Then you're going to be complaining because, you got a waiting list for at least 8 months to a year. So get in bed with, nuzzle up to, find a camera store, a brick and mortar. There is no such thing as a local for most of us anymore. Find a brick and mortar store, a smaller store, and talk to them. I started buying all my bodies from one store, and they take care of me now. I'm early on a waiting list, and I'm pestering them to start the list. Usually, well, sorry, we can't start a list when it's just a rumor. I get it, but it's real though. Trust me, just start the list. But however you do it, if you want a camera early, go to the smaller stores. And I've given the secret away. Not that I'm the only one that did it or has said this. Well, maybe I am. I don't know.
Hey, Space, Pulse Photos in Torrance, California.
I've actually, over the last few years, I've gotten a few not overhyped, but like really hyped up like lenses. I've gotten them from Green Mountain, like the day they release. Green Mountain camera. I don't know where they are. I just found them by accident.
Yep. There you go, Jeff. That often happens too. That was me in the 500 PF. I wanted it. I was ready, cash in hand, going to buy it. No, I'm sorry. We sold all 28 of them that we produced.
Yep.
And over that year, it didn't take long. And I was like, you know what? I don't think I need it anymore.
Hey, we got to get Amar to buy a Z9.
He
Yeah.
wants a Z5. I don't know what's holding him back. He has a Mercedes, yet he needs proof that to rent a Z5 or something to try it out.
We can
Hey,
get him on
Daryl.
the show quick. Wait a minute. Leica.
Hey, Daryl. Hey, Daryl, I buy from Picture Line out in Salt Lake City. Doesn't have to be local. Everybody sells on the web now. But
Yeah, I think a Z5 is actually my next camera body for backup.
A Z5, you said?
Yep.
I love it, man. I take mine everywhere.
I've
with
heard
me.
nothing bad about a Z5. Nothing.
There's nothing bad.
Everybody,
There's nothing.
Yeah. Everybody
nothing that
I
I
talk
found.
to loves
Well,
it. They just
There's
love
one
it.
thing. It has the EVF is fine, but the glass that covers the EVF does get like a purple glare from side light, and I've never seen that in any of the other Z lenses. But if you just like cartoonishly bury your eye in it, you can't see it. It's just with side light.
they're good
Yeah,
people out there, Moz,
no big
man.
deal.
I'm sure you
I've got one
caught
of
that
these.
too.
So that should probably cover it.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll do just fine for you.
That's what I use on my Z9.
I'm giving my honey hole away. Now everybody will be over there at Picture Line. Hey, Chuck said to come over here and you put me on the list early.
Use the
Sorry,
code
Chuck,
Chuck at checkout for 10% off.
I tell them all the time. I say, look, I used to follow their site quite a bit. Not that I was going to buy anything, but because people were asking for things, and as soon as it would come up over there, if they had it in stock, I'd always come over here on YouTube and let everybody know, hey, they've got that in stock right now at. And as soon as I would say it, it would be out of stock. Not, I mean, just that's just the way it goes with the high demand items. There you go,
Hey,
Albert.
Hey Chuck, I just noticed
Steve.
if you want people to call in, I don't see the number. Where's that at?
Oh,
Oh, it
Well, that's not
disappeared.
It
good.
went away.
oh yeah. I can't put up comments. Good catch. Good catch. I can, but this drives some people crazy. They say, please stop it.
Hey, Steve, any relation to, Steve Huff? Any relation to Steve Huff?
I actually am related to a Steve Huff, but he lives pretty close by. So it's probably not the
Is
same
he-
one you're thinking about.
He has a huge photography YouTube channel.
Not him. Yeah, no. I mean, maybe
Actually-
I'll find out we're distant cousins or something. I can borrow some gear, but as far as I know, no. It's weird
Actually,
because there's 4 groups of Huffs here where I live, and none of us are related.
Yeah,
Hey.
Maz, they're good people. I have
Hey,
them.
You know of.
That's where I got my
Vahagen.
Z9. I had them expedite. I got it overnighted
Steve-
from Picture Line.
Steve Huff owes Brian Huff money. It's kind of a touchy subject for Hagen that you just brought up.
I wonder
Hey,
how
Zach.
much money that costs, Maz, man.
Yes, sir.
How does that is that Z5 does it focus like the Z6 too? I mean, is it same focus system or what?
It's a little more simplistic. There's not a unless I set it up wrong, there's not an actual separate indicator for like eye tracking. So
Oh,
like
okay.
the Z6 II, you can go into your focus menu and you can specifically set like animal eye tracking or people eye
Yeah.
tracking.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter to me because I don't take this to like portrait shoots. But
Yeah.
it might matter to some people.
I've
but
never
the
trusted
focus is
that.
good. So
Um,
I'm a
interesting
single
thing.
point guy most of the time anyway.
That's
honestly,
Yeah.
me. But the other night, I put the Z30 in the full because I was in bad light and people had face makeup on. I was photographing a play, and it was Alice in Wonderland, and I was like, I wonder how well this eye tracking will do. Number one, with a third party lens using the
adapter.
FTZ adapter,
Yeah.
and number two, the bad lighting and the makeup and stuff. I was shocked how well it tracked and nailed it. I was really surprised.
Yeah. Well, I tell you that
Since it wasn't,
tonight when I was
yeah.
shooting, when I was just out shooting, my grandson with that 2875, I was really wishing I had a smaller body than that Z9. But
That lens
just
is-
because,
it's really light. I imagine it's kind
Yeah.
of back heavy, right?
yeah, it was. Yeah. Just kind of awkward. But
Hey, but by the way, Z, congrats on the Z5, man. I saw
Hey,
the
thanks.
Best Buy intro, and I thought you were doing, one of those videos.
Oh no. I thought about doing that, and I never did do the. I was gonna do like that, like you and Mossman did in my area, to see what the people in my area think they should be paying for photographers. But I don't have anybody to run camera for me, So it would be kind of hard and awkward.
well, I'm not that far away from you. I should come down. We should do that.
Tim
Yeah.
has a question.
We do need to get together and do something, Moots.
Yeah.
Do it with that 400.
Yeah. I'll stand way back and film you.
You could just focus on my ear the whole time. Just do some.
No, man, do a hidden camera with
Yeah.
the wireless mic.
Oh, yeah, you could do that actually. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Use
Kansas
your
is an
GoPro.
open carry state. That might not go well.
That's true.
It's
I'd like to-
constitutional carry around here.
I'd like to
That
tackle
it is.
in here lack of a Z8 or 2 to 600 really preventing anyone from getting the types of shots they want. I would argue that it does, because there are many people that can't afford the 400, 4.5, and they can't afford the 800 PF 6.3, and they're waiting for that 2 to 600 to be an affordably priced lens for their wildlife needs. And I think it does affect a fair amount of people out there, and that's why there's some people that are pretty angry that the lens has to come
Somebody's
out.
got their audio turned up, the feed turned up.
Yeah, we're getting some
Not me.
some echo.
Yeah, not me.
I don't hear it anymore.
But I would agree that I would state my opinion is that there are people that are being prevented from getting the shots they want. And they're probably getting by with third-party glass right now, but they'd rather have the Nikon glass, and they don't have that option.
I'm still using the F glass because it just isn't there. The 200, 600 just isn't available, so I'm still using F glass, G glass, IFS stuff.
Yeah, we use the
It's
2 to
just
5,
big and heavy.
the FTZ.
Well, Nikon's 200 to 500 was a big hit, especially paired with the D500.
Yeah,
Its biggest drawback was the focus was slow, but
Yeah.
sharp. That thing had prime light qualities to
Value
it.
for money.
yeah, it was great
Yeah.
for the money.
It was.
Hey,
So-
Tim Hunter's comment here or question is what we were talking about with Ron yesterday, Chuck.
Yep.
It's
So,
right up
and
that
I
alley.
know I was letting everybody else weigh in before I throw my rant on it.
And I don't think it's what we need. We have everything we need, actually, probably. But it's what we. Well, okay, fine. But it's what, it's we want to have Nikon just beat out. I mean, I'll be selfish. I want Nikon to beat everyone else up. Sorry.
If I could answer this question, I feel like if you can't afford a Z9, then I feel like there is a huge gap, because as much as I love the Z6 II, 12 frames or 14 frames a second is plenty with the mechanical shutter. It's plenty for wildlife, but it's absolutely useless when the screen is black the whole time. You can't track anything.
Yeah.
And so it's actually, for me, as much as I don't want to say it, it's kind of useless for multiple frames a second, you know, because it's literally 12 frames a second. It's just black. You don't even get like a split second to see what you're shooting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
it
I
will-
don't like
and it will
I
not-
don't like electronic shutters. I just don't. And so I'm not going to use it.
Thank you. I've used the electronic shutter the other night as another thing that I've never trusted before, and it's weird. I can understand that one day I'll have to get used to it.
Except on the Z9 because it doesn't have the
Yeah.
issues that the 6.2 and
Yeah.
7.2 have of like
Correct.
the banding. I can't get the Z9 to band.
Yeah, I was shooting on the
So-
Z30, and the banding was insane. When
I'm
I was
sure.
in here, it was so
Well, it
bad.
doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't have the readout speed.
Hey,
and,
Tim.
and, there, and there you
They're
go.
rolling
And that's another marketing piece that we don't hear about, the Z9 and banding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's
I've
another
never seen it
segment of
bend.
the consumer pool for Nikon. They don't understand, Tim. I'll answer your question. No, I don't need a Z8. I want it.
Same.
I just
Yeah,
want it. I
We
just
don't use the
want
word need that much in here. We
No.
want
Yeah.
it.
I'm going to be in trouble if they dump all of these things. If they dump like the Z8 and the 35-1 too
Oh.
at the same time, I'm going to be in trouble.
Now,
But-
I want you to know that I can do everything I'm shooting right now with my Z6 without the firmware update. How do you like that?
There's a new
But,
firmware update for the Z6. Came out a couple of
but
days ago.
I'm just saying with none of the firmware updates. And I will
Right.
say that firmware up, the big one that they gave us for the Z6 and Z7 was real good. Brought it up on par, in my opinion, to the Z6 too. But
Nearly.
I can do everything I do without even the firmware updates, just shooting with my Z6.
And that makes me so mad too because there's things that I really want fixed on the Z6 too, and now the Z6 is way cheaper. I don't care about one card slot, and
But-
it's like as good as my Z6 too. And
But-
the Z6 2 is supposed to be twice as powerful.
But
Yeah.
I just want a Z8.
Yeah.
And I want
And I'm-
somebody to tell me why I can't have one just because I want it.
Because it doesn't
And I'm-
exist. That's why.
Because
Yeah, I made sort of a
because
noise.
Nikon doesn't want to make you happy.
Nikon rumors will beat you up in a heartbeat. All of a sudden, they've got a whole pool of financial advisors over there that will ask you, "Do you need it? Can you afford it? You know, can't you get away with shooting with a pinhole camera?" I don't understand that. I don't know why people have to be so nosy and pry and be so arrogant and everything else about. And if you just say, "Well, I just want it," well, then you're stupid. Yet the guy that's saying that's got a Rolex watch on instead of a Timex. So
Yeah.
who's
Yeah,
stupid?
and also you're probably not going to buy the 200 600 Chuck. However, that lens is needed probably.
Yeah, I mean, you even though you're
It
not going
is.
to Chuck, you recognize there are a lot of people out there that desperately want that lens and have been
Yes.
waiting for it for a long time.
You know, I'll tell you what, it's needed on the mirrorless side. That lens is needed on the mirrorless side.
It is.
Just like the 200 to 500 was.
I see
Oh.
you, Moz man.
Hey, Greg, yeah, I think they can make a big, huge comeback if they market the Z9 tech correctly and they trickle down to a Z8 and a Z90 and they bring out all the lenses that they need to bring out. I think that's a huge step forward.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm gonna start a new
Wilson?
YouTube channel. I'm gonna have another YouTube channel goes along with this one, and it's gonna be I don't need it, I just want it. And,
Hey, Greg-
and it's
Greg
for all the
Wilson, I'm
people
going to
out
be
there.
right back.
It's for all the people out there that don't need anything. They're just buying it because we don't have a voice. I know that now because we get shut down every time we start talking about, well, I want it. Why can't you do what you need to do with your camera? Yeah, I'll answer that. Yeah, I can, but I want that other camera. Is there a problem with that? Is there a problem with wanting it? Why is it only in photography? If you don't need it, you can't have it.
Hey, Greg Wilson, Nature Photography. I cannot get you Bigfoot, but I can get you the most beautiful model in the world.
And Vahagan, I made sort of a
Right.
noise earlier when you were talking
That's
about need versus want, but I'm kind of coming back into the need game personally because we talked about before the stream started. I'm shifting my photography in another direction in
Oh, don't go all
2023.
pro on us now, Huff.
It's going to require new equipment that I do not currently own. So I'm back in the gear game again.
I can't look down on my screen right now because I will not be able to keep a straight face. So I'm looking down on the screen.
Carried
Aye,
weight.
and I'm
Oh,
not going
man.
to turn my head that way. Oh, that way. Not going to do it.
I just stop. I just want to say Nikon needs to get it into gear.
One of these images is not like the others.
Yeah.
Hey, Karen, say goodnight to Jeff and Leslie.
Good night, Jeff and Leslie.
Good night, Jeff and Leslie.
Good night,
Good night.
Jeff and Leslie.
Good night, folks. Hey, thanks
Good night,
for being
John
in
Boy.
here. Always
There's
appreciate
your nightmare
comments.
fuel.
Hey, is that Z Kardashian?
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Z.
Z Kardashian.
Beyonce.
There you go. That's better.
I think he
Oh,
enjoys
my
it too
God.
much.
Zionce.
I'm going to have nightmares the rest of the week. I'm not sleeping.
All the streamer ladies. All the streamer ladies. All the streamer ladies.
God.
This just
Oh,
got out of
man.
control.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
I don't know. Did anybody notice? No, you didn't because you don't ever go back and rewatch these. But anyway, my last live stream after it came out, rolled into the video, I went back and actually put time markers in it.
I did notice that. Yeah.
Okay, that was just a preliminary just to see if I could actually do it. And it
Yeah.
seems to have worked.
Yeah.
But now I'm wondering how much information do I want to sit down and scrub through 4 hours worth of video
Wow.
Better you than me.
and put time markers in there because I've had a lot of people ask for that. And I would like to do that, but I don't have a Steven yet.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I have to do it myself.
Honestly, Chuck, I would just get
And
a
how do
pen
you
and
label
paper.
it? Rant number 1, rant number 2, rant number 3.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
we
would
got
get-
silly
I would
number
get a
1.
pen
We
and
got
paper.
silly number 2.
And just
I'm gonna have to
throughout
get
the
me an
stream, just
intern.
write it down.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I'm going to have to get me an intern like Kramer did. Anybody see
How
that
long? How long
episode?
did that take you?
Just for that?
Yeah.
I don't know. It only took me about 10 minutes or
okay.
a little bit
That's fine.
longer because I kept
Yeah.
going past it. And then has anybody figured out how to get down to the finite point? Because that circle, that little dot's awfully big. And it, how
I've
do you know?
never done it.
I've
Maybe you
never
need
done
to
that
take
either.
notes as the video's running.
Yeah.
I've never
Hey,
said anything important enough to go back and review.
Hey, Zionce, can you sing that song again?
Which one?
Oh, no,
The one you
don't.
just sang.
All
streamer
the
ladies.
streamer ladies. All the streamer ladies. Oh.
That's the wedding photographer's favorite song. You know why?
Nah, I'm having PTSD right now. I'm
You
telling
know why? You know why that's the wedding photographer's favorite
Oh,
tune?
that's when they're going to throw the bouquet and all the single
That's when
ladies
it's
come out
almost
to
the
grab
end
it.
of the
Yeah.
night.
That's
Oh,
when I grab my
yeah.
business. And I'm not kidding you. I put business cards in the bouquet before they throw it.
Sneaky.
Yeah.
You guys have no
unapologetically
idea
do that.
how hot this is. In the videos that I'm wearing this, I'm seriously sweating, and they got like 70 views. I'm never
No,
doing a
it's-
funny
it's-
skit again.
It's not hot at all.
You just don't even know.
Hey,
Men are
hey,
trash.
hey, Leon. Hey, thanks for being in here, man. I just want to ask you a question. Honestly, I'm trying to figure something out that the algorithm can't figure out. When did you just show up to the stream? I'm asking because the algorithm can't count total different people in the stream, throughout. And in 3 or 4 hours, I know that there are over 100 people that come and go. In
Right.
total, there are 100 different people that may show up at some point in time. Okay, thank you. Got a
Okay.
phone call on the other phone. I have to check because it may be I have to check because it could be the big boss.
Is Chuck's screen frozen for anybody else or just me?
Just you.
Just
you.
you.
You just
I-
can't
I-
see
I
through
think-
all that hair.
It's the hair blocking
I
it.
think the hair froze the screen.
I think the hair's blocking your Wi-Fi signal.
I like
Oh,
this.
man.
I like this, Joe. Thank you. I'm going to put markers in there like Jared Poland shows up for a discussion.
There you go.
You know, things like that. That'll get me a boost.
Karen looks like
Just-
an Ewok.
Just go back
Yeah.
and steal some of Hagen's footage from his video and
Hang on a
just
second.
randomly drop it in.
Yeah, there you go.
You better not put a different wig on when he comes back.
He's
Oh,
getting the
God.
dress now.
Oh man, he's gonna do his nails.
I didn't know we were discussing Dudoir tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, Leon, I was just asking because,
Now I'm really an Ewok. Check
you know, trying to figure out how many people filter through the stream any given
He's
night,
lost it.
because YouTube's algorithm only tells you the peak, but it can't count how many different people visited the stream. And that's why I was asking if you just got here, because I hadn't seen a post by you
God.
before that. But thank you. And thanks for being in here at this time of the morning, man. And you must
Yeah,
be
that's
getting ready to
amazing.
go somewhere. I appreciate it, though.
If I'm awake at 4:20 in the morning, it is not a good thing.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, Roy shows up the other night. It's 2:30 in the morning when he showed
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought, man,
Why not?
This is
I also
by
have a
far
birthday.
this is by far the best photography live stream on YouTube, man.
It
Gotta
is.
tell you.
Honestly, I
we do
wouldn't
have
know
fun.
what Nikon was doing if Chuck didn't exist. I would have no clue what was going on.
So
Oh,
what
yeah,
was
yeah.
Bad
Yeah.
for female photographers. This is a nightmare.
Oh, that's another good one too. Somebody said today in one of the, I don't know, whatever video I was watching, in the comments, somebody had said something about, asked a question about Z8 or something, or I don't know if it's Z8. I can't remember what it was. And his answer was, well, I haven't seen anything on Nikon rumors yet. Oh, there you go.
I mean,
There
I
you
get the
go.
email, the Nikon email. And honestly, the Nikon email I get in my email box is literally the only piece of actual Nikon branded advertising I ever see. And you know how all of our devices are listening to us and how many times we've said the word Nikon. Obviously, they're not paying to do any advertising online, because I don't see any Nikon ads in any of
Yeah.
my social media streams.
Yeah. Hey, man.
I
Hey,
hope-
Leon, thanks, buddy.
I hope that the algorithms of your phone are tracking you, because you're about to start getting suggested hot blondes.
They
on
can't
every
track me
single
because
ad.
I use
No, don't say that.
NordVPN.
Now I'm gonna get don't say that. Now I'm gonna get bombed with smut channels.
I haven't seen those in a long time on my
Yeah.
channel. I think YouTube
Blonde
finally cracked.
bombshell. That's got to be a keyword it looks for.
Oh, God. They can't track me, Z Wade, because I'm using NordVPN. If you use code Chuck, you can save 10%. It's funny. I actually am using NordVPN. I have it on all my devices.
Hey, Moz, man, that's kind of strange for me too, because I'm not seeing them. Maybe I'm not catching them. I've got to start looking for
That's
them now.
interesting. I have
I've got
clicked.
most of
I've
mine.
been cleared to monetize on Instagram, and I have followed with Godox and Nikon, and it says pending, to where I can do where I can tag them and somehow be paid in post.
Wait.
Yeah.
I know why I don't see Nikon ads.
Oh,
I'm not
Chuck's-
the person to ask.
Chuck's been blacklisted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like Mozman said, you know, they spend
wow! Everybody says they see them. This is interesting.
uh,
Oh, it's
Either
like that-
NordVPN's working, and I don't see anything I talk about anymore.
like that
or,
movie.
uh,
It's
That's
I
probably
see-
it.
Yeah, I see dead people.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any ads, but then again, that may be because I don't know. Nikon's doing it, just me.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mostly just see random on Nikon rumors, you get ads for whatever you search, and so I get a lot of stuff from work, so end mills and drills and sheet metal and stuff like that. Stuff that I have to buy for the company on a daily basis. Yeah, Nikon rumors spits all that at me all the time.
All right. Man, we've only been going 2 hours and 23 minutes. It seems like it's only been 23 minutes. This has been good. I've enjoyed it, guys. I really
Time
have.
flies when you're having fun.
Chat room and the panel. Yeah, we got this gorgeous blonde that's in here tonight.
Yeah.
I think Zach's having too much fun.
I don't
That's
mean
what's amazing too.
Please
is that
send
the
a
community
donation
here.
to the Z Wade photo so he can get a newer wig.
Albert.
hang on a second. Hang on. I have to do
Oh, yeah.
something. I'll be right back.
Here we go.
Oh God.
Wig
I
change.
dreamt
No, please, no lipstick, please.
No,
Well, you
I
know what
hope
they
it is.
say, you can put lipstick on a pig and it's still a pig, right?
Yeah. There, Greg Wilson says the same thing. I never see. Well, it's because you're a subscriber here, Greg.
Oh wow, the D200. There's a camera I haven't heard
Yeah,
about.
I
in
had
forever.
that. I had that camera, D200.
My sister still
D200.
has my D200 I bought when it just came out, and that was the camera that humbled me because I went from the D50 thinking I knew what I was doing, and the D200 taught me I didn't know anything.
Yeah, because you were like, there's no auto mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, how can I take a picture of anything with this for $6.99, and I can't take a picture with anything with this for $1,099 or whatever it was? And I was like, oh, I'm a dummy and I don't know how to use a camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
I missed
that was
this.
humbling.
Oh man.
Oh dear.
Oh God,
He's
she
gone.
waited photo.
Too late.
I'm She
Oh,
Wade,
that's
the
funny.
She Wade, and She Wade photo.
Now you've got to do some
Oh,
YouTube
no.
videos now.
Yeah. She Wade. Is that what you
Yeah,
said? She
Yeah.
Wade?
You got
Yeah.
She-Hulk and now you got She-Wade.
I left just so I could change my name to She Wade photo. It was that important to me.
If you look over at the top left and you see a tiny version of your video and there's 3 dots above it, you can click that and hit edit name and not have to leave the
Oh,
chat
really?
to change. I changed mine while I was still in here.
Oh.
I found
Oh,
it when I
nice.
was listening. I found that you can do quick changes to settings without
Sweet.
actually having to leave.
Sweet.
Ah, change your avatar.
Mossman says Z-Walk. That works too.
Z-Walk. I'm going to put that in the timestamp. Z Wade was here at this point, and then Z-Walk showed up, and She Wade, and whatever other names.
You know what the problem is, though, is like those funny videos where I'm like using this or whatever, they take quite a long time to actually put together and they just bomb. They bomb so hard. The people that watch them like them and they laugh. Everybody at work likes them, but I don't even think they've broken 100 views yet. And like,
Well, I gotta
weeks.
tell you, your K-pop intro was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Did you go see the comparison between real cameras and cell phones? That was a very enlightening.
Yeah.
Oh, I died.
That was a very enlightening video.
I think your cell phone was broken though.
Yeah.
Hey,
A
that's
picture of She Wade on every bedroom wall would probably solve the world population problem.
Real quick.
Hey guys, for anybody that's out there in the chat or just a viewer or whatever, you'd like to call in and pose a question or a comment to the panel or me or just make a statement, by all means do so. The phone number's up on the screen. If you'd like to call in, 475-256-2694. That is the AP Studios hotline. If you got any information about upcoming cameras, rumors, or anything, please contact me at 475-256-2694. I'll
Hey.
pass it on to the appropriate brand ambassador.
hey, Leon.
Oh, okay.
Leon Kirkbride, stop lying to yourself. It's frightening how bad you want me.
There you go.
So, okay, Matthew Card, that's a really good, interesting point because I always wondered why I did not like the colors and everything of the D200 when I got it. And that not being a CMOS sensor might have been a really good indicator of that too. That's
But
interesting.
hey, let me ask you a question. Don't a lot of people, I've seen it come up over on Grays of Westminster quite often, Roy, the D200, how so many people love it.
Yes, the colors.
I just I
Huh.
just didn't.
Skin
And the
tones.
D300, I loved the D300. I
Mm.
just never wrapped my head around the D200, and it may have been user error. It may have not been the camera's fault. It very easily could have been me. But I just never felt at home in the D200.
Well, Fuji took the D200 and turned it into their camera with 12 megapixels and called it the Pro S or something, Pro 5S. That's quite an
I
impressive
used
camera
to shoot
too.
a Fuji, was a G7, little micro 4/3 camera.
Oh,
Or
man.
Lumix. I'm sorry, Lumix G7.
Look at Huff
Yeah.
breaking out the old time cameras.
Yeah, I used to love that little thing. I bought it for video, but once I sold it because, the Z30, I was like, here we go. I can have a video camera that has the same mount as everything else. I don't have to worry about buying the same lenses and different mounts.
You know, it's funny. Mozman says I have a D200, probably never get rid of it. So we talk so much about D700 often. People, I sold my D700. I didn't have any, nostalgic love for it or anything like that. It was a good camera for the time. I enjoyed it, but I mean, there's so much better cameras out there now. I know I get some hate mail for that too, but it's funny how many people, again, over at Gray's, talk about the D200. They still have theirs, or they actually went out and bought one or found one used just to buy it. Why doesn't it
Interesting.
get the same love that the D700 gets?
You know what? I need to get my D200 for my sister now that I am where I am today, and revisit it and see, because I'm super curious.
Here you go, Matthew. I'll make you and most of the panel and everybody in the audience mad. It wasn't a great camera. It was great for its time.
Mm.
I wouldn't buy one today for anything to go shoot on a regular basis. If it's for nostalgia, just to say, look, I'm shooting with a D700 like I used to.
Like
or
what I
whatever.
did the other day, where I took the D700 out one night just for fun, because I knew that what I was shooting, I don't want to say it wasn't important, but if I messed it up, nobody was going to know but me. I was shooting the D700 one night and then the Z30 the next night, just to look at some kind of comparison as then and now.
Hey, Matthew, don't be cussing me, man. Don't do that in here. Look, if you disagree with me, that's fine. Just like I'm disagreeing with you. But I don't think it was a great camera. For the time, it was a very good camera. But
for the
if it was as great as everybody makes it out to be, and I think it's just a love relationship they have with that body. Some people are that way. I get that. Then Nikon would have made sure that we had a D700 replacement. So, I'm sorry. I hate to differ, but even, people talk about, well, it was only 12 megapixels. Of course it was. And it, the low noise, that's not true. You couldn't shoot it at 2600 ISO or 2500 ISO.
I shot mine the other night at 64 and it was great, but there's a difference in low noise and noise that is tolerable.
Well, I know.
You notice some
that's
cameras, the pattern of the noise is like, ugh.
I know.
That is true.
We get into that quite often too, what the noise looks like. I get that. I understand.
Yeah.
And film too, because we talk about that. The film noise is different than digital noise. I understand that too. But, I'm just not going to be one of those people that's going to go around promoting some of these old cameras because it's just an affinity for that camera. It did something special at the time for, the shooter or whatever. And again, I had a D700, so I'm not speaking without any knowledge of it.
And what the D700 did for me is got me paid. That's why I loved it, is I could do work that back then, got me paid. And that to me was a big deal because I could make that camera do what I wanted it to do. But that being said, no, if you came to me and was like, here, you can have either one of these cameras, you get the D700 or this new mirrorless technology. I'll tell you right now, I'm not going for the D700. This new mirrorless technology is amazing. The only reason I'm attached to my 700 is because of where it came from, not because of what it is. I've got story with my D700. The only reason why it's nostalgic to me, it's not the camera itself. But I just,
All right. All right.
I
All right.
love that mirrorless technology.
That's why not all of us shoot black and white. Not all
Yeah.
of us shoot color. Everybody has different taste. And I'm just telling you, from my point of view, it wasn't, it's not this, this historic camera that so many people want to make it out to be. At least it isn't for me. It was a good camera, no doubt about it. And that's about as far as it goes with me. But if I had the choice back then, if somebody had handed me, a D850 at the time, or somebody had handed me a Z6 or Z6 II at the time, I'm sorry, it would have beat out the D700 in my books all day long. I would have set
And
the
I would have been
D700
buying
down.
I would have been buying a D3 or D4, whatever, with the D700 if I could afford it. My whole thing was,
Yeah.
here's this full frame sensor in this smaller, more affordable body, and I was like, hey, that's finally I can get a 35 millimeter sensor. And I think that's probably playing back to what Z Wade you said earlier tonight, which makes all the sense in the world. Is suddenly you can jump into a 35 millimeter ecosystem now for pennies on the dollar what it cost us in 2009.
For
Even
sure.
pro level like the D3, like you said.
Yeah,
D3 is very cheap now.
I went from a D200 to the 300, and then I
Yep.
made my first jump in a pro body and had a D3S, which I absolutely adored. Absolutely loved the D3S. And then the next one after that was when I got my D850s.
Somebody's going to come along and make the same comparison with one of the mirrorless models at some point in time. 15 years from now, one of the mirrorless models will have struck a nerve with somebody. It's the greatest mirrorless ever was, and there are going to be people that are going to be complaining and saying, "No, it wasn't."
Yeah, that'll happen for sure. That'll happen.
But that's just the way it is. And again, I'm not a nostalgia person. I haven't kept anything for nostalgia. My 200 F2's going. I'm going to sell it. I love it. Great lens. Loved playing with it, but don't use it enough anymore. And I'm not so in love with it. And I can't afford to keep every puppy that comes along.
I kind of feel you on that, Chuck. I mean, because, like early on in my channel, like I did like a lot more gear, and I used to be attached to like my Zeiss lenses. But after I had my gear meltdown, it's like I'm like, what am I doing? And I don't miss any of my old stuff.
Yeah. The only camera that I miss right now, and that's just temporary, I'll get over it, but I still miss it, my D5.
And I know Will from Memoirs, Monochrome Memoirs, had a really good point. I think Vahagan had interviewed him on the podcast, and he spoke about how the D700, how he liked how it rendered the skin tones and everything like that. So it was interesting to hear his take on that. If y'all hadn't listened to it, the Vahagan's got some really good podcast episodes out there as well with some different folks. And I see this too, though. Matthew talking about using the D200 and nobody can tell the difference, but we're looking at Facebook and Instagram and all these websites just wreck the images.
And by the way, post-processing. Everybody has their own post-processing.
Oh, yeah.
And
absolutely.
Now I hear what no, it's images straight out of camera. But then again, I can't see some of the things other people see. I didn't know what micro contrast was. I just said it's a 3D effect or something like that. And Mr. Z Wade has corrected me and brought me around to micro contrast or whatever for some lenses. And I will give you that. Some lenses have a characteristic that's all to that lens. I like that. All right. You know what? D200 was a great camera. This D700 was even better though. It was it's an all-time great lens.
I'm going to drag my D200 back. I'm going to have my sister give it to me, and I'm going to drag it back out and see
by all means,
what
man,
I was doing wrong. Just
make sure you post photos everywhere, Huff.
Yeah. I've got my old D50 still too.
You don't
probably
sense,
just take the D50,
you don't sense
D200.
any sarcasm there, do you? Huff?
No.
No, wait.
Sarcasm.
No, my sarcasm filter was on. Let me turn it on.
Okay.
But I did this. I mean, I don't know if we discussed this earlier when I was shooting that play. You know, I shot with the 700 and the Z30, and then I mixed the images up and then uploaded them. Honestly, I can't hardly tell the difference in them except for just a few minute things. But you have to really blow them up and pixel peep the crap out of them to really know what you're looking for to tell a difference. But I have a friend of mine on the East Coast, and he pulled them up tonight on his phone. We were talking, and I was like, "Tell me which camera I used," and he's like, I can't tell which one." He's like, "This has to be the Z6." I was like, "The Z6 never came out of the bag."
You nailed it, BFS. You nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
The D700 was the money I could afford at the time, and the camera I wanted inside a different package. So
No,
yeah,
no,
exactly.
I understand that too, Brian, because I wanted a D3 or D3S,
Yeah.
but I bought a D700.
Yeah, no, I won't say I didn't want them. I couldn't afford them. I straight up wanted them. They were sitting on the shelf right next to it in the camera store when it existed, and but I read all the stats, and I'm like, I can't see $2,000 worth of difference in these stats, you know.
Yep. All right. I knew, I've never been controversial, guys.
I keep laughing out loud. I can't control it.
I don't know. Like, I guess
These giant things, I'm so glad these are not a thing anymore.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I'm glad those are gone.
Okay, yeah. Nostalgia is nothing's worth these things. These terrible pinholes. I can't even get the camera to focus on that. Y'all know the CF lenses or CF memory card. Just
I guess for me, like, I mean, I have a lot of love for the D610 is because I feel like that's where my career really started after I learned how to shoot photography. Then I got into full frame, but I've never really just been attached to like cameras because cameras to me are just a vessel to hold the qualities of a lens
it's a
that
tool.
I like.
Yeah.
And because I've been more of like a lens guy because before mirrorless came along, it was more appropriate to choose the right lens for a particular look. Now everything is just insanely good. You know what I'm saying? Like everything is incredibly sharp, not much character, but I've always been like a lens guy. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so for me, I've never gotten attached to cameras, but there are times that I miss my Zeiss 35 f2 Distagon, you know, but it's whatever.
I agree with you, Wade. I feel that way about. I think it's a little mixture of things with the D700. With me was number one, where the money had come from to purchase the one I purchased was special to me, and number two, that same thing. That's kind of where my career in photography took off. Was coincided with the D700. So I think there's just that kind of, if you, I guess you'd call it nostalgia, but once again, I other than that, I mean, I sold my D810, and talk about a great camera. I love the D810, but I was
you can pick them up for dirt cheap now too.
Yeah, I was no way, shape, or form attached to it. I hated the massive files that made my computer scream at me when I loaded all the raw files in. And which, by the way, has anybody seen? There was a video I watched recently on the Hasselblad. Anybody know how large the files are for the Hasselblad 100 megapixel?
They've got to be over 200K. I mean, the GFX 100 is like 200K.
The raw file from the 100 megapixel Hasselblad is 565 megabytes.
Jeez. Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Megabytes,
one file.
Not kilobytes.
I was like, holy cow,
that is gigantic. That'll fill up a card quick.
Yeah.
You don't take too many of them at 1.6.
Well, that has a built-in 1 terabyte drive, I think.
Oh, that's the X2D.
That's the new X2D has the 1 terabyte built in.
Oh wow, okay, Matthew. So that's awesome.
Cool. So you can get like, I don't know what, 1,000 pictures or.
And then I think it has one CFE Type B slot. Right.
I think so.
Mark, there you go.
I'm still on the SEH.
Enough of this, Chuck.
What?
You need to go back to Hey Nikon. To borrow a line from North by Northwest, Hey Nikon was much more fun.
You say I touched the nerve with the D700. I should have stuck it just hating Nikon.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
not one specific one.
All
Who
right,
do we
guys.
have? Who's on the line, Chuck?
Mark Weston.
Okay.
Well, I have one comment to make from the other day because I'm a little bit frustrated because you all were talking about your skin tones and you can't get
I
your
don't
black
know. Mine
black
look that bad.
right and everything. And I go, oh God! And I could call in. I had to move again, and it is a big gigantic mess
Mm-hmm.
with my life and the fires that I had. And I have one suggestion for you that
I don't
That-
get many of them, so
no.
go ahead.
Benke makes a fantastic color monitor system, and I mean, if the color spaces it offers, it offers besides sRGB, it offers Adobe RGB plus DC3, which the Apple only offers DC3, and I go, that's not good enough. We need a different color space. So Benke offers these, and they're working with their monitors, their photo monitors are Pantone certified for color, and they have now come out with Pantone certification for skin tones. I mean, we're talking about 110
Wow.
different skin tones.
Wow. And who is this?
Bench.
Bench.
BenQ.
Or
Bench.
BenQ. Okay, got it. Got
Okay.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I'm colorblind. I don't have to worry about all that.
I didn't want to tell you, but most of your portraits are green there, Brian.
Okay.
No, I'm just
So
kidding.
I've heard a lot of good
Makes
about
sense.
BenQ. I heard a lot of good about Dell, and I bought a Dell monitor based on somebody's recommendation. And I got to tell you, it's a good monitor, but it didn't live up to the hype that they gave it.
I seem to go through
The
too
only
many
thing
monitors.
I could wish on Benke would be the OLED, where you could have absolute black in the display.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to down to like 0.3 nit, and if you want to get into that minutia, then you're a nitwit.
Yeah.
OLED's good when it's new, but it ages very quickly. It fades, and my iMac is 5 years old, and that's useless. And then my LG here is about 3 years old, and that's time to show age. They're both OLEDs. The colors change. You lose contrast.
I agree with Gustavo's point there too about the cameras.
Mm.
It's a good
Oh
point.
yeah,
But
for sure.
they have designed their monitors, and with the colorist and all the color stands. It's even gotten awards for being a great monitor. In the photograph. And I mean, it get down where you can just get they now got where you can subscribe to the new service that Pantone's doing, where you set up and you get this card to work with, and you put that card in your picture, and you can match the color of whatever you're shooting, and get exactly like magic Kodak. Coca-Cola red you need or whatever, and so you just get the perfect shade and put the twinkle back in your periwinkle.
Okay. All right. That's the BenQ. What model is it? Because I know they make more than in one model monitor.
Oh yeah, they have.
Is it all BenQ that are after a certain date? Or is it?
I'd say it's been the last 3 years, but they currently they haven't even broke down to professional, and they'll say photographic retouch.
Yeah.
But I would say like SW32WC,
Okay.
where you use the USB-C
Okay.
type connection with your Apple computer.
Yeah. So
And
what's the cost on that?
it varies. The Apple Studio monitor is
2,000.
27 inch. It's the same price on the and as the BenQ, but I decided to spring for the another $300, and I went to the 32-inch diagonal, and it's wonderful.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Did you give me the price there a minute ago, Mark? I missed it if you did.
I think it's around
A ballpark.
$1,600.
$1,600. Okay, that's still not too expensive for a quality monitor. I think a lot of people don't understand that. You get what you pay for when you buy a monitor. Stupid me knows that because I experienced it. Hey,
Well,
it's only $199. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I know why.
Uh-huh.
Albert, that's a good point there.
Goes on, and for the money, I said, "Oh, screw that! I'll just go and spend the $2,000 or 23. I can't remember how much they get for it, but
Yeah.
you get it. It's all day long at thing, and I mean that thing is built. It's got its own built-in handle to carry it because it's got such a heavy stand to sit, to rest on.
Yeah, 32-inch Matthew saying is $19.99. That's still, I mean,
Still
Yeah,
cheaper.
Albert, when we were talking about the D700
Mac
being
Studio display.
budget friendly earlier, what I was meant it was friendly to my budget that I had at the time because I had exactly that amount of money and that was it. It took every
All right,
penny
Mark.
I had to buy that
Thanks for
body.
passing that on.
And I mean, you can't even use a regular clearance. You have a roller to roll any contamination off the screen because it's got it has just a great screen coating on it.
Yeah.
The light is just almost doesn't get there. Reflect it back.
Yeah, it was just a couple of years ago, I think, maybe. Gary Go over in Britain, over in England. Gary Go was testing the BenQ monitors, I think. Mm-hmm.
SW32.
Okay.
And one, and that's great. And that use a calibrated monitor and everything, and it's got even the shades for the screen,
Yeah,
and a little slot.
Yeah, that's what I remember about. They advertise it that way with the sunscreen on it, or just the box. Yeah.
And you got a little cover. You drop the mouse down, and you can calibrate to your heart's content. And it's already calibrated. You already know what it's going to be right out of the box. That's in your spec sheet.
Okay. All right. Cool.
So if it's driving you crazy, and you can't get it with your automatic, white balance and stuff like that.
Yeah, but this conflicts with my need-want thing because I need that monitor, but I don't want to buy it.
Yeah.
Well, buy the 27 version.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do. I need to do something. I mean, right now I'm looking at everybody, by the way, you're all looking good in each shade of color on each monitor that I have.
Purple and
nobody's the same, by the way, on any of the monitors that I have up here, but y'all look great. I like the variation.
Yeah. And some of y'all look pixelated.
Yep. I mean,
to borrow a line and they asked Lay said, "What do you mean by pixelated?" Well, everybody's pixelated.
Yeah.
That is true.
Well, it's true now.
Yep. Yeah.
But anyway, that's my suggestion.
All right. Appreciate it, Mark. Thanks for calling in, buddy.
Okay.
All right, Mark. Have a good night.
For what it's worth, the Mac Studio Display webcam is absolute trash, but it is the nicest. It's the nicest monitor I've ever had. I haven't calibrated it yet. I don't have to. It looks
Is this
exactly
the new
the way
regular
it should.
monitor for the regular Mac monitor, or is this the new hoopty doo?
This is the studio display. The one that he was talking about. I haven't had to calibrate it yet. The colors are exact to what. So what I used to have to do is I used to have to edit my photos, and then I would make sure I would upload them into a drive, and I would have to make sure that they looked the way that I wanted them to before I sent them off to somebody or before I put them on YouTube in a YouTube video. But now, I mean, I literally max out the brightness, click back like a couple notches, and it's perfect for every single cell phone that I have my friends show me, be like, hey, pull up this picture real quick. I want to look at it. It's always perfect, or at least close enough that I don't fool with, my spider reader thing.
Using a Prometheus custom built laptop, and it's got a calibrated 4K screen on it, and I love it because so far everything, like you said, you pull it up on here and you pull it up on a cell phone, you pull it up over here and make sure, and then I even print it out, and so far everything matches really well. I mean, at least to my colorblind eyes, it does. Like you said, everybody might be green, I wouldn't know it.
Hey Zach, did you get the standard glass or that nano textured glass?
I did not get the nano texture glass. Everybody that I saw, you actually pay more for it, but it's actually terrible for photography because it makes everything look a little bit flatter on your screen.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, it makes everything look like gridded and stuff like that. Like the texture is really obvious.
Yeah,
interesting.
That's what they say anyway. So,
hey, I'll tell you what.
That monitor is only $15.99, so it's cheaper than the BenQ.
Yeah, I paid $2,000 for mine not that long ago. The price went down.
So what is it? Which monitor? Their 5K monitor, or what is it? The new Mac monitor that's.
Yeah, it's called their Mac Studio Display.
Yeah,
that's all it is. I thought there was one that was like $3,000 or $4,000, something ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it might started out at 2,500. I think.
Yeah. There is a Mac Studio Display that you can trick out. You can get a hinge that allows it to move up and down for an extra $400. You can get a textured screen. You can get a textured screen that's worse for editing.
Chuck, the one you're talking about is the Pro Display XDR.
Yes, there you go.
That one's like $5,000.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
What's the refresh rate on it? 6 million?
Yeah, I don't know.
6 million hertz. That's crazy. That's my one problem with Apple. It's like, yeah, we can get you this one standard that tilts like this. Yeah. Or you can pay like an extra several $100s for one that goes up and down. It's like, I think I can build one.
That's what they make books for, to move it up and down.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, I'm short, so it's fine.
Their Pro display is Retina 6K.
Wow.
But I'm going to tell you, you don't need, but the studio display is plenty.
Nobody is creating content in 6K that you can afford to watch, the full potential of.
That's the other thing. I will do it when I actually move. When I get down south into my home down south, I'm going to get me another desktop.
That was my plan too, Chuck, until I got the Z8 in my old computer. For whatever reason, did not like keeping up with the video capabilities of the Z8.
The Z8? You got a Z8?
Oh, not a Z8, Z9.
Don't tell anybody.
I was like, what? Did he just break his NDA?
There goes the money truck.
You broke your NDA.
Leaked it out, man.
The secret's out. Now I can't rant anymore.
Okay. Since I already spilled the beans, let me show it to you guys.
It's just got Sharpie on it with an 8 over.
Yeah.
It's turned the Z7. The 7's turned into an 8.
Draw one real quick.
Yeah, Joe. Me too. Well, I want this new M1. I like what everybody's talking about it.
It's the M2 now, isn't it? Isn't that the newest one?
Yeah,
new processor.
Yeah.
Greg Wilson says he needs a 10K monitor because his eyes are getting bad. That
Mine
thing
too.
is gonna run at the temperature of the sun. My phone, whenever I'm watching 4K, which by the way, even at 5G is hard to like buffer, right? Which is another reason why 4K is silly, is because like their cell phone service can't keep up with it. But this thing gets hot in like 3 minutes. Now I still put out my YouTube content most of the time in 4K because people are like, why isn't it in 4K? But I know it takes you 40 minutes to watch a 5-minute video. Okay. And it runs at ridiculous temperatures.
Yeah, Maz, it's the new cloaking cover that Nikon produced.
That's right.
So
They didn't increase the dynamic range of the sensor, but they do have the camo switch
it's
that they added.
specific. It's specific for street photographers because everybody's always worried about carrying a camera, either getting stolen or people seeing a camera. So that new cloaking
After
device.
after an
Comes with a
extensive
hat.
review, after
Makes
an
it a little bit
extensive
clear.
review, and no, I'm not allowed to show you guys raw files, but I will say, don't spend your money on the Z8 because it does not have waffle tracking, which I know
Waffle
we've all been
tracking.
asking for.
Yeah.
It will not track waffles or sloths or orangutans putting on bra and panties. I think that's the one I've been asking for. The orangutan getting dress tracking.
There you go. I heard YouTube wants to charge the view in 4K.
That's right. They do.
I already pay YouTube for no ads. I have YouTube Premium.
That's the best money I ever spent.
Yeah,
Dude.
yeah. I am so spoiled.
$17 a month, man.
Maybe
It's
that's
worth
why I never
every
see
penny.
Nikon ads.
I don't. I still skip through them, aggravated all the time.
Interesting.
Hey, Joe Stroud, I can tell you that the studio is incredibly fast. I can export about a 15-minute 4K video in like 5.5 minutes. It is stupidly fast. Now you need to get a hard drive that actually takes a Thunderbolt 3 to get those kind of speeds, and like an external hard drive that's don't even use the internal hard drive, because hard drives over time with use, they just wear out. If you get an external hard drive, and see the M1, what it does is it actually shares like mundane tasks with the hard drive, and that's why they get sped up. So just get an external hard drive, right? And then you'll be able to use your studio for longer if you keep computers for like 10 years.
Everybody
I don't,
not
but
using solid state drives. I don't have hard drives in anything anymore, hardly, because solid state drives have gotten so affordable.
yeah, I don't anymore.
I use NAS drives in all the stuff that I back up to. That's it. Everything else that I run off of is all M.2.
Mine is an
NVMe M.2.
OWC.
That's one of the streams we have coming up. Mozman's going to help us out with that too, and entertain everybody's comments, questions, and everything is on memory storage and everything else. So I definitely want to do that because I need to do that seriously. I mean, I got to get serious here for a minute because I've got crap spread all over the place on different drives, and so yeah.
If you use Microsoft OneDrive and you use Adobe Lightroom, I ran into a problem, and Adobe customer service had to log into my computer, and it took us over 2 hours to figure out what was going on and fix it. But you may want to timestamp this part in the video. What happened was there's an update with OneDrive, and while OneDrive was cloud backing up my photos, it was interrupting Lightroom as it was doing saves to the catalog, and it ruined my catalog. It corrupted my catalog and caused all kinds of problems. And when we finally figured out what was going on, I moved everything out of OneDrive into iCloud. And I'm on a PC, but I moved everything out of OneDrive into iCloud, and iCloud and Lightroom work perfectly fine together. So everything's backed up to the cloud and synchronizing and working. But for some reason, OneDrive will cause you massive problems with Adobe Lightroom.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm back. I had to cook some dinner.
All right, no problem, buddy.
I'm in the West Coast, so.
Hey, Vahagan.
I thought you gave up food.
Hey guys, hang on just a second, Vahagan. I'm going to turn you loose in just a second here, but I got a couple of things I want to say real quick. So one, Mozman's talking about next week. That sounds good, Mozman. I hope that would be good for everybody. I'll make sure I promote it with a thumbnail, get it out there early enough that people know that we're going to do it. You're planning on putting together a presentation? That's fine.
Nice.
Awesome. like I said, I think a lot of us would benefit from it. It's like lighting. A lot of people say, well, I'm a natural light photographer, meaning I don't know anything about lighting. I'm not picking on them, but that's kind of the code for I don't know. Same thing here. A lot of people say, well, I got storage taken care of, which is code for I have no clue, and I'm losing files every day. So anyway, whatever you put together, I think it'll be great. And like I said, I think it'd be a good idea to show us what we get at the bottom end that will just support a hobbyist, and then take it up from there. So people may want to go to the extreme. But yeah, I need to know. I've got to figure this out because I don't understand all the different storage formats and everything else. On another note, and I'm going to turn Vaughan, I want you to take off here in a minute. Go at it, brother. But next Wednesday, or no, not next Wednesday. Yeah, next Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, I've got to fly to Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm driving my wife back up here from Raleigh. So I have an option here. I can do the live stream from 10 in the morning. That's Eastern time, 10 in the morning until just a little after noon. I got to get out of here right after noon to get to the airport. Or I can do it on Tuesday at the same time, 12 noon Eastern time. You guys help me out here. Tell me what, you guys would like to see. Anybody that's in here right now, if you just leave a comment too, after the video pops up, not in the chat, because Lord knows I'm not going to go through 900 comments in the chat to try to pick those out. But drop it in a comment after this rolls over into a video, if you would. I'm not going to cancel the live stream. I'm going to try to stay as consistent as I can. Wife backs that up too. But it's either going to be 10 in the morning start time on Wednesday, or I can do it at the regular time, 12 noon start, and go from there. So if you guys would help me out, I really appreciate it. What other? Oh, and the other thing I have to say real quick is I got to go to the little boys' room again. Nobody saw that coming, did you? But how long do you guys want to go? I'm not trying to get out of here.
I was actually about to say I'm about to check out myself, as I've got to drive home. But man,
it's all right. Some people are lightweights. I get it.
I'm getting old, Chuck.
just busting your chops off, and that's old. Fine. Because tell everybody the same thing. Come stay as long or as short as you want when you come into the, on the channel or whatever. But if you guys want to continue, then I'll be right back. Oh yeah, Gustavo's reminding me again. Thank you very much. Good thing I look over at the chat, Gustavo, because that's the other thing I got to say. If you guys want to hang around, I'm gonna hit the little boys' room. We'll come back. We'll fire it up and go a little longer. Boys in California are all about longer. Let's go.
They want to break.
So Gustavo asked the question about the photo review on the 5th of November. It is my birthday. The wife understands it, and if anything, we're just going to go out and get something to eat. She'll take me out to one of my favorite restaurants, McDonald's, Wendy's, something, and.
Poor man.
I kind of like them. Anyway, what was I going to say? So yes, we are doing the photo review on the 5th. And for those that want to participate, if you want to go back and look at what we do in the review, I say check out my channel and look for the title, photo review for September, photo review for what do we do? August, September. We did July too, didn't we? I think. So we've done this 3 months now. It's the first Saturday of every month. We do a photo review. If you want to know what we do, I just suggest go back there and check out one of those photo review nights. Look at it, and you'll understand what we're doing. It's not a big time critique. It's just an opportunity for everybody in here in the community to submit a photo, and we all talk about it. We have a good time doing it. Sometimes we get a little caught up in one photo over another, and we kind of spend more time than we should. But the bottom line is it's just a good review, and you're welcome to ask questions of the panel. Whoever's in here is the panel if you want to critique. But now here's what I need you to do if you'd like to participate. Send it to my email, and that's chuckoldmail at yahoo.com, and it's on the channel page if you can't remember that. I want the photo to be at least 2048 on the long side, 2048 pixels on the long side. And the reason for that is it just shows up better on the monitor, and I can drop it into ACR. I don't use Lightroom, I use ACR, and and scroll through the photos, and we can zoom in, zoom out, and things like that. So 2048 on the long side. Put it in an email as an attachment, or however you're going to put it in the email, and send it to chuckomail@yahoo.com. And in the subject, put something along the lines of for photo review November. Because I get so many emails. One of these days I'll be a rich man because I'm going to get monetized and start and make my living on YouTube. But right now I'm not. But anyway, send it to chuckomail@yahoo.com in the subject line, photo review for November. That's all I need to see, and I'll pick it out of the massive email bunches that I get and drop it in the folder, and you'll be in the show. I'll try to respond to everybody that sends a photo. You're in. It would be a short response to your email. And if for some reason you don't get a response, then let me know so that I can go back and look, because I have missed a couple of photos before. I'd like to get those in starting now. Anything that you guys want to submit, you can start submitting them now. I'll put them in the folder, and then we'll be ready to go, come November 5th. All right. I think that's all the housekeeping or stuff I have. Anybody got a question on that real quick before I go to the boys' room?
You know, Chuck, I thought you were gonna say you'll be a rich man someday from selling all the submissions.
Well,
That's what I thought you was gonna say. And then Greg Wilson
Shutterstock.com.
Greg Wilson beat me to it, saying that Chuck needs it for a big print to sell.
Yeah, I'm going to the next craft fair with all your photos.
I thought it was weird that my last submission I saw it in Walgreens.
Well,
in the card section.
Huff's already caught me. He said he's already seen one of the photos that he did.
Yeah, that's still really weird. That is weird. I got the Nikonian email today, and there is a shot in today's email that looks like, I mean, it's so, I showed it to a friend of mine because I thought I was crazy, and he was like, dude, how is that not your shot? And I was like, I've literally, it's made me think I'm going to go back through my archives to like 2010 and find it, because it's so bizarre to me. It's so bizarre because of the point of what Chuck and I talked about earlier, is like, you could have 10 photographers in the same area, and none of them are going to take the exact same shot. And we all see things differently.
Yeah.
And so this shot is the only thing different is it's literally cropped just a little bit. It just
All right.
it's so insane.
All right. I gotta go to the little boy's room. I'm shaking my leg like a 4-year-old again. Anyway, I'm gonna put up a comment Matthew Card made and let you guys respond to that. But Vaughan, you have the floor, sir, and I will be right back.
Good night, guys. I'll see y'all next time.
Take care.
Yep.
Later, man.
Thanks for having
me. Well, Gus wants one of these. All right. Mossman. What's up, man? Hey, Z, I think you'll get a kick off this. Today I bought 2 Helios lenses.
Really?
Helios. Yeah.
Which ones?
I bought the 44-2
Mm-hmm.
and the 44-4.
Nice. Did you what'd you get them for, like $6? You've been getting them insane deals lately.
No, I paid $90 for both.
Nice.
Which is not bad.
Are they micro 4/3 or are they F mount?
M42.
M42.
Yep. So I ordered my Z adapter for the M42. So
is it Metabuns?
Nah, man, I bought like a $12 adapter from Amazon.
That's what I get too, man. I got the Photesi. I think it's Photesi. I think I paid $14 for it. Now I don't
Just
have
a
any
lump of
F mount
metal
lenses
anyway.
to put on it. Yeah, I mean the FTZ adapter. Let's be honest, it's a dummy adapter, essentially. You know, it won't even. They couldn't even integrate some kind of system to screw drive D lenses. You know, it's like, as
Yeah,
big and thick as that is, it's like, how could you not?
Helios has a cult following. I mean, it's an old Russian brand,
Yeah.
but they're famous for their swirl bokeh.
I had a question in my comment section the other day about Carl Zeiss and Carl Zeiss Jenna. And I don't remember who it was, but I'd like to talk to you again about it because Jenna is like Russian Zeiss back in the day.
East German.
That's the conversation we were having, right? So it was like, you know, Russia occupied basically, you know, the East Germany, and that's where they had like a Zeiss factory over there, and then you had like East and West. So it's a cool story. Go look it up. That's what I wanted to say. Google it because the Zeiss story is really interesting.
Yeah, the Jennas are M42s as well.
Yeah.
So I had a 200 2.8 once. Heavy
Jenna?
lens. Yeah, Jenna.
I didn't even know they made telephotos at that point.
Yeah, it was a 200 millimeter 2.8.
Many
Nice.
of them are radioactive too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I can't wait to use it, man.
Yeah,
Monday,
yeah.
I'm getting my
I'll be looking.
adapter.
I'll be looking forward to it. I was really disappointed by the Meyer optic Gurlitz like they had like the revamp or whatever.
The new
And
ones
that-
are crap.
They are absolute. I paid $1,000 for the Trio Plan 100, and it was absolutely. I mean, it was almost impossible to handle, to the point that I made the point in the review of it that I seriously think that because like in the package, it's beautiful packaging. They give you like some images that you could assume were taken with the Trio Plan 100, and I seriously think that they're fake. Like that's how big of a difference they were. That lens was absolute trash. I still believe that the old ones are probably, if you can find them, are going to be a better bet. But yeah, I was heartbroken by that because I remember. Do you guys remember the Meyer Optic Gurlitz scam from like 7 years ago or something, where they had like the Kickstarter and then they never built anything really,
Yeah.
and then the CEO remarkably got in a car wreck, and so they ceased everything. And so I was excited back then because, you know, simple lens designs are kind of my thing. I mean, you talk about character, and yeah, it just never went anywhere. It was a big scam, and then it became real, and they're junk for $1,000.
Yeah.
Not the same company.
Yeah, it's the name, you know.
Just the name.
It's just the name. But yeah, I look forward to that, Vahagan. I still, I'm not willing to have any old lenses at this point. I just don't have room for them after my gear meltdown. But I look forward to seeing what comes out of them. I'm sure they're just oozing with character.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with the Helios 44-2, you like search on YouTube, you'll see some awesome videos.
Yeah, the F4, I've literally never seen anything on that, but the 2, I mean, those things pop up every few years. It seems like the following comes out of the woodwork, but people love that lens.
No, the 44-2 is I think it's a model number. It's actually a 50 millimeter f2 lens.
Okay. Okay. I thought you were saying there was an F4 version out there or something.
Yeah, it's a 58 millimeter f2 lens.
Okay.
So,
okay.
But the character, I mean, it's crazy character.
I bet it's awesome.
And you can find it for $100 everywhere.
Are they readily available? I figured as much hype, they probably just didn't exist anymore.
But be careful. Some of those Russian lenses are pretty bad condition. Some are brilliant, but some are not. Some of them have been not used for 10, 20 years, and they're stuck and gooey and lenses out of place.
Nice white spores in them, and
yeah, that's
mold and everything else, fungus.
Yeah,
and the
this
quality
one
control wasn't good to start with.
This one has some oil in the aperture blades, but it's okay.
Yeah,
it's fine. I mean, they make 3 versions of this lens, so the 60s, late 60s, and 70s, all the way up to I think the early 80s. So, hey Chuck, did you see that video I sent you today?
Yes, and that's not the one I was thinking of because there's another one out there that shows uh, a real good representation of that swirly bokeh.
Mm.
That's what
Yeah.
those trio plans were supposed to do. They were supposed to have like swirly and bubbly and awesome bokeh, and that it did. But that's that's all it had. The color rendition was disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, Miller Rod, you missed a lot.
You missed 3 hours and 18 minutes. Zionce made an appearance. Chuck ate some M&Ms.
The usual.
D-Moots is giving his lens away.
Yeah, lens giveaway for the
Yeah, the
400.
entries are already the entries are over with though.
Yeah, it was only people in the chat.
Unfortunately, D-Moots has already committed to giving the lens to the Support Zach Foundation, and they're very grateful. And even if I had $13,000 for that lens, I wouldn't have it for a year.
I tried to get you to get that 400 4.5 from me.
And I was very, very close to pulling the trigger on that. But with the announcement of the 3512, i512 is finally going to be out soon, I was like,
That's why I sent that email out to all you guys first.
I was really close.
Yeah,
But
I'm looking-
Go ahead,
I
Vaughan.
was gonna say I'm looking forward to what D-Moots is.
Hey, Miller,
Gonna
Ave,
show
yeah,
us.
there is quite a bit in there, man. So if you want to later on, when you get a chance, go back and check it out. You can skim through, and you'll know when things are pretty. There's a lot going on. It'll be easy to find it. I am going to try to put some more time markers in here for this one also. Lance, you're not late. You're right on time. We're still here, buddy.
What I wanted to see, and too bad Moots, you got rid of your foot lens, right? It's gone. The 400.
Which one?
4.5.
The 4.5. It's gone. Yeah.
I wanted to see some side by sides.
Yeah, I know. After I did that, I was like, man. But the guy I bought the lens from ended up buying that 4.5 from me.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, I have a feeling that Nikon is going to drop the 35 and the 85 at the exact same time, and I'm interested in both, and so I'll probably get them both when they're announced. I just have this gut feeling that they're both going to hit at the same time.
yeah.
85 would be
You know
interesting.
that-
I don't think I need 35. They're for street photographers.
Yeah, I feel like, is there any actual mention that it's a 1.2, or are they assuming it's a 1.2?
Assuming, I think. Looking at the size of the 85, though, it'd probably be a 1.2.
I think it's pretty much understood that it'll be a 1.2. At least that's what everybody's saying. I haven't heard anybody
Yeah.
saying.
Hey, Jeffrey,
Yo,
did you get my pre-order in, man? You got B&H back there.
yeah, back here, yeah.
Where's
It
my?
was the greatest heist ever committed.
I snuck in when Chuck distracted him when he went with his friends that day. You know.
Yeah.
Or
What's my take on the D200? I don't know. You guys, what's your take on the D200?
We had a whole conversation on it.
I mean,
But
I
you-
had it. I
you're
liked it. I liked it. I never had the D700. I can't comment on that, but I liked my D200, and then subsequently got a D300. But I liked it.
I never owned the D700, so same here. Can't comment. But the D200 I've had, CCD
Yeah, CCD.
sensor. You can buy one for $80 online, $100.
What did
Yeah,
they
well-
launch at?
Oh, I don't know. I don't
Does
remember.
anyone remember? I'll Google it. Just out of curiosity, because we had I don't know if you were cooking dinner when we had that conversation, but me and Brian got into a little bit how when we both got into full frame, it was $1,600 is what we had to spend, and now you can get those for like $500.
I mean, I had the D100 as well.
I had the D300S after the D200.
That's what I had the D300S too.
Wow, it launched at $1,700
Back then, that's like
in 2005. Shoot, that's
Hey,
good
Chuck.
money today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. Hey, Chuck. I wish Ron would have been in here tonight, man.
Yeah.
I think you and Ron should really pick that up in the next live stream. Go one on one. Yeah, that was fireworks, man. I wish you guys would able to witness what was going on on the phone.
Yeah, I did a little tune up today for my rant. Ron provided. Oh,
That's the D200 as a Fuji.
Yeah, I had that too. Is that the S3 or
That's S5.
Five.
S5?
Here's a
Huh.
question for you, Roy. What don't you have? How big is the box you keep turning around and pulling stuff out of?
It's 2 rooms.
It's not a box. It's not a box. It's a little red bag.
I mean, you're
2
seriously,
rooms.
you're seriously like the only thing you're missing is a rant about magnetism. I think that you are rivaling
Oh, we're going to do that.
Ken Wheeler.
There's
got
actually a
a
hole in the
septic
floor, with an elevator. It goes down, and the little elves pull whatever
He
it is he
does.
talks about,
He's
and then
he's
it comes up.
he's got a dumbwaiter back there, and it's just
Yeah.
like bringing up all the stuff.
Hey,
Same
Lance.
he's pulled 5 cameras out of tonight.
You put
hey,
Matt
Lance, we
Irwin to
talked
shame,
about the
man.
D200. We were saying that if you go over to Grays of Westminster, you're always a welcome guest if you bring up the D200 because that camera comes up more than the FM3, and that's saying something. But there's a lot of love for the D200. So
Hey, the D100 was a whopping 6 megapixels when it came out, and it was 1999. Came out in February of 2002.
Hey, I got a 4 megapixel pro body, okay? All right. Hey, Roy, that back there,
And
I
the,
saw
and the, yeah, and the
Right.
F1, F and F2 and F3, F4, F5. I haven't got an F6.
Have you
What-
ever
what is
sold
that?
anything?
Roy, what is
Not
that?
for many years.
What is that briefcase back there? The Nikon briefcase.
That's a 600 F4.
You got that too?
Yeah,
Jeez.
hasn't
Did you
everybody?
have to ask?
I agree, Gustavo.
Or he's going to open a
You do have some
museum,
great
its own
photos.
museum, I think. He can open up a museum with everything he's got.
That's his intent. That's his retirement plan.
The
Why not?
P1000 was cool.
The D1000. I don't think I even knew that existed.
No.
Shockingly.
P1000.
The P1000, the Roy
Oh, I
showed.
thought you said D1000.
No,
I was
that's a
like,
P900.
what?
That's my wife's.
Yeah.
She's not into cameras, but she likes taking pictures. The P900's perfect for her.
Yeah.
Hey, that was one of the 7 cameras he pulled out today. Was the
Only 7.
D1000.
Somebody was shooting surfing with that, with me and Maz when we were out. Remember Maz? One of the guys had that Nikon camera with the amazing zoom lens.
Well, this
Yeah,
one's got a pretty interesting lens zoom. It really is. It's only a 1-inch sensor, but it really can zoom way and way off. It's amazing.
Yeah, the pictures people take of the moon with that camera are actually really cool.
Mm-hmm.
They are expensive though. I think that they're at Best Buy. They're whatever the newest, biggest one is, the latest version, whatever. It's really high, more expensive than I thought it was.
Yeah,
The
I usually buy
P1
the last model.
P1000.
cheaper.
It's $1,000.
Is that the biggest one?
Z-Wade, what is that
Yo.
back there? What is that back there blinking?
Oh, that's my water dispenser telling me that it's out.
So now it's an air dispenser.
Yeah.
Hey Chuck, what were you
Ew,
asking
yeah.
about Wednesday? You were saying something about the times?
Yeah, Wednesday I got to fly to Raleigh. I'm driving back Thursday, driving Mama home. She's coming back from Raleigh, and she doesn't like to travel alone. I don't like her to travel alone. So anyway, I'm going to fly down there and drive back with her. So I have to I have a choice here. I'm not going to skip the stream, but I have to do it Tuesday at the regular time, 12 noon, or I can do it Wednesday the regular day, but early, 10 a.m. start, because I've got to get out of here right after noon to get down to the airport. So I was asking people if they would just make a comment after the fact here when this rolls over into a video and let me know what they think would be best for them, and then I'll take a consensus and pick one.
Hey, you know, Tim Hunter has a really good point, Roy. I would like to see the cart,
Mozman.
you know, and like the wet
Which
plates.
cart? I've got 5 carts.
The one that pulls
One's
up
got-
with the accordion extension and
I'm still in a mess because I've just moved and everything's sort of in here, there, and everywhere.
actually the
organised.
speaking of that, the last remaining camera store here in Wichita, they actually used to have one as decoration, like one of the big gigantic carts that you would like roll up to the photo shoot, you know, and you get under the cloth and everything. They had one on display. It was really cool. You should buy it from them. It's the only thing you ain't got. Or you might. I don't know. Maybe you got one in the shed.
Oh, so yeah, Greg says put the camera on the dash and start streaming. Yeah, well, I can have Mama drive and then I'll stream from the car. Talking about having some dropped frames as we go in and out of rural areas.
You know who I would like to see on this show one day is Carmine, man.
Yeah,
That guy seems like an interesting fellow. I've asked him a few times, but he's declined.
yeah, you know, we talked about that. Some people just aren't inclined to be on a live stream for a lot of different reasons, I guess. But some people aren't comfortable being live. Remember, Manny Ortiz talked about that when you had him on the show. He doesn't like doing the live thing.
Yep.
Hmm.
Carmine from New York. That guy has a lot of old cameras.
Yeah, I find
Mike
it
Morton.
interesting that Manny isn't really into the live stuff because he seems so energetic and social, but you know, it really isn't for everybody. I mean, even whenever Chuck first had me on, like I didn't know if I'd be able to go like tit for tat with like camera talk, you know, because I don't really talk to anybody about photography in my town. There is no photographers, you know, so it's like I don't even like I hope I don't like get tripped up by a question and look like an idiot whenever I can't answer or something.
Never
like
stop
that, you
know?
Greg Wilson. Face for radio and a voice for silent. That's funny. I've never heard that before.
Hey, Greg, where part of Northern California you from? We're waiting for a response.
I think he's out there somewhere near you.
I think he said Northern Cali.
You know, everybody does that. Oh, you're from California? I'm from California. We need to get together.
Big
Yeah,
difference.
like it's 20 miles across.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, that's something that's wild about Texas. So like whenever I was living in Texas in 2009 and I wanted to go back to my like childhood neighborhood in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. It's about 480 miles. Whenever I was coming back to Texas, whenever I crossed the state line from Louisiana to Texas, there's a sign that says El Paso, 980 miles. I'm like, what?
Yep. If you guys never taken that drive on the Highway 1 into Carmel and Monterey, and that's a beautiful drive, man. Scenic route, beautiful photography by the Hearst. What is it? The Hearst Mansion? Am I saying that right? Hearst Castle or something like that.
Hearst Castle, yeah.
Beautiful.
Isn't that what it's called?
Beautiful.
Tim, I just read your comment. I just watched that movie recently, so I know. Like I'm seeing it.
It never
funny.
came out because we found the first copy at the bottom of the ocean.
The prototype is
Yeah.
sleeping with the fishes.
Hey Z Wade,
Yo.
you guys coming to WPPI?
Probably not. I'm probably not going to do any big trips.
Oh, because of your dog?
Yeah, and until she's gone. I mean, she's still in good health, but Dobermans don't live that long. But I'll probably be basically on mini vacations every weekend because I don't really have another reason to be at home. You know what I mean? So,
What about you, Jeff?
No,
Come on. Come on.
I'm not a good traveler. I don't fit in airline seats very well.
First class, baby.
Jeff, are you?
I can't even afford the baggage compartment.
Chuck's that guy. It's like, turn the AC down. I'm too cold. It's too hot. Turn it up. I don't
Yep.
like this radio station.
Yeah. Yep.
My feet
I
are swelling.
I have my request for an upgrade flying to Raleigh on Wednesday already.
Well, make sure your flight is not canceled though, because last time I booked a flight here, I had to check last minute, and sure enough, they canceled my flight.
Airlines are doing really weird stuff with seating that I've been hearing like a lot about. So like they're selling tickets that they actually don't have because they're making assumptions of cancellations. And when those don't happen, it's like there's a lot of people that are getting sold tickets that there isn't a seat for right now. It seems really stupid, but they're obviously incredibly desperate for money or something.
It is crazy.
Hey, Albert,
Yeah.
what do you mean forgotten? Forgotten more about photography than most YouTubers know.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
checked that.
he's saying Carmine is he's got so much experience that he's forgotten more than most YouTubers know.
Dude, that guy's crazy. If you check him out, if you haven't heard of him.
Oh,
Man, this was a good stream today, Chuck. Even when I was cooking my pork chops, I was listening to you guys.
yeah, we had a good time tonight, even with me whining.
That
I
was a
say
fun
whining
one.
because those are the emails I'm going to get.
Yeah, that's silly, Moz, man. Like I remember, like whenever I was a kid, like you didn't really pay for, like, your carry-on. And last time I flew to Texas, I specifically just packed enough to fit in the bag, and it was like $15. I was like, what?
I've never been to the UK, and that's one place that I want to go one day.
Me too.
You want to eat some
Never-
great food? I'm kidding.
You know.
I'm kidding.
Well,
I'm not. I've had this conversation with a lot of Brits and others too. How many give me 5 great you love 5 fantastic British dishes. Go ahead. Clock's on. Stumped you, didn't I?
But they just had tea and crumpets.
Tea and crumpet. Yeah.
No, I worked with a Brit, and he was all the time picking on America and this and that, talking about, fat food. He called it fast, instead of fast food. And I said, yeah, tell me about any, chain restaurants in Britain. How many of those you got?
The most delicious food in Britain is curry. They should be ashamed.
Well, why? Because they spent so much time in India in the day. You know what? And then, he was aggravating me one night. We were at Olive Garden. All of us were there. And he was picking on Olive Garden. And I said, well, give me 5 wonderful British dishes that people can't live without. And he couldn't.
He could.
I like
Yeah,
the names of
there's-
some of them. There's
Huh?
spotted pig.
Yeah, I know. Well, we brought that up. I mean, just the name alone is enough to say, yeah, you know what? I'll pass on that.
Hey, Roy, I don't want to
We
hear.
we call that curable in America.
Hey, Roy, I don't want to hear nothing from the Aussie guy because you guys eat that bitter Vegemite, and
Oh,
my,
yeah.
that
It's
will
not too
that,
bad under an egg on toast.
that is disgusting, and that will untie your shoelaces. It is so bitter. I tried some. I had an Aussie friend. She's like, "You got to try it." I'm like, "I've never even seen it." I found some. I didn't know how to eat it, and so I spread it like jam on toast, and she was like, "No, that's way too much." I said, "I wish you would have told me that because that's the most bitter." I was like, like it burns. It's so bitter.
You know, I
Could
mean,
do something with all the leftovers from making beer.
Yeah, that's you scrape it off the bottom, put it on toast.
So there's Vegemite.
You know something funny? We don't have to dwell on it, but she did tell me. I said, "What's the difference between Vegemite and Marmite?" And she said, "If your parents don't love you, they give you Marmite."
It's even worse.
I
Hey, you
thought
know what
that
I
was
want to
funny.
see? I want to see you three collaborate one day.
Who's
I want
that?
to see Z Wade. I want to see Amar, and I want to see Stu Blue in one video.
Hey, you know what? I've been trying to collaborate, and Vahagan ain't called me yet. Amar ain't called me yet. Nobody hit me up but good old Chuck.
Actually, you're next, so
I'm
get
next. Uh-oh.
ready. Yes. I was
With or
gonna
without
tell
the
you,
wig.
Yeah, he's got to wear the wig.
with the wig.
It's so hot. It's so like I feel greasy now because I was sweating in it.
Yeah.
No, but I could just imagine Amar with Stu Blue. The one skit.
yeah, Stu Blue's gone silent again.
Yeah, some people do that, don't they?
Yeah.
He drifted
A
off.
lot
That's
of
what
work.
it was.
A lot of work putting out these videos.
By the
Stu
way,
Blue-
guys, for anybody that was like they're kind of getting burnt out on the YouTube, and this is harder. This will be harder for Chuck because it's like we do like the live streams, but just take a weekend and grind out a bunch of videos and post them, like post date them to certain days of the week that you want to post, and just take a weekend, grind out a bunch of them, and it relieves the stress of having to crank one out because you don't have something, and it gives you time to have a week where it's like I'm not going to fool with it. Like
Yeah.
I know it gets hard, and you get burnt out because it's like, oh gosh, like I've done it too. It's like, oh, I've got to make a YouTube video because I have to be consistent, because consistency is one of the bigger contributors to the algorithm.
Oh yeah.
And so you want to be consistent. Just take a weekend, grind it out, make like 5 videos. If you do one a week, make a month worth, and then take a break the next week, and then you're still 3 videos ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stu Blue's he was doing I loved his videos, man. They were so original. You know?
John, of course we're still here.
I think I'm going to call it a night, though.
All right.
I think I'm going to call it a
I'm
night.
getting right behind you there, Jeffrey.
Uh-oh, there it is. There it is. The
It's
wall's
catching.
crumbling. The wall's
It's
crumbling.
catching.
Before you go, guys, D-Moots, can I see that lens one more time? Just
Sure.
a little. Tease us a little bit.
Just a little. It's not that little, no.
No, demons, slowly. Oh,
Painful.
Now I want one.
Do us a
There you've
favor,
done it.
Can you remove the hood?
The clothes.
yeah.
Just a
Vahagan's
hint.
asking him to undress it on live stream.
Yes.
Look at that. Bow, bow,
Ooh.
bow, 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 bow.
You know, this thing's only 6.5 pounds. It's
What?
so light.
It's like
Is
a
it?
toy howitzer. Look
Yeah,
at that
it
lens
double-
hood. You can eat cereal out of it.
It launches missiles.
Yeah.
That's why you can't get them. They're all Ukraine's using them all.
Yeah.
Look at Roy. Look at
It's a
Roy.
mortar.
He's thinking, oh man, that's next.
Listen to this.
Oh, you can't even hear it, can you? The teleconverter is so smooth.
I could hear
in
it.
there. Did you hear it?
Yeah, barely.
It's so smooth.
Nice.
Pro level lenses from Nikon are very, very impressive.
Man,
Yeah.
you got a
Build
gem
quality is
right there, man.
unmatched.
Have you
Yeah,
even
I
taken a shot with it yet?
I
Moops?
did. Yeah, I shot some birds in my backyard today just to mess with it.
Are you gonna do portraits with an off-camera flash with it?
Yeah, yeah. When I go down there and take pics of Zach.
There's going to be so much compression. You're going to see like 5 states over pulled right behind your subject.
Yeah, I just played with it a little bit tonight and stuck a 1.4 on it as well and a 2X, and man, amazing.
Nice.
Beautiful lens.
It really does look like a Panzerschreck, man, for sure.
Yeah.
I can understand why Nikon didn't put the 2 to 600 out yet. Everybody's buying the 400.
The 400 4.5 maybe.
I just want to know where all this money came from. Every photographer I know is like relatively poor, yet the Z9s flew off the shelf. You can't get the 13 to or the
Look, we've dispelled every rumor out there.
400-28.
All the brainiacs over in Nikon rumors in the forum that nobody has any money. There's a supply chain issue. You name it, they come up with all. Yet everybody else seems to be doing okay.
Right? I'm
know?
just saying, for the 10 years of my photography shooting, for the most part, nobody has any money.
Should take up product photography. Much more money.
That's
More
why-
boring, but more money.
That's why I don't travel. I either can travel or buy gear, and I buy gear, so I can't.
You know,
travel.
I tried I tried to get some like product photography gigs and like rapid fire 10 things that I reached out to do. They wanted you to buy their product and then take pictures of it. I'm like, that sounds like a scam. No thanks.
Yeah, really.
It does.
And so I just backed out of looking for product photography jobs. But I have the setup to where I could do it. But you know,
They seem to stick to the same photographers for years and years. The companies, they don't change.
Z, I think it's a lot of people are using maybe credit cards and stuff.
probably. I mean, there is a huge. I mean, the American debt is like well into the trillions right now. So it had a big ramp up over COVID.
I use my wife's money.
Boredom. Lucky.
Well-
All the money I have is because I don't have kids. I don't have kids. I'm not married. My rent is really cheap. And
Look. I'd have a lot more money if I didn't have subscribed to all these YouTube channels. They're costing.
it's expensive.
Because they cost money.
I was kicking around the idea because like YouTube is at least Vahagan, you're monetized, so I don't know if you've been getting the emails, but YouTube has been pushing me to introduce like what is it, like the subscription to my channel.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I don't know what I can do different.
No.
You know?
You know who
It's
gave
like-
me a good idea? Monochrome Memoirs, dude. Will, he gave me a good idea. He said he's using that button for donation purpose. You get it? So not that he's putting out exclusive content.
I see.
He's just if people join, they're donating to his channel every month.
I see.
So
Okay,
tune
that
in,
makes
man.
a little more sense because like I was trying to think of like, well, what kind of content could I do? But see, the only thing I could come up with is so like whenever I do these like bodyscape shoots and stuff, I put them on my website, like uncut versions. But I still can't do that on YouTube, and that's the only additional content that I have. Is the stuff that you generally have to. It's like $5 or something on my website. It's like, but I still can't do that because it's going to get shut down anyway.
There you go. You could just
So-
have Karen on for specials.
Yeah.
Plus, I think you might alienate some subscribers if you like block them out of your channel just because they're not
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like,
And
if
at
you
least
have,
with
like,
my
a-
website, it's still optional. It's like you can go over there, like if you're interested in seeing like the full like behind the scenes and the work and how see the photos how they're meant to be seen, then you have that option. But I just didn't feel right about doing exclusive content on YouTube. It's like I didn't have any ideas and I didn't like the ideas I came up with.
No, do it as a donation button.
What I mean, there's super thanks though, or is that just not as obvious as?
There's that, but maybe some people want to just be donating a couple bucks to you a month.
I see. That's a
don't
good
know.
idea.
So
I'll kick it around. I'm still. I mean, I know like Ryan Troy and Team Mid. They all told me this. Dude, don't feel bad about trying to make money. And I was like, well, I haven't quite kicked that on YouTube yet because I've always been a free consumer, And now that I'm a content creator, it's like I'm still holding on to. It's like, well, I watch everything for basically free. It's not my money that goes to the
Well,
content creator.
I
It's the
can't
ad.
wait. I can't wait to get monetized because I'm going to have a subscription service too, and it'll be just no rants. If you want to subscribe, then you get the
Then
no
you won't
rant
rant.
version.
there's another guy that disappeared, Ryan Troy and Frames.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't seen Ryan Troy in a long time.
Yeah, I might
Well,
I might call Bayou Josh tomorrow, man. I want to see what's up with him.
did Ryan Troy go back to work? Because I thought he had quit work to do photography and YouTube full time, and I think he went back to work, didn't he?
He did. Yep.
Yeah, he did. But then I thought he started picking up gigs doing shoots again, and then he did a
Mm.
few more videos, and then he just kind of disappeared.
Well, if he's a one man show, I mean, I can attest to how hard it is to do to like bring my subscribers out into the field. There are a lot better angle. Like I would like to be able to show people how I work and what I look like while I'm working and stuff like that, and directing the models and stuff.
Yeah, you need somebody shooting for you.
You have to, and it's
Yeah.
not even
You
like I
notice
can
what
use
you
the
look
drone.
like when you're working, and it's scary when you have that extra hair.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It gets in the way and it's a choking hazard.
It's hot, it's sticky, it's up. Ugh.
Yeah.
Especially when someone lights it up.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm jumping off of here for tonight.
All right, man.
I'm gonna beat
Hey.
Jeffrey out of there.
Hey,
All right,
David.
D-Moots.
Thanks
You
for
got
being in here, man. Thanks for
Yeah.
pairing your channel too, buddy. I hope it
Yeah,
doesn't
no
hurt
problem.
you.
No, we're good. Everybody,
All
take
right.
care. We'll catch you later.
All
Later,
right.
buddy.
Good night.
Later. I'm going
See
to
ya.
follow
Good night,
David out as well. I had a long day today, and I'm kind of beat, so I'm gonna.
Before you go, I want to hear it. Come on,
Hear what?
my friend.
my friend.
Man, you and Maz had a good time. One day I'm gonna come visit you.
Yeah, he we hit it off really well. I mean, he's a great guy, and it's funny because we're both adopted, so we have had some similar life experiences. So we just really hit it off well, and we both kind of have a strange sense of humor, so that kind of clicks really good too. So
Tell you what, next year sometime, if Maz goes to the east again, I'll maybe take a trip with him.
that would be cool.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll have recovered a little bit from the hurricane and get some stuff fixed, so things are a little better to take some pictures when you come down.
Yeah, heck
You
yeah.
can do a video for your channel, V in the East. Feast.
I'll say
Hey, you
the
guys,
who's
are you celebrating?
the twosome from California invading South Carolina.
That title would actually get a lot of views due to YouTube loving a violent sounding kind of title. Invading, top of the algorithm.
Yeah. It's all about how you phrase your titles, right?
Yeah, two gruesome photographers invade the East.
Invade.
Dude, I would love to like I said, take a trip across country and just visit all you guys one by one. All right, here
That'd
we
be
go
cool.
with Z Wade. Here we go with Chuck. Here we
Well,
go
me
with
too.
Steve. Oh, you're too far, man.
However,
I be able to go somewhere, Roy, where I don't
visit you,
get
Roy.
killed by the critters. I go
Hey,
see
Roy,
you, Roy. I
if
don't
I'm
get
in,
killed by the spiders or the snakes or something, or get
Everything will kill you over there.
kicked in the head by a
Oh, it's
kangaroo.
not that bad. There's
If
several
I'm in
things
Au-
that don't kill you here.
if I ever visit Australia, sure, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Got
on
room
my
for
bucket
you.
list.
Well, anyway, I got to go. And Chuck, thank you for the generous plug at the beginning of your show. Totally unnecessary. I appreciate it.
It's not
Well
a no,
deserved,
no,
though.
no, no. It's very necessary, and I want to stress that because it's time that we, the little channels, help each other out because none of the big guys are going to do it. That's for certain.
Exactly.
But I will. I will. You'll put something on your channel to address what day you're going to do next week, Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yes, sir. I will. Yeah.
All right, so I'll keep a lookout for that. And all you got, gentlemen, have a good night or good morning, or depending where you are. And
Afternoon.
I'll see you guys next time.
Good night, Jeff.
All right, let it,
Thank
All
Jeff.
you.
right, Jeffrey. Thanks for being in here. Everybody,
Bye,
check out
everybody.
Selective Imagery. All right.
Thanks again.
All right, brother.
Is anyone else celebrating the internet birthday on the 26th?
The internet's birthday.
Yeah.
When is
26th of
it?
October is when the internet was turned on
Oh,
back in 1969.
oh.
I didn't
I
know it
did-
celebrated a birthday.
I didn't either. That's cool.
But at
A lot
the
of
same
computer
time,
people do.
they have National Hamburger Day and National Grilled Cheese Day. So I mean, why not?
Yeah.
Actually, both of my parents this year sent me text messages and they said Happy Son's Day. And I'm like, when did that become a thing? I feel like you owe me a lot of presents, 32 to be exact.
Oh,
Oh, there's your dog,
Back-
man.
Back in software development, we always celebrated the internet's birthday and just for the fun of it.
yeah. Didn't our vice president didn't he develop the internet?
He thought he did.
Our ex vice president.
Al Gore. Al Gore,
Al Gore.
claimed he
He
did.
thinks he did.
Yeah.
That's a big claim right there,
It
buddy.
is. Yeah, it was turned on in 1969. ARPANET then.
Yeah.
1969. I did not know that it was turned on then. Why did we not know about it until 19 whatever 80?
Until the World Wide Web, it wasn't friendly enough for everyone else to use. That was in the 90s.
Yeah, it was mostly like a kind of a CIA communication kind of deal, wasn't it? Or government
Yeah,
communication.
it's just
device.
universities and the CIA and government groups using it.
Yeah.
Till they found out it
Moz.
wasn't secure.
Moz.
69 was a great year.
Yeah, they. I actually remember when the internet became available to like everybody, and like my grandparents had it, and that was like you turned it. You had to like unplug the phone and then plug in the the
Yes.
thing. And if
You
you
have
picked
two
up the
phone
phone,
lines.
yeah,
You have two phone lines.
you've got mail.
I think I've got that dial-up connection recorded here. I think.
Yeah. Handshaking.
Yeah, I remember the first. I think the first viral video that I remember was the dancing baby. You know, the ooga shaka, ooga ooga ooga. That was like the first like big viral thing that I remember on the internet.
Oh, when I started, it was all
Lance.
text only.
Lance, I feel so bad, man. If people are asking me this and I feel terrible, I haven't used it yet. I mean, I know I'm bad.
Shame on you.
I
Well,
know.
in your defense, that is an incredibly specialty lens. It's like you're not just gonna take it out to like a wedding and do
no,
group shots with it, you know.
no.
Oh, he said he's going to lend it to people that want to borrow it for a day or two.
Yeah,
be
drive
right
behind
over.
up to Kansas. You know, I'm a shallow depth of field guy, and I would love to just have a completely, I mean, just like a hair of focus. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, I
Hard
just
to do, but interesting.
I just bought well, I didn't buy, but someone, a Chinese brand, sent me a set of filters to review.
Mhm.
82 millimeter I requested, so they're like ND filters. So I'm gonna use them.
Nice.
I'm gonna open it up
Probably have a color
broad
cast.
daylight. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, video coming soon, guys. I know. This is like
You haven't been putting out any videos lately.
I know.
Slacking.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You have time for more videos. You've been knocking them out one after the other.
Hey,
Yeah.
Vahagan. So just real quick, we don't have to go too far off the beaten path, but so for example, like I put out basically like I guarantee like 2 videos a week, right? And as it stands right now, I'm basically backlogged until January 1st on 2 videos a week, right? And then I have another series that I'm doing aside from that, Z5 photo dump, which hasn't launched yet. Do you actually backlog your stuff, or do you just like crank these out as you get them done?
As I get them done.
Wow, so you're grinding.
Yeah, I don't have any backlog or anything.
I don't know
mean,
how you put out 3 videos a week. Well, I guess I mean you're a photographer by trade, right? So if you don't have shoots to do, then God, that sounds like the life.
Yeah, but I have editing to do,
That's true.
which it gets in the way. That's what
So
I'm telling.
so
That's
so
what I
you
always
don't
say.
you don't
But
outsource your editing? Most of the wedding I never did, but a lot of the wedding photographers around here outsource theirs to like India.
no, man, I've done that, and I just don't like what they do. So
Mm-hmm.
I end up re-editing it. So
Yeah.
forget it. I just take my time and do it
Yeah.
myself. But
It's a
um,
lot to ask somebody to like mimic your style. That's
yeah.
incredibly difficult, and the odds of finding somebody that just wants to be lazy with it and take the money is probably pretty high.
Plus,
Yes.
I don't really like the over-edited
Mm-hmm.
style. I'm very basic, man. All I do is adjust a little bit of exposure. I don't want my clients to look like dolls in the picture. When you see the fake skin and
Mm-hmm.
there's not too much editing to do. I try to get it right in camera as much as I can.
Right. I
With
mean,
the, with
if you're shooting weddings, like you have to, otherwise you're gonna lose money.
with
On
crops,
your labor.
like especially with cropping the image, like I try to like not shoot crooked or
Mm-hmm.
get it right. So what on average, what is your editing time? Depends, man. If it's a review, it takes sometimes 2 days to edit the video. 2-3 days. But if it's like a talking head video, that thing's easy. Like
Yeah.
you shoot it, you edit it,
I can get
upload
talking
it.
head videos done in probably less than an hour for the most part. But like the ones where it's like I'm acting like I got the DJI action too, like the videos that you see where it's like on top of my camera, those take for absolute ever to do. Like it's usually like if I do a shoot on like a Saturday, I might have it ready to put in my backlog by like Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because you got like music selection, and people probably don't notice, but I actually like to have the photos on cadence with the music, and that takes a long time to size all the. It takes forever, guys. Dude, doing YouTube is hard, y'all.
Plus you have the narration to do, like voiceover. That's why the reason why I don't have a backlog is because when I shoot something right away, I like to put it out and edit it because it keeps me
Mhm.
excited.
Yeah,
You get it? Like I'm the most excited of the latest thing I shoot.
yeah,
And then later I just get bored of it. So same thing with photos. I'm excited the first day, and then I get bored of the work, and then I want to shoot something new.
yeah.
So
I basically grinded out my backlog. I'll let myself get down to about like a couple weeks worth of videos, and then I'll dedicate a weekend to getting like a lot of stuff shot, and then I'll edit it because I actually enjoy editing my videos. Like I think it's fun picking out the music and the stuff like that. It's a lot of work, but it's fun. And so I'll work on that, and get like a couple of them done a week. And then that gives me time on the weekend, since I work 6 a.m. to 4:30 every day, to actually go out and shoot the stuff that I want and do like my favorite YouTube videos are the ones that actually do require a lot of like B-roll footage and the DJI on top of the camera and stuff like that. I wouldn't be able to backlog all that if I wouldn't be able to get like a video a week out. I wish I had more time to do it,
but what I do with the B-roll stuff, sometimes I'll shoot something and save it for another video.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you count that as a backlog.
Well, I mean, like the edited video backlog.
Oh, no. No, I'll shoot something and I'll keep it for some other review.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, those reviews are a pain in the butt, but they're worth it because
they really are.
Yeah, a lot of work goes into them.
They just do so well. That's the problem with it, and I don't do a lot of them anymore. But like actually, like my YouTube revenue got cut in half whenever I stopped doing gear. But I just I had the gear meltdown, and I was like, dude, I'm tired of talking about gear. I wanted people to see me actually going out and shooting, and they're starting to pick up. I think one of the big rules of YouTube is if you do what you want long enough, it will catch on, but it's going to have a slow start, whereas gear is really popular and it's always going to do well. You can literally do like the worst quality ever and somebody's going to watch it,
Yeah, that's why I always say, when I talk to Chuck about like supporting a channel, it's not because we want to make a living off it. It's because we want to like kind of supplement the time lost from our real jobs. And because I know if I'm networking my photography, if I'm putting as much time as I'm putting on YouTube, I can have more jobs. But I'm not, because I enjoy the YouTube thing.
Yeah.
This keeps me sane.
I was going to say, Vahagan, if you want to support a big channel, then support their, coffee funds, their subscriptions, or whatever you want to call it. Nothing wrong with that. You want to support a little channel, subscribe.
Yeah.
That means more to the little channels than anything else.
Yeah, getting into the club of YouTube actually wanting to put your stuff out there is way too hard right now.
Yep.
And I've actually YouTube the people that are monetized that are in the partner program, they consistently send emails of like, how can we improve? And every time they send those, I lower the standard of what it takes to get into the algorithm. Lower that standard. It doesn't help or hurt anybody. In fact, it would get it. I mean, just lower the subscribers to 500.
Yes.
You're going to start making money faster. I don't know why they wouldn't do that, but the watch time hours is so easy. I did it in 4 months. It took me 2 years to get 1,000 subs, Yeah. And so I tell them all the time, they always email me, what can we do better? What would you change? Blah, blah, all this stuff. And I'm just like, dude, just let more people do it, because it's discouraging when you've been at it for 2 years and you're just sitting around 800 and 900 subscribers and you're almost there, but it's like you get like 5 a month, because you're not, and there's nobody teaching you how to get into the algorithm. I had to figure it out on my own, and I still ain't great at it yet.
I have 19.6 thousand hours watch time.
I have no idea what I have. Yeah, you only need 4,000. 4,000 in a single year. After a year, it lapses and you got to start over. But
yeah, man. I mean, it's fun. I love it. I love the community. I love everybody, and it's great. Even the negative comments, I appreciate.
I'm enjoying those more now than I did before.
Yeah.
I have to be careful. Sometimes I read into, something too, and I have to be careful, but I get a lot of recommendations and I appreciate that. I just, hope everybody appreciates how difficult it is to, do some of the things they ask for. But the one that's still, I don't get them anymore, but there for so long, I was getting a lot of emails about the length of the live streams.
Hey,
Wonder why.
Yeah.
Moz, yeah, if you haven't seen The Watcher yet, check it out.
It's pretty good.
It's good.
pretty
Yeah.
good.
Hey, what's up with Netflix? Not they're rolling out like you won't be able to share passwords anymore.
They've been trying to do that for like a decade.
They're gonna lose a lot of subscribers. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
T-Mid's back for a minute.
What's up, T-Mid?
What's up, buddy?
Oh, I was gonna say something about YouTube before I moved on, and I just went blank on it. Oh my gosh.
No, Moz, man. Thank you for the laughs, brother. You always bring a good time with you when you're in the chat. Love it. And looking forward to you teaching us about the storage for those of us that are knuckleheads that way anyway. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
good night, Moz. Moz, man.
Let him, Maz. Maz is always telling us, be like, we have to break the record, and then he bails out.
No, he's got a lot of shows he hasn't seen.
Hey, Lance, thank you so much for that comment. And that's exactly. It's not like, hey, I paid for a live stream and it's too long. I'm not going to be able to watch it all or whatever. Yeah. And I understand some people say that, well, I just, I just can't get there at a certain time, or I don't want to watch for 3 hours or 4 hours. And you're absolutely right, Lance. Come and stay as long as you like. But the thing is that we get so many people that come through my live stream. They just check in for a while when they have a few minutes to check in, and then they're gone. So it's always nice to see people come and go as well. But yeah, I get that. I get those. I used to get them a lot. And one guy just said, it's too long. Your live stream's too long. And I didn't even know how to respond at first. I said, well, you can leave anytime. I mean, I'm trying not to sound snippy here, but honestly, you can actually leave.
Here's what's weird about that is if nobody has caught on yet, for the most part, if you join the live stream right at the beginning, we actually get to the point pretty good. And then after about an hour, we all become deranged and it goes off subject. We derail. And so it's like, if you really want what the live stream's about, you just watch for an hour and a half and then go do something else.
Yeah. Well, and that's just it. I think, hey, Bree, how are you tonight? I think some people still don't understand the whole idea behind at least my live stream. It is a community. We get in here, we mix it up. We go through 15 or 100 different topics in the live stream. We circle back. I love that term, circle back. We go back and talk about things again throughout the live stream. The whole point of it is that's what this is all about. Just a place to go hang out and talk photography and whatever. And from time to time, put up with my rants. I mean, that's what it's all about. Again, stay as long as you like, as little as you like, but just, come and have a good time with a bunch of photographers. And
Therapy for photographers.
yeah, you don't have anybody to talk photography with, wherever you're at. That is another thing that inspired me is my wife can take about 2 minutes of me talking about photography. And it's okay. I've heard enough. Go away. So, where do you go to talk photography? You can't call people up and bug them, aggravate them all the time. Well, that's what this is about. This is a live stream for photographers to get on here. And you got in here, you got a voice. You get to say whatever you want, criticize or compliment or do whatever you want as far as photography goes. Have a good time.
You got to think of,
go ahead.
Sorry. You got to think of this live stream as, imagine you and a bunch of your buddies. You say, hey, I got some stuff I need to talk to you guys about. Meet me at Patrick O'Malley's bar. And you get in, you talk about what you get it off your chest with your bros. And then you're just hanging out, drinking beer, whatever, just chilling with your bros. That's what I like about this live stream. It's like there's kind of a topic, and we get that topic, and then we're just chilling on a Saturday night. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Bree, that's just it. It's just, You know, I know we choose topics sometimes some people don't care about, and that's fine. You know, if you wait a minute, it's going to change. I guarantee it. But, you know, if it's just something you don't care about and you want to tune in somewhere else, that's fine too. But again, that's what it is. It's just a revolving door for photographers to come and go, talk about what you want, and have a good time. At least that's what we're trying to put together here as a community. So,
Yeah,
Plus a
and
lot of. Go ahead. See.
I was just gonna say it's also a fantastic place to express your feelings on grits, since nobody else was gonna mention it tonight. I haven't
yeah,
seen it once.
we haven't talked about grits yet, have we? We haven't mentioned grits. Yeah.
I was
Hey,
Go
gonna
ahead,
say.
V.
Andre, you're absolutely right. Different time zones, and that was another consideration about the times that I've chosen. No, there is no one time for everybody, obviously, and that's the reason I decided to do 2 streams a week. You know, cater more to the European countries on Wednesdays, and for Asia, it's just difficult no matter how I split it. So, but Saturday night caters more to Asia-ish, you know, like Roy here. Roy joins both days. So he's up
Yeah,
in the
why
middle of
not?
the night on a Wednesday or Thursday, actually, during the Wednesday noon stream. And then on Saturday, he gets to get up and have breakfast and join the stream.
Yeah.
I was gonna
So
say a lot of people are editing while
yeah,
listening to you
yeah,
this stream. So it's cool.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice break on Wednesdays. That's what I'm like. I generally at work, whenever I'm just doing my day to day stuff, I'm usually listening to documentaries or something, or listening to what's going on in the news, or like I'm kind of a sponge for stock market stuff. And so Wednesdays are actually a nice, like, I get to have something a little different in my ear, and chime in here and there and stuff. So,
Well, thank you, Stuart. Appreciate that. And you're welcome here all the time. I mean, we're here every Saturday night and also again on Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, and again on Wednesday at 12 p.m. Eastern, noon Eastern. I don't know how it equates to your time zone there, but yeah, it's just an open door for people to come and go and have a good time talking photography. And I also love this about the doing this live stream is there a lot of sidebars go on, meaning people in the chat are carrying on completely different conversations, and I think that's great because it just opens it up for people to talk to more people about specifics of maybe their photography or a certain piece of equipment or whatever, and they ignore what's going on over here in the live, and I don't have a problem with that at all.
no,
That's
that's
what it's
cool.
all about. Yeah.
Sometimes it trickles into the stream, and then it'll just kind of go back over to the sidebar. And
Yeah.
Me and Amar were talking. We're saying, hey man, we got to get Chuck over to 1,000.
where
So you
let's-
guys
662.
good
your
good
way.
luck. Good luck with that. Well, tomorrow to be 6:59, so don't get.
I remember those days. Like I used to care about that. I was like, wait, why did I lose a subscriber? And I go back and like look at the video, and I'm like, I didn't say anything like crazy. And then finally, I was just like, oh, who cares? And you know what's weird about Roy? There was a period of 1 month where Roy unsubscribed and subscribed like 17 times. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what happened, but I kept saying. I just kept because it doesn't alert you when you lose somebody.
There's a few few places I like at the top of my list. The only way to get back up the top of the list is unsubscribe and resubscribe. So it goes back up the top again.
Fantastic excuse. I'm just kidding. But I thought that was funny. Like it doesn't tell you when you lose a subscriber, but once you get to a certain point, it doesn't tell you like the name of the person. But like when you're sub 1,000, sometimes it'll tell you like so and so subscribe to your channel, and it was just like a couple times a week. It's like Roy subscribe to your channel. I'm like, why does it keep leaving? Like, what?
It's like you're at the top of the list somewhere.
I thought YouTube was just like booting you or something. I don't know.
No, I'm just awkward.
Yeah, it was funny though.
And we said this all up front, and Vahagan and I had a long conversation about this today, by the way. It's not our first conversation about it, but just the fact that I don't understand the whole I'm learning so much about people through YouTube. I was isolated in the military and military like work environments and things like that. But I'm learning so much about people now being on YouTube. But I don't understand this whole idea of I'll get back at them, I'll unsubscribe. I have no desire to go unsubscribe from anybody. I don't even know what they're doing now. Some of the subscriptions I've got, that I've done, and I just don't understand that whole mentality or whatever. It baffles me. And the other is, it's almost like you get a quota if you join YouTube and set up a channel, even just so you can participate in chats and YouTube and whatever. You're not going to do any content. Do they issue you a quota? You're only allowed to give 3 subscriptions out a year. You can't give any more than that. I don't understand that whole mentality, because I definitely went overboard with all the subscriptions that I have. I just, again, but I'm a weirdo. So if you got a subscription for me and you haven't produced any content in 10 years, well, I've already forgotten about you, but I'm not going to go unsubscribe.
You know what's crazy? I had this wild idea yesterday. I was like, I wonder what it would take to be the biggest YouTuber in Kansas. I wonder how far I have to go. I was like, because that'd be cool if I was like the biggest in the state at one point. Well, there's actually some pretty huge channels in Kansas. One of the guys actually grew up in my same town. He does stunts. His name's Tanner. But anyway, apparently it's either his sister or his cousin or maybe his wife or whatever. I went and looked and I was like, okay, let's see where this is at. Like 165,000 subscribers, 4 videos, hasn't uploaded in 3 years. I was like, I'm never going to get there. Like, how does that even happen?
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I'll probably never be the biggest in Kansas. I thought maybe Kansas would be dead, but no.
I don't want to be the biggest anywhere. I just want to get over 1,000 subs only, because then actually YouTube will actually push my content. That's all I'm after, so that more people can become part of this community and enjoy it. The only way I spread now and get any subs is word of mouth from people that may be already a subscriber. And, and that hasn't been a lot, but still there have been a few. And the other way is people that just happen to can't sleep in the middle of the night, huh, Roy? And they're cruising. They hit the live button on YouTube. Let's see what's live right now. And bam, there we are. So
that's how I found the channel in the first place.
there you go.
Man, Roy's everywhere. I see him on my streams. I see him on yours. I see him on Gray's in the morning.
Yep.
I'm not everywhere. It's just certain places that see like minds seem to think alike.
He hasn't slept in 6 years.
Like Roy says, he's retired now. He can sleep when he wants.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's actually 27 years old. He just doesn't sleep.
I tried to retire when I was 27, but they wouldn't let me. I had the money, just didn't have the time.
Where we at? 4 hours?
Hey, Roy, thanks for answering that for Stuart.
It's okay. I could have said it over the live, but I think a fast lens is more important than a really top-notch camera when you're talking live bands and things.
Yeah.
You need a very fast lens, like 1.2 or something.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Roy. And the other thing is you got that lens forever, and then you can upgrade body when you want to somewhere down the road. But having that fast lens is going to serve you well no matter what. Yeah.
Honestly, that's every single photographer on YouTube, whether you like them or not, whether they shill or pimp out products or whatever, I will always agree, because every single one of them say glass, 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 glass. Nice glass is better than a nice camera any day of the week. You put the 200 f2 on a Nikon D3200 and it's going to be great.
Yeah. Hey, Greg, it's Grays of Westminster. It's a YouTube channel.
I was just about to give him the
Oh, okay.
address.
Yeah, Grays of Westminster. Um, I'm not even going to try to explain to you what they are and whatever, but uh, I think you'll enjoy some of the videos that they do, and they do a live stream once a week. If you're into film cameras, buddy, you'll be in your element over there at Grays because they definitely go through the film camera discussions over there. As a matter of fact, if the Z8 came out tomorrow, Grays did a live stream. About 30 minutes into the live stream, they'd already be back to the F2. And they're passionate about their film cameras, but that's what Grays is known for is older cameras, film cameras, and unique lenses. Nikon. They're a Nikon store, so it's all Nikon. But check it out. I think you might enjoy it.
I would like to go there someday because even like the town that Grays is in, it's just a cool looking town. That kind of architecture doesn't people that are overseas, it doesn't exist in America because we were late to the game.
So
You
my
know?
That
brother,
town's called London.
yeah, my
Oh,
brother
is it really just in London?
It's in London.
Oh, well, that area.
Oh,
looks
it's just
cool.
outside.
Yeah.
So my brother was watching a movie the other day, Kingsman or something like that. I can't remember what. It's kind of entertaining.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
But Gray's, or not Gray's, but their shop, this Kingsman tailor shop, this is part of the movie, was in Westminster. And I'm thinking, I'm going to pull that on Becky and Con one day in their live stream. I'm going to ask them, how far are you guys from the Kingsman tailor shop in Westminster? Because it was in the movie.
Yeah, I love European architecture, like because like I said, America was late to the game, right? And so there's a lot of really cool architecture in Europe that it's on my bucket list. But
Mine too. I'd like to spend a year just photographing some of those old buildings.
Yeah. You know, that's the one thing. Now, you know what? I give it up to European countries. They have preserved all the wonderful architecture for the most part. I mean, yes, there's new architecture as well. But, you know, in America, we just let it dilapidate and tear it down, build something else there. And I hate that. I hate that because, you know, I think it's fantastic to walk through like Westminster there in London. You walk around just like you guys were talking about. It's a tour. I'd be a tourist for sure. You know, my sandals, white socks, Bermuda shorts, and camera on a strap.
screaming at British people saying, "What's fish and chips?"
Yeah.
I think that's old. Go to my country, you'll see 5,000-6,000-year-old churches.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You know, absolutely. Going to Singapore, cool, Tim. Absolutely cool, man. So many places I'd like to go.
Right. I mean, even like, John Ishii just went to like Mongolia. I'm like, oh, I'd love to go to like Mongolia, you
Yeah.
know? I'd love to go anywhere. Like, there's actually, like the United States, I guess maybe it's just because I'm here, there's a lot of cool things to see here. You know, like the Appalachians in the fall would be beautiful. But it's like, I can do that anytime. I feel like while I'm still in my 30s, I would like to go and do the big ones.
Yeah.
And then whenever I get older and whatever, I can do the more local stuff. Local is in the however thousands of miles the U.S. is. But
Yeah. Hey, Greg, it's the host of the channel for Grays of Westminster. They're also employees of the store, and Becky, she is incredibly smart on all lenses, Nikon, new and old. And I should say Con is too, and in cameras, by the way, film cameras and the like. But his name is Constantine. Everybody just calls him Con, and Becky is the sidekick there. I shouldn't say the sidekick. He's more the sidekick than Becky.
she's
But anyway,
she's actually the manager, right? Like
Yeah.
she's a manager of Grays.
yeah. So yeah, check it out. You might enjoy it.
I do.
Yeah, I do too. But you know, it would be nice if they drop a little shout out to some of the small channels too, because, you know, and they talked about that, as a matter of fact, yesterday, Roy, about how many channels follow them. Uh,
hmm
they actually said that. Well, it'd be nice every now and then if they drop a plug for some of the small channels. It
They
goes a
big leagued
long
me
way.
though. They did big league me, Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever the 105 f2.8 S came out, I don't know how I did it, but I was seriously like the first non-sponsored YouTuber to put out content on that video on that lens.
Right.
And Grays didn't even have one yet, and they were talking about they would like to see some images and blah 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 blah, and they hadn't had their hands on it yet. And so I emailed them. I said, I just put out a video with some sample images. They look really great. Check it out. Nothing.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, come on, guys. I had like 400 subscribers at that point.
I've always noticed that someone puts AP Studios in their chat line.
Huh?
Someone always mentions AP Studios on their chat line every week.
Yeah. I've seen
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
pop.
Yeah. I appreciate that when I, walk into the chat and, somebody says that, you got to appreciate it. And I do. Um, but again, I don't know. I'm just on this kick right now, I guess, for small channels, and I'm going to start doing this for all these smaller channels. And again, I don't understand why people can't just go, subscribe to his channel if you're never going to watch it again. You know, you don't like photography. I don't care. Go subscribe to his channel.
Yeah, it literally, you don't even have to maintain 1,000 subs. You only need to maintain 1,000 subs for like 3 or 4 days until they
Yeah.
send you the link to sign up for
Yeah.
the partnership program. Then it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Just
You're there. You're in the algorithm. It's done.
If you watch, and I don't care who it is, whether it's anybody we're talking about or not, but you're cruising YouTube and you come across somebody and you enjoy some of the content they're putting out, don't, whether you have any expectation of like content from that individual, rather than just subscribe to them. Again, you don't have to feed subscriptions. They don't cost anything. They don't back talk. You don't have to let them in and out the door. The bottom line is you can fire and forget. I know it sounds terrible, but it's about the only thing you can do to really help a small channel on YouTube. So, and particularly those that you kind of enjoy and you're going to go back to periodically from time to time. If you haven't subscribed to it, you're really doing a disservice. And there's a chance that the channel that you like is going to drop because, a lot of people die on the vine on YouTube after several months of cranking out content and no recognition
out.
for it. Yeah. And they just say, well, that's it. It's not worth it.
And that's something stupid about the whole YouTube process even is literally like subscribers does not matter after 1,000. It only matters up to 1,000. They say that the more subscribers you have, the more guaranteed views you could get. But I can tell you right now, my average is 200 to 400 videos or views in the first week, and I have almost 1,500 subscribers. And so it only seems to matter to get into the algorithm initially because 70% of my traffic are unique viewers. And so YouTube's their own system is kind of broken in and of itself that at some point it's subscriber based. It's like, but that has very little impact on anything after that 1,000. And so really they should probably get rid of that entirely, just get the watch time because like you're going to get the watch time. Yeah. I don't know. It's stupid. Now I'm ranting on the small channel's behalf now.
And that's the other thing. I have no idea how, because I'm unique, man. And in many ways, I know everybody will admit to that or agree with that. But I'm unique in that the only thing I'm doing is live streams. So watch hours is not a problem. I mean, we're going on 4.5 hours already. How many videos do I have to put out to get that much watch time? Initially,
Mhm.
my, but I understand that, by the algorithm, it only counts however many were here at a certain period, the highest count at a certain period.
Mhm.
But I have no idea how this would actually affect monetization. How does that work for somebody that's just doing live streams? So I'm not even counting on monetization.
You
I have no,
should, whenever you are open to monetization, you should be able to, and this is going to, it's going to help you, but it's also going to irritate some people that don't have YouTube Premium, is you should get the ability to insert ads. So like you could just decide for yourself, I'm going to do one every hour. And so every hour you plug in an ad, the people that have YouTube Premium aren't going to see it. The people that don't have YouTube Premium are going to get an ad, and it's going to pick back up after that ad is done.
Do you know some people get ads when they're not monetized too?
do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, which I think is ridiculous. That happened. I was getting B&H photo ads whenever I wasn't monetized, and I thought that was really kind of sketchy, because that if YouTube wasn't like, regulated, that would be like a huge conflict of interest, that to not let you get to 1,000 because they don't have to share it with you. And so I always got really frustrated when people were like, "Oh, are you monetized because I'm seeing ads?" I'm like, "No, I have like 400 subscribers." you know?
Yeah, you know what? You bring up a good point here, Lance, and thank you very much for joining us and being in here and being a part of it. But that's the other thing with the long stream like I have. It gives you something to listen to if you're driving, if you're working, if you're doing whatever. Because look, let's face it, the only thing we do where video is needed is really, and you don't even need it for that, but because we animate, everything so much, is the photo review. Um, but I don't listen to music when I'm driving. I don't care to listen to music because if you listen to the radio, then you're going to hear the same songs over and over and over and everything else. And I'm not going to keep switching. I don't have XM or Sirius or whatever it is. I like talk radio. So I like listening to talk shows like this or something that I do that I enjoy. I don't want to hear about financial stuff. I love Dave and what's his name? Dave, whatever. Um, I can't remember the financial guy. But anyway,
Dave Ramsey.
Dave Ramsey, love the guy, but you know what? I can only listen to that for a little bit and I'm okay. I'm done with that. But something going on in the background or whatever, walking around. I listened to Vahagan's. By the way, you guys need to check out Vahagan's uh, podcast, Applecast or whatever. Vahagan, you need to plug that again.
Yeah. Vahography Rock and Roll Photo Podcast. I just posted a new podcast today about buying and selling online. Tips on that.
There you go. So those are the, I like listening to those when I'm driving, something I'm interested in. And, I toyed with the idea of just downloading the audio from these live streams, which I can do and restream. It's pretty easy to do. But then I got to get into the whole podcast thing to get it on there. Somebody had said YouTube was toying with the idea of podcasts on YouTube.
I would
don't
love
know.
that.
Yeah, I would too.
I would bring back. I started Shutter Talk like a year and a half ago, whenever Anchor was being advertised, and I did it just to try it out, and it was kind of like a free form, not scripted at all. I just had a topic, and it was kind of ranty and funny. If YouTube brought that back, then I would totally pick that back up.
Yeah. Hey, again, thank you, Lance. Appreciate it. See, these are the little things that kind of motivate us, and we need motivation. I got to tell you, YouTube's not the easiest thing in the world to do. It takes so much time out of your life, and you're going to hear people talking about that. Anybody that's consistent on YouTube is spending a lot of time to actually produce this content. Now, mine's live, but I'll be on here for however many hours we are tonight. Then I'm going to go back and I'm going to go through it and I'm going to try to put time stamps in, or time marks in for some of the things that went on in the live stream. But I also try to do some form of, um, you know, uh, shoot, um, research, on YouTube, what's relevant, what isn't. I may not have all the ins and outs of those subjects that I bring up, but I know other people in the chat are going to have more info about it. So anyway, there's just a lot that goes into even doing a live stream. And it means a lot when you make a comment like this, or anybody else does the same. And I see all your comments over there. I don't put them all up on the screen because I'm sorry, it's embarrassing for me, but I appreciate them all. And thank you very much. That's why I say, I ask for likes. Motivate me, keep me motivated. Let me know that everybody wants to continue to do this, and drop a like. It means a lot. The kid that over in Germany that has the YouTube channel, and I asked everybody to go check him out the other day, and a lot of people subscribed. He sent me this comment, and I love it. He said, "Thank you very much. This is so inspiring. You make me want to continue," and blah 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 blah. That's what it does for us as content creators. All right, I'll shut up.
No, you're right. You're right. Hey, Lance, thanks a lot, man. Stuart, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Greg Wilson, now you have 199 because I just subscribed.
I think I'm subscribed to Greg Wilson. Yeah, guys, it is too easy to subscribe and then just turn off bell notifications if you don't want to be alerted every single time. I don't even turn on bell notifications for people because it's like whenever I have time to go and check people out, I get caught up kind of all at once on like a bored Saturday. But YouTube is real customizable to what you want to do.
Hey, thank you too, Leon. Appreciate it. I really appreciate it. And we're going to continue to do it. I'll tell you, sometimes Vaughan and I, if you guys haven't figured it out yet, we talk quite often. He motivates me continuously. He's had great advice for me starting out in YouTube and everything else. But what was I going to say about that?
No, you're right. I mean, the first time I met you, I think you invited me to your channel.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that.
I was like, hey, this is cool.
Yeah, I remember Vahagan, his first appearance on the channel.
I mean, was that your first live stream?
I can't remember now, Vahagan. If it wasn't the first, it was very close. No, it wasn't the first because nobody showed up.
It was just that one guy that said you put me to sleep, right?
I had one person that viewed the live stream while it was going on, and I'm just talking to myself for about 10 minutes and ran out of things to say to myself. So I said, well, I guess I'm going to shut this down, and hope anybody that comes along I don't know what I was talking about or whatever. Anyway, had one guy that was actually in viewing and never said a word in the chat ever. I shut the stream down, and the next morning I get up and I got an email, not even a comment, an email.
He went the extra mile.
Yeah, he did. The guy said, yeah, hey, you put me to sleep. That's all he put in the email. And my response was, yeah, my wife told me I put her to sleep too. Thanks for the comment, though, or whatever.
I remember in my early YouTube days, right? I was barely getting any views. Nobody was commenting, right? And I remember actually one of the first comments I got was from it was just like a username thing, right? It wasn't like a channel, it wasn't somebody with a name, it was just like user and like a number.
Yeah.
And it was something like awful, like you should give up your whack or stuff like that. It was really like rude. And so I went to battle with him in the comment section, and eventually he deleted his comment, and so it deleted all of mine. But there was a period around 200 subscribers when it really ramped up, and it's like all these insomniacs were just like trashing my videos while I slept. I'd wake up to like 36 comments thinking my YouTube career had started, and it was all just nasty, horrible, hateful things. I was like, what is happening? And then I learned, and I still use it to this day, when somebody says something nasty or rude in my comments, they say, oh, don't engage with them. Actually, the videos do better whenever I go to war with nasty commenters, because that drama fuels the algorithm even further.
Yeah.
The more angry the people appear, and eventually they just delete their comments. But
Dude, I've
yeah.
been so bad with that lately about replying. I mean, I read all my comments, but
it's good. It's good for your algorithm,
I know,
dude.
man. I know it takes so long. It takes so much time.
Yeah.
Because I don't leave 2-3 word replies. You know, I usually go in. I go into town with their questions, but I guess it's good. I got to start doing it more often.
Yeah. Yeah. Good or bad.
Hey, Stuart, I typically have, and I will on this one as well, in the description for the video, which it's going to roll over into a video after the stream ends. But I have all of these guys links to their channel in the description, and they're hot links. All you have to do is click it and go right to their channel.
I think Stuart was asking about Greg Wilson.
Oh.
Or maybe Z Wade. I don't know.
Well, okay.
Yeah. Roy, do you have a channel?
No, don't want one. Too much work. I'm lazy.
Your videos would be so cool, man. I would watch all of them of you pulling out all these like old this old gear and stuff.
I don't often use the old gear. I'm more a collector of that stuff. I use mostly new gear, but the things I photograph are pretty boring. Things like fasteners and kitchen utensils and.
Well, no, I'm just talking like you doing videos of you showing off all that bottomless pit of cameras that you pulled out tonight. You just like talk about them a little bit, talk about how much you enjoyed using them, where you got it, how much it cost back then, how much you can get one for now. Those would be really cool videos, man.
I've got some interesting gear. I've just been adapting a lens from a 1913 plane aero lens. You know, those biplane photographic things. It crashed, and so I've got the lens from it.
Nice.
So I'm adapting it to the camera.
Collector, scrapper, salvaging expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Anything I can fit on the camera, I'll try.
It is a lot of work, Roy, and so like I totally get it. But your videos would be really cool to somebody like me.
Man, I love this guy, Roy.
Even though you unsubscribed from me 15 times, I still like you.
There you go.
Look at that. What is that, an Aero Nickor?
It's from a aircraft. You know those old planes that had the great big cameras and photographed war zones.
Yeah,
it's one of those.
What era? Is that like 60s, 70s?
This was made in 1913.
No,
World War One.
Is
in World War One?
Is that a Nikon?
No, it's not. It's one of the few lenses I've got that are not Nikon.
I was about to say, because if that's an Aero Nickor, that's the first lens that Nikon ever made, and I was about to poop sideways.
I've got someone at the door. Nikon didn't used to make lenses in those days, so I was still making optics for binoculars and things. I've got to go to the front door. Someone's making a noise. I hope it's not that magpie again.
On this side of the planet, if somebody's ringing my doorbell, they might be met with something nasty on the other side. It's 1 a.m. here. Golly, Chuck, how are you not asleep yet? It's 1:47 over there, right? Or is it 2:47?
Yeah. See, now I'm motivated to hit the 5-hour mark. We've never done that.
We're there.
Mozman's not here.
Such a lightweight.
Yeah, because I give him shows to watch.
Oh, yeah.
The Watcher is pretty good. That's crazy. I mean, it's based on a true story. Now, the TV show itself is way better than the actual story, but the fact that that story existed, somebody sending those letters, is pretty creepy.
Yeah. What do you
Super
guys
cool.
think of that gold? What do you guys think of that gold lens?
The gold
You know,
lens.
you know what I'm talking about? It's a lens that looks like a kind of like a mini telescope. I forget the name. Hold on. It's not made of gold, but it's bronze, I think.
Huh.
What is it called?
Oh, yeah. It's the bronze. It's bronze. It's made of bronze.
What is it
There
called? It has a name.
there was a
The lo-
Kickstarter.
The Petzval 85 2.2
That's it.
There you go.
Yes.
lomography or lomography.
That's the one.
Petzval. It looks kind of cool. Is it a tilt shift?
I don't know.
No. Check out the
Back
bokeh on
again.
that thing.
I'll have to let me. I wonder if it's on Flickr. Flickr. You know, I do kind of want to get one of those probe lenses. They make them for the Z mount. You can like stick them into the water. They're like super long.
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool.
24
Here we go.
millimeters and very extended.
Yeah. There have been some cool videos made with those. Using
Whoa. That is crazy, bokeh. It's super swirly.
Mm-hmm.
What is it called?
A Petzval PET. Here, I'll put it. I'll put it in chat.
The original one, not the new one, I hope.
Lomography.
Yeah.
Kind of like Vahography.
Oh, not tomography. Lomography. Yeah, the bokeh looks insane on it.
Yeah, Gustavo. We only got 10 minutes to go.
Buy now. How much is it? It's
It's like $500.
yeah.
I might buy one just to do a review on it. Never. Oh, it's F mount. Well, I still have my Futasi.
You know, here's another thing. I still have 37 people viewing right now, and I really appreciate all those folks. That's amazing. I don't know. You people are crazy.
That's why
You're
we're
crazy.
here.
Yeah. Yeah. You're a perfect fit though for this community.
I think that lens sparked Z Wade's interest.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yep.
interesting.
Get the original one though. Don't get all the other stuff. Get the original.
What's the original?
Hold on. Let's see.
I don't want to do another rehashing because that burned me on the last trio plan, the Meyer optic outlets. Although it really burned because I sent it back and got my money back, but
The original is, I don't know, dude. I forgot about this lens, but I think it's like a 58 or just YouTube it.
I just it's so unique.
5819. A 5819, but it's not. Oh no, it is. It is bronze.
Since
got it at B&H.
1840.
What? Lomography. I don't even see it. Oh, it says no longer available on B&H. That's a wild looking lens, man. It's like steampunk.
Yeah. Manufactured in Krasnogorsk, Russia.
Hmm.
You see the focus ring? You see where it's right under it?
Yeah.
The little knob?
Is it a constant aperture?
Yeah, I think it is. Or I'm not sure. I've never used one.
Oh, I guess maybe the aperture ring is this little cutout in the focus ring is up front. It's really interesting. Now let's see what this 58 looks like.
Pittsville.
All right. Hang on.
Yeah, that thing is wild. I'm surprised Roy doesn't have one.
So this is like some Russian stuff, right?
Dude, that thing's famous.
You know what's weird about Russian lenses is there's some that are just gems, but there's like so many of them that were so trash that it's ridiculous.
Yes. Very strange quality control, if any.
What was that they used to talk about? If it was built on Friday, don't buy it.
Go to
Yeah.
watch. Wait, go to Pittsfall Artists. See that in the website?
Petsval Artists. Petsval Artists.
No idea, Michael. I never know until the day before because I'm always looking at, something's going to happen right before the stream, and I try to keep it as close to what's happening in the news and everything else, the photo news, that is.
But we wonder.
Look at the bokeh on that thing, man.
It's wild.
It's crazy, isn't it?
You see, that's what I was expecting out of the Trio Plan 100. The problem with the Trio Plan 100 is it was not sharp at all. It was terrible.
Here,
This is pretty cool, man.
let me share my screen real quick. Let's see.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I just realized that I'm still labeled as she weighed photo. Hours after the mask came off.
Oops.
All right, here we go. Am I on?
You are
Yeah.
now.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
I know that bokeh's crazy.
It's I mean, it's barely even bokeh. I don't know what it is.
Is that
like a
Bugsy Siegel?
Looks like it.
Right?
Hey, Stuart. Okay. Yeah, join anytime you want, anytime you can, or whatever. You're always welcome in here. Again, if the Saturday night, which may be Sunday morning to some, or is to some, if that doesn't work well, then again, I have the Wednesday at 12 noon Eastern. So depending on where you're at, that may be a better fit. Or you said you were in South Africa, right?
Yeah, I've seen the old Petrol original lenses. They look the same, but I don't think they look the same.
Recently,
Hang on a
surprised that there were
second.
so many,
Is the aperture controlled by those little ring inserts?
and then every day the amount.
I have no idea.
They control the bokeh.
Oh, okay.
The way you put a shape over the front of your lens to get different shape bokehs.
That is so funky.
Look at that.
Yeah, you see that little thing right by your finger? It had on top. There was multiples of those earlier in the video. So it's like they maybe pull out and insert. I don't know. I've never seen or heard of this thing before somehow.
Look at this thing. Since 1840.
It looks gaudy.
Here you go. Look, right here. Look.
I like to see all the brass. That's nice to look at.
What's this thing you pull out? Filter?
I don't know. Any idea, Roy?
Yeah, I think they're just slip-in bokeh modifiers.
Is that the aperture on that switch?
Could be.
That's so bizarre. I've got how much of these things? I'll buy this thing right now.
Hello.
It's so weird.
I'll bring it over to you so you can see them. I'll bring it to you if you like.
No, not
No.
thank you. I just wanted to know here's something to eat.
Not yet.
If I
I
go
think
away,
there's an 85.
over that side, did you go out?
No,
It's steep. Hold on.
it's probably off the track a bit. I'll have a look in a minute. I think we're nearly finished.
All right, okay.
Yeah, it looks like a slip-in filter for bokeh modification.
Wow. That's
You've-
crazy.
You've never shot this thing before, Vahagan?
No, I remembered it because you guys said something about somebody brought up something gold, but or looking like it. But
I don't see a 58. That might be something. That might be an eBay search that I might need to do. The B&H Photo ain't got one.
yeah, just
No.
watch a few YouTube videos.
Yeah, I'll have to do that as I'm falling asleep. Here in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. I can't wait. I have to outlast Mozman. This is about. I have.
What's your
This is
rec-
history making.
What's your record, Chuck?
4 hours and like 50 some odd minutes.
Oh, we're breaking it.
Yeah, yep.
Chosen by design.
Two
Petsville ain't
records.
the only one.
Two records for me tonight. One, the number of people at any one time viewing, and we're gonna break the time barrier too. Stuart, is it 7? Well, let's say 8 o'clock in the morning, pretty much there right now. Because I'm not
5 here.
believing.
5 in the afternoon.
Is it?
He's just getting ready for supper.
But you're 5. Yeah, well, that'd be right.
1700
Depending on the
hours.
time,
Yeah, Sunday here too. I wasn't thinking about that. It's Sunday here too.
I think
Okay,
that
so
depending on the time of year, this is something interesting.
Yeah.
Like Chuck, you're always going to be like an hour ahead of me, but in Australia, at different parts of the year, it fluctuates. Or either like
Yeah.
a day and 2 hours, or a day and 2 hours in front of or behind, because they're different hemisphere, right? And so it was like whenever I had my friend in Australia, it was almost like, in daylight saving times, we spring forward or fall back, and you guys did the opposite. So it went like this.
Yes, a couple of hours
Yeah.
difference.
Yeah,
Very confusing
hours.
sometimes.
it's they just need to do away with daylight savings time
Great.
altogether.
Gray's just dropped a new video.
That's
how to
insane,
pimp-
and we're all going to bed.
Yeah, how to pimp your Z30 small rig edition.
How to what?
How to pimp your. That's what it says. How to pimp up your Z30. Hey, Stuart, you're 6 hours ahead of us, or ahead of me here. So on a Wednesday, it would be in the evening for you. So 6 p.m. Your time on Wednesday. That may be a better time for you, the Wednesday show. But you're welcome to either show or both. I can't believe
Hey.
South Africa is only 6 hours ahead.
We did it.
Hey Z, I think it only comes in an 85.
That's all I saw, but I did see a 58 1.9, but it's not available.
Yeah.
I love those old lenses. They're a lot of fun to play with.
Yeah, for sure. But
I
guys,
believe someone's got a Nocta someone wants playing with.
we did break the record, and that is where I am going to exit.
All right. And now we got more viewers.
All right.
Longer.
we just entered the Asian market, dang it.
Yes. Oh man, that's crazy.
I can't possibly. I've got to give my dog her medicine and go to bed. I've got a shoot tomorrow, shooting an entire dance team in Wichita.
Yeah, I've got to get to bed here before. I mean, now actually, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Thanks, everybody that's been in the chat and talking about this last half hour to break my record for the longest live stream yet. Has been fantastic. Again, it's all appreciated. And if you do the same on other channels, leave a comment if you enjoyed their content. It does
One
make a
minute.
difference with the creators. So I'm not going to go over that again. Rakesh, Rakesh just got in here, so we're going to have a lot of people that would be coming in now, but I'm just not able to continue. I'm so tired
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah.
So, guys, we have broken a record. We are over the 5 hour mark on a live stream. Hey, thanks a lot, Roy, for hanging in here all this time. Vahagan and Mr. Z Wade Photo, or She Wade,
She Wade photo.
and all the other guys that were in, or the panelists that were in here. Really appreciate that. By the way, for anybody that's in here right now, if you would ever like to be on the panel, I just say on the panel, but be on the screen, just let me know. If you have the ability to live stream, your audio is good, and you'd like to be on the show, send me an email and we'll see if we can't work that out. BAS, thank you very much. Good night to you, if it's night there or whatever time of day. To all those that are still in here, thank you very much. And I'll start. Roy needs no introduction, so I don't need to worry about that. So you can say goodbye, though, if you like, Roy. There you go. Roy gives a
Good
big
enough.
Z-Wade Photo. Who are you? And give them a goodbye.
I'm the Z Wade in Z. I screwed up my own thing. I'm Z Wade, the Z Wade in Z Wade Photo. I'm incredibly tired. My YouTube channel is Z Wade Photo. Videos on Tuesdays and Fridays at 7 a.m. and also more upcoming on Sundays at 7 a.m. And that's about it. Go support everybody else. I think everybody's subscribed to my channel, but if you're not subscribed to Selective Energy, Vahagan, AP Studios, all the other guys that were in here, Huey, D-Moots, and Huff Photo, go check out all those guys. Chuck gave you the links to them, and that's about all I have, guys. I wish I had more energy, but I'm kind of rambling now. So,
Yeah, everybody that's in here right now, you were part of the breaking the record, busting the 5 hour barrier. So, hey, congratulations. Thank you very much. Vahagan, give your outro, man.
All right. This is Chuck Talks AP Studios. I'm Vahagan, your rock and roll photographer, and I am tired. And thank you guys. Chuck, congratulations on a wonderful live stream, breaking the record. Glad to be a part of this. Check out everyone's channel and rock and roll. Vahography on YouTube, Vahography Podcast, and AP Studios. Wade, Z Wade, and Selective Imagery, and Greg, and everybody else.
Hey, thanks, Vahagan. Thanks for being in here. Hey, thanks to all three of you and everybody else for hanging in here and being part of the break the 5 hour barrier. Just so you know, everybody is still interviewing, and anybody that will watch us later. Tomorrow, I'm not going to do it tonight, but tomorrow, all the links, the hot links, will be in the description for all the panelists tonight and others. You can just click, go to their channel, and go there and subscribe. Help these folks out. You know, little guys on YouTube are really struggling. We don't get any help from YouTube, so a subscription goes a long way. But thanks again. Thanks for putting up with my rant, and thank you to all the panelists. Thanks, Roy. Thanks, Vahagan. Thank you, Z Wade Photo. And I will see all of you all on Wednesday, or anybody that wants to join us on Wednesday at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 p.m. noon here on the Eastern coast of the U.S. We will be live again. Or wait a minute. Whoa. Back up.
To be announced, right?
Yes. Watch for the reminder that I'll put out. I may go live on Tuesday at that time because I am traveling on Wednesday. So anyway, if you are subscribed, hopefully you check the bell so that you get all notifications, and I will have that out tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow now, since it's Sunday morning early. I will have that out on Monday, the reminder for when the live stream is going to take place, Tuesday or Wednesday. All right, with that said, I'm just babbling on. Guys, gals, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being a part. And I love you. God bless you all. Until we meet again, Tuesday or Wednesday, go out and shoot and have a good time.
Excellent. Thank you, Chuck, for having me. Guys in the chat, thanks for stopping by, Roy. It's good seeing you and your cool stuff, Vahagan. We'll see you later, buddy.
See you guys. Rock and roll.
Rock and roll.